Learn how to build a fully functional YouTube clone using Flutter UI Kit, Firebase as a backend, and Riverpod for state management. This tutorial covers everything from Google sign-in authentication to uploading and displaying videos, profile customization, and much more. Designed for beginners, it will guide you through Firebase and Riverpod from scratch. But a basic understanding of Flutter and Dart is recommended. Amini from Code HQ created this course.
Let's start an amazing journey of creating the fully stack YouTube clone with tons of great features and a beautiful UI. This tutorial is designed to make you master not only Flutter but also Firebase and Riverpod 2.5. If you are an absolute beginner, don't worry, as I go through concepts step by step and will cover different technologies to complete this app. We'll start off by signing user with Google and collecting users' data. For creating username, we'll check the Firestore database in real time to see if username is not repeated. And if it was, show an error to say username is already taken. Inside the homepage, we can see all the videos uploaded from different channels. Users can upload their own videos, enter a title, description, and select a thumbnail manually. When video is uploaded, by clicking it, we are navigated on the actual video page, which has exactly the same UI as the YouTube in your phone. I can play the video and move it back or forward. We can also like the video, see number of views, and subscribe to their channel. I can add comment to the video, and the first comment will be displayed under the video, similar to the actual YouTube. Also, while opening a video, I can see all the other suggested videos under it. Next, it also has a powerful search engine, and I can filter videos and channels at the same time. And I can open any channel or video by clicking on it. I have my personal channel with all my information and videos I have uploaded. Also, a channel settings page, which allow me to customize the channel profile. Besides long videos, I'm also able to upload short videos, edit the video, and export it. This course is for beginners, and to get started, you don't need any knowledge of Firebase or Riverpod. You just need to have a basic understanding of Flutter and Dart. By the end of the tutorial, you will be familiar with most of Firebase features like authentication, sign-in methods, database, storage, and a lot of useful methods and classes. You will also learn different Riverpod concepts and providers to manage a state inside Flutter projects. So if you're ready, let's get started. The first thing that I need to do is to create my Firebase project, and I'm going to just do it using the Flutterfy CLI. And it is really a great way to create your Firebase project, which is really easy. So let's just open the CMD. And here I'm going to just use the Flutterfy CLI to create my Firebase project. Before starting, make sure that Node.js is installed in your computer, and if it is done, just run this command, which it will install Firebase tools inside your computer. It will take a while, and then Firebase will be installed. Very well, now Firebase should be installed in my computer, and I can just check it using the Firebase version. Using this command, you can just check if Firebase is installed in your computer, and as you can see, this is the current version of my Firebase and it is installed. Now I want to just go and open my project, so I can just use this command to go inside my YouTube clone project. And here the next thing that I need to do is to sign in with my Firebase account. So I'm going to just use the Firebase login command, which it will go and enable me to log in with my current account. I'm already logged in with this account, but I'm not going to continue with this because I want to log in with another account. So I can just use the Firebase log out. And using this command, I can just log out from my current account, and I want to log in with another account. So I will run the command Firebase login once again. Now I hit yes, and now it will open the Chrome for me, which allow me to use any account I want to sign in with. I have two accounts. I want to use my second account, and I will sign in with this one. Just hit the continue. And now allow it. Very well, now we are signed in with my Firebase account. Very well, and as you can see, it is also logged in here. The next command that I need to use is this one, which it will just go and activate Flutterfy CLI inside my project. So I'm going to just run it. It won't take long, and Flutterfy CLI will be activated. And now as a last step, you need to configure your Flutterfy. So I'm going to just run the command Flutterfy configure. And it will just go ahead and fetch all the available Firebase projects that I have. And as you can see, I have not any project and I can just go and create a new Firebase project. The name of the Firebase project that I'm going to use is YouTube Amini Ahmad12. So I'm going to use this name or ID for my Firebase project. Also keep in mind that your Firebase project should not be already taken, and if it is taken, you will not be able to create your Firebase project. So keep this in mind and hit enter. Now it's creating my Firebase project. We are having some error, so let me run this command once again. Flutter file configure. Let's see if we can create our Firebase project right now. Let's give a name to our Firebase project. I'm going to give it a name YouTube Ahmad Amini clone. Let's hit enter, and now it's trying to create my Firebase project. And again, we are getting some error. Let me just try to create my Firebase project from the console. It is also available for me. I'm going to just open firebase.com, and let's see if we can create a project right here. I'm going to change my account to the second one, and I want to create my Firebase project here. Let's see if we can create our project from the console. Hit on the create project, and I'm going to just call it YouTube Ahmad Amini. Yeah, I can just create this project and hit continue. Make sure to not check this, enable Google Analytics for this project, and then hit to create your first Firebase project. Now it's trying to create my project, so let's wait for it. Oh, very well. After some problems and errors, now finally I can create my Firebase project, and it is created. So let's hit continue. And now I have my Firebase project. So now let's get back here, and I'm going to run the command flutter file configure once again. And now it's trying to fetch my Firebase project, and I should have one Firebase project already. So let's just find that project, and as you can see, yeah, I have the project. The name is YouTube clone, and I'm gonna just hit enter. The next thing you can do is you can choose which platforms you want to configure, and I'm gonna just do it for Android and iOS. So just hit the space button to deselect Mac OS and web and hit enter. Now it's fetching my configuration for Android, and when it is done, it will also do it for iOS. So let's wait for it till all the configurations are done. Very well, finally hit yes, and now my Firebase project is created and everything is done. So let's just open the project. I can also show you that Google services.json file is automatically generated for me, and also I have a file called Firebase options with all the configurations related to Firebase is generated inside this file, and everything is done for us automatically. Now let's just finish our configurations. Before starting, you need to make sure that you have all the Firebase packages installed inside your public.yaml file. So I'm going to tell you once again that it's highly recommended that you download the starting project from my GitHub, which is the link in the description below. And if you download it, you can access to all these Firebase projects and everything in the starting project. So make sure to do it. If you download the starting project, you will have all this, but if not, you have to install these packages: Firebase Auth, Firebase Core, Firebase Storage, and all other packages. These are related to the Firebase. And also you need to install the package Google Sign In, which we use it to sign in with Google, which is the package right here. Very well. As a last step, I need to initialize my Firebase inside main.dart. I just need to add some lines of code here. Yeah, just add here. And now I need to import Firebase Core, and also I need to import the Firebase options file inside my project. Also, because we are using Flutter Riverpod in this tutorial, I need to wrap my app here with
provider scope because we're gonna need it. I'm gonna just use provider scope here, and the child will be my app. And now I will be able to use Flutter Riverpod inside my project. Everything is done, and I hope it's working. Just run the emulator. Very well, now the emulator is run, and as you can see, we are seeing only a black screen because we have nothing in our main.dart and we are only placing a container. And now I'm going to just create my login page, and there I can just create all the logic and UI related to the signing user with Google. So let's work on it. First of all, I need to create a folder called auth, and inside this folder I can just create all the stuff related to signing the user with Google. And first of all, I'm going to create a file called login page. Just import the material.dart and create and set this widget. I'm going to call it login page, and here let's return a scaffold, and we'll create everything here. Just take the login page and put it inside this, instead of this container, and import the login page. Now, as you can see, we are seeing this screen. So let's work on the UI. I will also minimize this page that I can see my emulator. First of all, I will work on the UI of this page, and then I will create the logic and functionality to sign in user with Google. First, let me give it a background color, and I will use for now only a background of gray. Later on I can change this. Next, I can just go inside the body and I can create a safe area. The child will be just a center widget, and again the child will be a column. Very good. So the first thing that I'm going to create inside this column will be an image. I just want to show a YouTube logo image inside this column. And I should also tell you that inside this assets folder, I have all icons and also images that I will use throughout this project. So I'm going to say once again that please download the starting project, which you will access all these assets and everything inside this project. And I'm going to use a lot of these images throughout this project. And the first one will be just a YouTube logo. So I'm going to just create an asset image. And the image, first of all, I need to mention the assets, then images, and then the image that I'm going to use here is an image called YouTube-sign-in JPEG. Very good. And as you can see, this is the logo. I'm going to also change the height, and I will give it a height of 150. Let me also remove this background color. I think the original white background color is the best for this. Also, I'm going to give it a padding and also some more style. Let's wrap it with a padding widget. And I will just give it a padding only from the top and also a padding of 25 from the bottom. A padding of 20 from the top and also a padding of 25 from the bottom. Very well, now it looks very nice. Next, I will also create a text, which inside this text, I'm going to just say, welcome to YouTube. Let's also change the text style of this text, and I'm going to give it a font size of 30 and also a font weight of bold. And and also I'm going to change the color, and I will give it a color of blue-gray. Now I think it looks much better. The next, I'm going to just give it a spacer. And the final thing that I'm going to add here is going to be a button. So at the end of this page right here, I want to add a button in which the user will be able to sign in with Google whenever the user taps on a button. And for doing it, I'm going to just use an image that I have already in my assets folder. So let's again use the image.assets, and again, first of all, I need to mention the assets, then images, and the name of the image that we are using here is sign in with google.png. Sign in with google.png. This is the image that we are using here, and as you can see, this is the exact image. Let's just change the height, and I'm going to just give it a height of 60. I'm going to also wrap it with a padding. And I'm going to just give it a padding only from the bottom, and a padding of 55. Very nice. I think it looks very nice. The last step that I need to do is to wrap this asset image with a gesture detector, because I want the user to be able to click on this button, and when they click it, they should be able to sign in with Google. Let's just wrap it with a gesture detector, and it has an on-top property which it will be empty for now. Later on, I will add the logic and functionality. So that's it. The UI of this login page is created. Now we can just go and create the functionality to sign in with Google. Let me just create a folder which I'm going to call it repository, and another folder which I will call it pages. I will move the login page inside the pages. I'm going to just do it to make our code more readable and maintainable. Later on, we can read our code much easier in this way. And inside the repository, I'm going to create a file called auth service. And inside this auth service, I can create all the logic related to letting user sign in with Google. So everything will be here, and our code will be much readable and maintainable. Let's create a class called auth service. And here, first of all, I want to define two fields. One will be Firebase auth, and the next one will be Google sign in. And we need both of them to make user sign in with Google. So let's just create them. The first one will be Firebase auth. I need to import it. Let me import this first. I'm going to import Firebase auth. And I'm going to also import Google sign in. Now I can just create an instance of Firebase auth, which I'm going to just call it auth. And I'm also going to create an instance of Google sign in, which I'm going to just call it Google sign in. Very well. I also generate constructor for it, and it is done. So let's work on the logic. How can we let users sign in with Google? Let me just create a method, which I'm going to just call it sign in with Google. It is an asynchronous method, and I can just use the instance of Google sign in, which I just created. And the first method that I create here, or I should say, the first method that I'm going to use here is a method called sign in. And what does this method does? It will just pop up a window which allows the user to choose its Google account from all the Google accounts that the user has. So I can just save the result of this method inside a variable, which I'm going to just call it user. Very well. Now I can use the user, and I'm going to just call the method authenticate. Of course, first of all, I need to make it await, because we don't know when the user will choose its account. And once you await it, now I can use the method authentication. And doing that, user will be signed in. Now I will just put it inside a variable called Google auth. Very well. The next thing that I want to do is to create a credential, and I can just use the Google auth provider and then use this credential. Using this, I can create my credential, and as you can see, we have two properties here. The first one is access token, and the next one is ID token. And we can just initialize this access token and ID token using this Google Auth that we already created. I can just use Google Auth and then call access token, Google Auth dot access token. Let's see what's wrong here. Yeah, I forgot to make this method await as well, because we need to await this method as well, and now it's working. For the ID token, I also need to use this Google Auth.id token, and now it's working. I will just save this credential inside a variable called credential. And the last step that I need to do is to connect my Firebase auth with Google sign-in. So everything I did up to now was signing with Google, but it has nothing to do with Firebase auth. But that is not what we want. We also wanted to connect with Firebase auth. So as you can see, we have this instance of auth, Firebase auth. I'm going to just use it. And then I have a method called sign-in with credential. And what I want to provide is this credential, which the spelling is wrong. Let me just correct it. Credential, and now it is done. I can also await this method, and now it is done, and we can just sign in with Google using this method. So right now it is done. The last question is that how can we use this method? The state management solution that I'm going to use throughout this project, as I said before, will be Flutter Riverpod, and using this state management solution, I will handle the state inside my project, which in this case it is a user. So I can just handle this user and access it throughout my project using the Flutter Riverpod. If you're already familiar with state management solutions and specifically Flutter Riverpod, you know why do we need to use it. But if you are not familiar with it, don't worry, as I'm going to explain everything related to Flutter Riverpod throughout this project. So let me just import Flutter Riverpod here. Let me also tell you that you need to install the package, which is already inside my publicspec.yaml file. This is the package. You need to install this package, and once you install it, you can just import it right here. And the way that Flutter Riverpod works is that it has a lot of providers. And the most important ones and famous ones that we are going to use a lot throughout this project will be the simple provider, stream provider, and especially future provider. I'm going to use a lot of this kind of providers, and you will understand how I'm going to use it. Just follow along and you will understand how can I use it. First, I'm going to just create my first provider, which I'm going to just call it auth service provider. And I'm going to just use the simple provider. And as you can see, when I create this provider, I access to a ref. And this ref is just some magic stuff from Flutter Riverpod, which allow us to do a lot of things. Especially, we can connect our providers together. So using this ref, later on I can create consumer widget, and then I can connect and access to this provider, and I will return this class auth service. You will understand what I mean. If you can't understand what I mean, don't worry. When I do it, you will understand how does it work. So what I'm going to return is this class auth service. And we have two fields to initialize. The first one is auth, which I'm going to just give it Firebase auth.innocence, and also the second one is Google sign-in, which I just need to give it as an innocence of Google sign-in. And now the errors are gone. Very well. Let me also do like this, that we can see the full screen. So I just created my first provider, which is auth service provider. And now I can use it to handle the state, which in this case it is a user. So let's get back to the login page. So you saw how I created the provider, but now what you need to know is how can we use this provider inside our UI page, which in this case is a login page. The way that Flutter Riverpod works is that you need to create a consumer widget, and using this magic consumer widget, you can get access to your all providers and states that you have in your Flutter Riverpod and inside your project. So there are two ways that you can create consumer widget. I can just change the whole stateless widget or also a stateful widget to a consumer widget, or I can just create a consumer widget in a specific part of my file. So I can just create a consumer widget as a widget, or I can just change the whole stateless widget into a consumer widget. So I'm going to show you both how can you do it, but the first thing that I'm going to do is to change this stateless widget into a consumer widget. Now I need to add a second property inside this build method, which is going to be the type widget ref, and I'm going to just call it ref. And now accessing this ref, I can access to my provider. I come here inside this on top property at the end of my page, which is exactly right here. And here, using this ref, I can use some methods like read or watch. I need to explain something, that there are two methods that we can use using this ref property. You can use read or you can use watch, and there is a big difference between these two methods, read and watch. And throughout this project, when I'm working, you will understand when do you need to use read and when do you need to use watch. So you will understand all of that. Just make sure to follow along. Just for now, I'm going to tell you this, that whenever you're doing something that you need to do it only once, you will use the read method. But when you use watch method, you want to keep track of something because you don't want to do it once, and you do want it to do multiple times, and you want to keep track of the changes that is happening on that provider. So in short, when you want to keep track of the changes inside the provider and you want to understand whether the value has changed or not, you need to use watch. But if you don't care if the value changes or not, or you don't want to keep track of the changes, you can use the read method. And mostly inside this on top properties, we use the read method, and inside the build methods, most of the times we use a watch method. It's also a tip that you can use it. For now, I'm going to just use the read method, and the provider I'm going to use is this auth service provider. So let's just paste it here and also import it. Now I can access to my sign in with Google method. Very well, I can also make it asynchronous and await this method. We are done. What else I want to do is I want to go inside the main.dart and I want to check whether we are signed in or not. How can we do it? We can do it using a stream builder. So I'm going to just take this login page, and instead I'm going to just use an stream builder. So the stream for this stream builder will be a method from Firebase auth. So first of all, I need to create an instance of Firebase auth, and then I can use a specific method which is used here, which is called auth state changes. And what does this method does? It will just go and check what's happening inside Firebase auth. So it will just give us information about what's going on in the Firebase auth, whether we are signed in. Specifically, it will check whether we are signed in or not. And inside the builder, I can just check it. So I'm going to just create two conditions for now. The first conditions will be snapshot.hasData. And if it's not, so if a snapshot.hasData is not true, it means that we do not have any data. In this case, I'm going to just go and return a login page. And if that's not the case, it means that we have data and the user is signed in. In that case, I'm going to just show a container for now. So I'm going to just return container. Very well. Now I'm going to just terminate the current project and run it once again. So now let's check if it's working or not. I'm going to hit on the button sign in with Google, and I can just choose my Ahmad Amini account. I really forgot a very big step here. I forgot to enable the Google sign in as a provider method to allow us to sign in with it. And also I need to generate SHA-1 and SHA-256 to be able to use Google sign in. I'm really sorry, I forgot these two big steps. So let's do it right now. First of all, I'm going to go inside my project. Let's go inside the authentication part. Hit on the get started, and now I want to be able to sign in with Google. and we need to just enable the sign-in method. As you can see, these are all the sign-in methods that you can use to sign in with Firebase: email, password, Google, Facebook, and a lot of this. But what I want to be able to use is Google sign-in. So just head here, and I just enable it to be able to use Google sign-in. You also need to provide a supportive email here, and I'm going to just use my tag Ahmad Amini email here and then hit save. Very well, now it's going to be enable us to use Google sign-in in our Firebase project. It is done, and the second thing that I need to do is to generate SHA-1 and SHA-256 in my Firebase project. So let's go back to the VS Code and open terminal. First of all, go to Android, and here you need to use a command which will generate both SHAs in your project. Just run this command, gradleo signing report, and we got an error. Let me just do it once again. Yeah, it's working, and it's generating SHA-1 and also SHA-256 for my Firebase project. Let's wait for it, and now it is built successfully, as you can see. So this is the first one, SHA-1. Just copy it, get back to the Firebase console, and go to project overview, and I believe I just need to find my app. Okay, now let's go to the first app. I'm gonna just do it for Android for now, and add a fingerprint, and here you can just paste your first SHA-1 and paste it right here and save the file. Get back to the VS Code, and now I'm gonna just copy the second one, add fingerprint and paste the second one. Very well. Now that we just generated the SHA-1 and also SHA-256, everything is done, and I can just sign in with Google, and there should be no problem. Let's just once again terminate the current project, and I'm going to just run it once again. Very well, let's check if it's working. Click on the sign in with Google button. Choose your account. Yeah, very well, nice, it's working. As you can see, if I just explain to you what happened right here. So first of all, we click on this button, and it just went to this provider and used and triggered this sign in with Google method. And when it triggered this method, the signing finished here. And inside the main.dart, I created a logic like this that created a stream builder. And inside the stream builder, we check the current auth state. We check the current auth state changes inside our Firebase auth. So it just check whether we are signed in or not. And we check here that if you are not signed in, if the snapshot that has it is not true, in this case, return the login page. But if you're signed in, just return a container for now, but I'm going to change it in the future. So I can just put a home page here, and now we'll have this home page when we are signed in. Very well, it's done, it's working. And now I need to work on the second part of my signing and authentication. Okay, so now let's start the second part, which is going to be adding all the user data into the Firestore database. So not only I want the user to be signed in with Google, but after that I want them to add all the user data into a collection in the database. And for doing it, I need to use the Firestore database. So inside this Firebase console, as you can see, I'm gonna open this Firestore database. And now that it's open, I can just click on create database. Here I need to choose a location, and I'm going to just choose the Southeast Asia, Singapore. It is the nearest place for my location. Just make sure to choose a place where it's near to where you're living currently. Just choose your location and hit next. The next, I'm going to just choose that it is only in test mode because it's not a real project, and then I can just create this database. Let's wait for it to be created. Okay, so as you can see, the database is created, and for now, as you can see, it's only an empty database, and I'm going to just add all the information for user, video, and everything inside this database. So for now, it's okay. And also, this is going to be the rules section, and here I can actually change the rules, and I'm going to just remove this condition of if. I can just remove it. Just keep in mind that I'm doing this because it's only a test mode project, but if you're creating a project for production, make sure to create the appropriate rules to just handle all the security things. But for now, because it's only for test mode, I'm going to just publish those rules, and that's all right. Now I can just get back to the VS Code. Here inside the repository, I'm going to just create a new file called user data service. And here I'm going to just create the class called, once again, user data service. Here I need to actually create two fields. One is going to be for the Firebase Firestore, and the next one is going to be for Firebase Auth. And I need to create both these, and it will help me to use both the packages easily. So first of all, I'm going to just create the Firebase Auth, and also it will be imported automatically. And the next one is going to be for the Firebase Firestore. And let me just first of all import this package cloud Firestore. And now I can create this field for Firebase Firestore, and I'm going to just call this Firestore. Let me just generate a constructor for this as well. And now I can create my first method to actually add the user data to the Firestore. So I'm going to just call this method add user data to Firestore. And this method is going to be asynchronous, and I can just do everything necessary inside this method. And actually, first of all, I need to create a user model here because, if I want to add the user data into this collection of users, first of all, I need to store that inside a model. So first of all, I need to create this model. So I'm going to just create a new folder called model, and inside that, I can actually create a file called user model. I'm going to just name this user model, and I will create all the fields necessary to this user model. And I'm going to have a lot of fields like display name, username, email, profile picture, and all of this. So let me just create them one by one. The first one is going to be a string called display name. It is the first field I want to create for this model. The next one is going to be for the username. Let me just create it. The third one is again a string of email. The next one is going to be for the profile picture. The next one is number of subscriptions, videos. The next one is user ID, and let me just also specify the data type, which is going to be a string. The next one is going to be description. I also want to have an optional description for each channel or user. So the last one is going to be the type. And if you wonder what is this type and why do I even need to use this, you'll understand later on when I want to work on the search feature. On that time, I need to use this type field inside the user model. For now, just remember that I'm gonna need to use this type, and I'm gonna also add this field for the video model as well. So I want to have it for both user model and also for the video model. And that's all you need to know for now. Now let me just generate constructor for this as well, and I also want to generate JSON serialization, and that should be okay. Now I get back to the user data service, and here I can actually create an instance of user model. So let me just create it. Let me just import for this user model, and then I'm going to just call this user, and I will just create the instance of this user model. And now I need to initialize all values for this different fields, And actually, I'm going to do that using some parameters. So I need to create some parameters to fill out the values for these fields. And I'm going to just create them one by one. And all of them are going to be required. And the first one is going to be for the display name. And of course, it's a type of string. The next one is going to be for the username. The next one is a string of email. The next one is for description. The next one is going to be for the profile picture. Again, it's a type of string. And the next one, actually, I have made a mistake here and I have made the wrong data type for the videos and also subscriptions. And let me just go to the user model, because the videos and the subscriptions is not a type of string, but actually the video is going to be as a type of integer and the subscriptions is going to be a type of list. So make sure to just correct this. It was a mistake. This should not be strings. And now let me just remove this JSON serializations, and I have to generate that once again. Let me just do it real quick. Okay, that should be all right. Let me also specify that this list is a type of string. So I have a list of strings for their subscriptions, and I want to just generate JSON serialization once again. I have to correct this error. I just need to add an extra parenthesis here. And actually inside these two methods, toMap and fromMap, maybe I want to change the field for the list of subscriptions because it may have generated the wrong one. So I want to just bring some changes here. So inside the fromMap, I'm going to just remove this thing for the subscription, and I will create one from my own because this may not work properly. So just remove it and instead use this one. And now it should be working fine perfectly. Get back to the user data service, and now I can create the actual parameters here. First of all, for the subscriptions, let me just create this parameter. And actually, I don't need to create any parameter for the subscriptions. And because for now, I'm going to just leave it as an empty list. Because once the user is created and the channel is created, it has no subscriptions. It's going to be empty for now. So that is the initial value. It's just an empty list. And for the videos, I'm going to just leave it like 0. That should be great. And the next one is user ID. And for the user ID, actually, I can just use the current UID for the current user who is logged in, because that is the exact user ID which I want to use, and that's going to be unique for every each user. So I can just use this auth, this instance of auth, and then I'm going to just bring it down. And I'm going to just use the current user and then UID. So the UID of the current user of the user who is logged in is going to be the user ID of that specific channel. And the final one is going to be the type, and I'm going to just leave it as the user because that is a user model. The type is going to be a user. And later on when I'm going to create the video model, the type is going to be just a video. And once again, you will know what's this about. So just for now, don't worry about it. Now that everything is done and I have the user model, I can actually create the collection of users and add the user data inside that collection. So I'm going to just use this instance of Firestore, and then I'm going to use the collection keyword, and it will just create a new collection called users. And if there's already a collection, it will just add the data into the collection. So I'm going to just go inside the collection of users, and then I need to specify a document for this specific collection, and this document is going to be just the current user and the UID, and this document is going to be just the current user that I'm going to just add, and the UID for it is going to be just the exact user ID which I have. So I'm going to just put this auth.currentUser.UID as the user ID for this specific document. And finally, I'm going to just use the set method to actually set the all data I want to be inside that collection and this specific document. And here I can just use this instance of user and then use a method called toMap that I just created. And using this toMap, I can actually add all the data into the Firestore database. and I can actually add all this data into the Firestore database just like, and this is a really better way to do that. So now this stuff are done and we're good here. Very well, now I have to create a provider for this class. So once again, we are using the provider Flutter Riverpod for this class to handle the state, which in this case it is the user. So I'm going to create another provider, which I'm going to just call it user data service provider. And of course, once again, we are using the simple provider, which is the simplest provider possible in Flutter Riverpod. And here I'm going to just return this user data service class. Exactly like the previous example, we need to initialize Firebase auth and also Firebase Firestore. So let's do it real quick. Very well, and I'm gonna just put some commas here to refactor or format the code. Very well, now we have access to this provider, and as I said already to you, that why do we need to use these providers? It will really help us to handle a set and use, in this case, like the user data. We are able to use this user throughout our project, and it makes life much easier for us. So let's just take this, and where do we need to add this provider, this user data service provider? I'm going to do it in username page. So we don't have anyone yet. Let's create one. So I'm going to create a new file, which I'm going to just call it username page.dart. Import the material.dart and just create and install this widget. This is going to be just called username page. And here I'm going to just return in a scaffold. So the first thing, I want to work on the UI of this username page, and later on we can add the functionality, and I will explain to you what do we need to do inside this username page. So I'm gonna just explain everything later on. First of all, let's create the UI of this username page. Let me just run the emulator that we can see how the UI is looking. Okay, this is what we got for now. As you can see, we are showing the home page because we showed this inside our main.dart. Let me just open it real quick. This is our main.dart, and right now what we are showing is just a stream builder, and we are saying that if we are signed in, I should show a login page, and in other cases I want to show the home page. But I'm going to change this to username page for now. Later on I will work it. I will just change it and fix it completely, but for now I'm going to just return the username page that we just created. Let me also just minimize the VS Code that we can just see while we are working on the UI of this username page. It's going to be like this. Okay, I'm going to just close this page and open username page. Inside the scaffold, let's move on to the body, and here first of all I'm going to just create a safe area. The child is going to be a padding widget. And we have a symmetric padding widget, and I'm going to just give it a padding vertically 26 and also horizontally 14. Okay, this is going to be my padding. Let me just close this one as well. Okay, very well. I'm going to also put a const here for now only, or maybe I should remove it. Okay, inside this padding I can have a text, and this text is going to be just saying enter the username. I'm going to also change the text style here and give it a color of blue-gray. Very well. And as you can see, this is what we got for now. I forgot to add a column here. Let me just take this padding, and first of all, inside the safe area I want to have a column, and inside the children property I can have a lot of widgets, and the first widget right here is going to be the padding widget, which is a text which says enter the username. After this I want to add the next widget, which is a text field. So we want to allow user to enter a username, and we need a text field to do that. So I'm going to just create a text form field. widget has a lot of properties which I have to add. First of all, I want to work on the decoration of this text field, which needs a class called input decoration. Let me just change the properties. First of all, I have to give it a hint text, which is going to be just saying like insert username. This is going to be my hint text. I'm going to also add a border, which is the type class of outline input border, and it has a border side, which I'm going to just change the color inside this border side, and I'm going to give it a color of blue. Let me just put some commas here to format the code. Now I also want to add not only border, but enable border and also focus border. So it just changes. I want to change the color of these borders on different conditions. For example, if it is enabled border, I want to give it a blue color. If it is a focused border, I want to give it a green color. So let's just quickly work on this one as well. First of all, if you have an enabled border, let me just copy this code as well. I also want the color of the border side to be blue. But if you have a focused border, in this case, I want to change the color to something like green. And I think this looks very nice. As you can see, the color is right now blue, but if I click on it, it got on a focus mode, and right now the color is green, and it looks very nice. The next one, I want to add a suffix icon, which for now, I'm going to just use icons verified user rounded, and the color of this suffix icon is going to be just a color of green. So I'm going to just give it a color of green. Later on, I'm going to change this because the suffix icon and also suffix icon color needs to be changed based on validation. So let me tell you right now that I want to add a validation feature for this username text field. It means that whenever the user is typing a username, I'm going to go through the database and I'm checking that if there is a username the same as the user has typed inside this text field. If it is the same, it means that this username is already taken and it is similar. In this case, I'm going to give the user an error to say you have to change your username because it is already taken inside our database. So when you want to work on that functionality as well, I need to change some UI, which one of them is this suffix icon and also suffix icon color, which if the validation is true, I'm going to show this verified user rounded, but if the validation is false, it means the user is not allowed to continue. I'm going to show it cancel icon. So I'm going to work on that one as well. So I just told you already to know it. I also need to wrap this text form field with a padding widget. So I'm going to add a padding, and the padding is going to be just from right side and also left side. Give it a padding once from the left side, which is going to be a padding of 20, and also from the right side, I'm going to give it a padding of 15. Let me just also change the left side to 15. Again, I'm going to just resize this VS Code that we can see this emulator properly. Very well, this looks very nice. And finally, what I need to add is I need to add an spacer first of all, because we want to give a resize. And finally, I need to add a button at the bottom of this page because this is where the user will be able to submit this text field. So I'm going to just create a flat button. So if you wonder what is this a flat button, it is a button that I have already created, and I can just open this flat button. As you can see, it takes 3 arguments, a text, unpressed, and also a color. So you can just change it on whatever you like. And inside this widget, we have only a container and then a text button. So it's really simple. And of course, if you have downloaded this starting project, you have access to all these widget pages and everything that I'm going to use throughout this project. Now I have to initialize this text on present color. The text is going to be just something like continue, not anything else. The unpressed is going to be empty for now. Later on, I'm going to add some stuff to it. And the color is going to be just a color of green for now. Very well. And now you're getting an error. I don't know what's the reason. Let me just run this project once again. Let me just terminate this and also run the project once again. Yeah, this is what we have so far. What I need, the final step for the completing of the UI of this page is to just go up, and here inside the column I need to change the cross-axis alignment properties, and I'm gonna just give it something like cross-axis alignment dot stretch, and it should solve everything for us. And as you can see, this is what we got, and also the enter username text is now at the beginning, so it's great. Let me also just give it a padding to this flat button because it's not looking very nice. So I'm gonna just wrap this with a padding widget, and I'm gonna just give it a padding from bottom, something like 45, or I should give it a little smaller, like 30. And also I'm gonna give it padding from left side 8 and also right side 8, and now it looks perfect. Let's also add some const to this file because it's giving us some warning, which is not looking very nice, and also it's also slowing down the computer. So let's just add this const, and now everything is good. So now that we are done with creating of this UI, I need to work on the functionality, and the first functionality that I'm going to work on is to have the unique user's name. So what I basically want to do is to, whenever the user is typing something inside this text field and they're entering their username, I want to add this functionality that it should just go and check the database. And if the username that is typed inside this text field is similar to any of the usernames inside my database, if they're the same, I want to just give an error to the user to say the username is already taken. So this is my goal, and let's work on this. First, I need to change this status widget to an stateful widget, and I need to add some more properties to this text form field right now. Let me just go inside this text form field. I need to add, first of all, a controller, and also I need a form key here. We need a key, and also I just need to wrap this text form field with a form widget. Very well. So let me just go and create, first of all, the controller. It is a type text editing controller, which in this case I'm gonna just call it username controller. Very well. And I also gonna create a form key. I'm gonna just call it form key, and it is a global key, which is the type form state. Very well, I can just use this form key and put it inside the key property inside my text field. And I can also put this username controller right here. Okay, now that we have the controller and also the form key, I think we are able to continue and create a method right here. I'm gonna go inside the state, and here I need to create a method called validate username, and this method is void. It means that we are not returning anything.
And inside this method, I want to create this functionality to not all users enter any similar username which is already inside my database.
So let me just create an instance of Firebase Firestore, and then I should go inside users collection. And here I need to get everything inside this database, and I'm gonna just, first of all, I need to make this method asynchronous and await this. Now I should store it inside a variable called users map. Now that I have access to the users map, I can just go ahead and I go and take all the docs, and then I can use the map method, and using this method I have access to every single user inside this collection, and I want to return this user and finally change it to a list. Now I have a list of users, so let me just store it inside this users variable.
Now that we have a list of users, I want to create a for loop
and check every single user inside the database and see if there is a similarity between our username and the usernames inside database. So what I can do is to create a for loop. I'm gonna just say for user or user in users It means that we are going and checking every single user inside this user's class, this user's list. So when we are checking it, and I'm checking every single user inside this user's list, which is our database. And here, first of all, I also want to have a string, which I'm going to just call it targeted username. And I can just give it something like, I can make it initially equal to nothing. It means I don't need to give it value for now. First of all, I need to say user.data username. This is the username from database. It is every single username inside the database because we are using a for loop. So now that we have access to every single username inside the database, I can go and check it to see if there is similarity, if it's similar to my username that is typed inside the text field. My username is called this username controller. So let me just take this, and I'm going to create a condition to say if username controller.text is equal to this username. If that is the case, it means if the username that is typed inside the text field is equal to every single username inside my database. If that is the case, it means that the username is already taken. And in this case, I don't want to allow user to continue. So let me just create a boolean here. I'm going to call it is validate. And using this boolean is validate, it just allows us to keep track of validation. And we can understand on which case the validation is false or true. If that is the case, it means that validation is not true. So I'm going to change this is validate property equal to false. And I'm going to do a set also. Very well. But I also want to make another condition, because in the first condition we just told that if the username controller, it means the username that is typed inside the text field is similar to one of the usernames, I want to make the validation false. It means I won't allow user to continue. But what if the user changes the username? When they see that they are getting error, they want to change the username. In this case, I'm going to add another condition to say if the username controller.text, it means my username, it is not equal to targeted username. Targeted username is the username that already was in our database, and it was equal to my username. I also need to add this inside my targeted username here, this username that was inside my database. If you got confused on while I was working, I'm going to explain it once I'm done, so don't worry a lot about it. I'm saying that if the username controller.text, it means the username that is typed inside the text field is not equal to the targeted username. In this case, I want to make the isValidate property once again equal to true, and also I'm going to do a set once again. And now we are done creating this validate username. So let me just check, let me just review it once quickly that what I've done inside this method. First of all, I just moved on to the collection of users and got everything inside this database. And then I had this users map. I used this map method to access every single user inside this database and change it to a list. So now we have a list of users. Then I created a for loop, and I just told that go inside every single user in the list of users. And now inside this for loop, we are checking that if the username that we are typing inside a text field is equal to user.data, the username, which is basically every single username inside our database. So if our username is equal to every single username inside each one of the username, I should say like this, that if our username is equal to each of that usernames inside the database, I don't want to allow user to continue. So I'm going to make this as validate equal to false. I don't want to allow user to continue because the validation is not true. But I want to also make another condition to say if the user changes the username, it means that if they are changing the username, that my username is not equal to that repeated username, in that case I want to make is validate equal to true, and I want to allow user to continue. This is basically all I did to create this validation. Now I need to put this method somewhere, and I'm going to just put it inside the unchanged property in the text form field. Let me just find this text form field, and here we have an unchanged property which takes an argument which is just our username. If you wonder what is this unchanged property, or I should say a listener inside this text form field, it is a listener that triggers every time we release a key on the keyboard. It means that whenever you start typing on the text form field, this unchanged property will be triggering every time. So I think this is the best place to add this validate username method. So I'm going to just put this method here. I also want to add another property which is validator. It also once again it takes the username, and here we can change this as well. And also I have auto validate mode, which I'm going to also change this one to always. When I change this one to always, it just allows us to see the changes real time, and we don't need to wait to submit the button, and in real time we can see the changes and the validation. Very well, now everything should be good. The final step is to change the UI based on validation. I take this as validate property, and I'm going to change some stuff based on whether the validation is true or false. The first thing that I need to change is this suffix icon. So I'm going to say that if isValidate is true, I'm going to show this verified user rounded icon. But if it is false, I want to show a cancel icons. I need to remove this const. I also need to change the color based on whether we are able to continue or not. So I'm going to say if isValidate is equal to true, I need to use a colors of green. But if it is equal to false, I want to show a color of red, which basically just tells the user that something is wrong here. Okay. I also need to change the background color of this flat button on whether we are the validation is true or false. So let me just check it once again, that if isValidate is equal to true, I want to show a color of green. But if it is equal to false, I want to show a color of red. Not red, I mean something like green, but with a shade of 100. That looks perfect. It's something like white color. We change the background color of this flat button. I also need to change this on press, but not now. I will do it later on when we add something inside that. And I change the suffix icon color, this suffix icon. And I believe that is all I need to change on whether we are able to continue and we are validated to continue or we are not validated. Okay, that is okay for now. Let me just put some const here. We are getting all these errors because my computer is not really working well right now. That is why that these errors are not permanent. It's just temporary errors because my computer is really slowing down right now. Okay, right now let's go and work on the last step I need, which is to add the user's data inside the collection of users whenever we are pressing this button. So as I already told you, inside this username page, the responsibility of this username page is not to only enter and allow user to enter the username. The responsibility is to add the whole user's data inside the database inside this onPress property. So I want to do this. So let me just leave a comment to say add user's data inside database. So that is what you want to do inside this onPress. And for doing it, first of all, I need to change this stateful widget to a consumer stateful widget. We already saw how can we change an status widget to a consumer widget, but right now we are seeing how can we do it to a stateful widget. So let me just do it. All you need to do is to just add a consumer before this stateful widget. And I'm gonna just also import the Flutter Riverpod package. And I also need to do this before this state right here, and also this one. And once I do it, the errors will be gone. Now I have this consumer stateful widget, which allow me to use the ref and connect between all my providers inside Flutter Riverpod. So now I'm going to use the ref, and then I'm going to use the read method. And the provider that I'm going to using here is user data service provider. And right now I'm able to use this add user data to Firestore method. As you can see, we have some properties here that I need to initialize: a display name, username, email, description, and profile picture. So I have to initialize all of them. About display name, email address, and also profile picture, I will pass them as parameters, and I will just initialize them inside the main.dart. So first of all, let me just create them. I'm going to create a final string display name, final string profile pic, and also final string display name, profile picture, and also I need an email. Very well, I'm going to just generate a constructor for them, and now everything should be good. Okay, very good. Now let's go to the bottom of the page and put that values inside this method. For display name, it is widget.displayName. Also, I'm going to do the same for email, and exactly the same for profile picture. Very good. About the username, I can just use the username controller.text, and also the description will be empty for now, because whenever you're creating a new user, it does not have a description, but later on the person can just add a description on their own. So first of all, I'm going to just put this initially equal to empty. Now we have all this display name, username, email, description, and profile pictures, and everything is good. Let me also just make this method asynchronous and await this method. Now everything should be good, and we should be able to add users data to the Firestore. And as a final steps, I also want to add this validation here. I'm going to just say if isValidate is equal to true, I'm able to just run this method, but if it is equal to false, I'm going to just return a null. It means that the user will not be able to use this add user data to Firestore when the validation is not true. And also, I'm going to do the same for the validator property. Here, I'm going to just say return if isValidate is equal to true. In this case, I'm going to just return null. And what does null mean? It means that there's no problem. But if it is equal to false, it means that we are having some error. I'm going to just return username already taken. So I want to return this. Let me just explain what we did here. Inside the validator, first of all, we have this username. And here I'm going to just say, if isValidate is equal to true, it means that there is no problem and we can just continue. In this case, I'm going to return a null. It means that there is no problem. But if the isValidate is equal to false, it means there is a problem, and I'm going to return this text, which is the exact exception, to tell the user that the username already taken. Very well, everything is good. Now I can just go on and continue whether it is working or not. So let me just run the emulator once again. Of course, we should have some error. I forgot one step. Now I need to go inside the main.dart, and I need to add one more functionality right here. So what we are doing inside the main.dart for now is just we are having a stream builder, and we are checking whether we are signed in or not using this special method or set changes. And we are checking if we are signed in. If we have not any data, it means that we are not signed in. I want to just return login page. In other cases, we are returning a username page, but that is not all I want to do. After I checked that I am signed in or not, in the first condition, which says if you are not signed in, just return a login page, I'm going to also put another condition which says if the data is loading, I need to return a loader. So I'm going to just say that if the snapshot.connection is set is equal to connection is set dot waiting, it means that the data is loading for now. I'm going to just return a loader. And if you wonder what is this loader, it is a pre-built widget I have created, and it is just simply a size box with a height and width, and also a circular progress indicator. And of course, you have access to it when if you have downloaded the starting project. Okay, and the final thing that I want to do is to add a second stream builder here. And in the second stream builder, I want to check whether the user's data is added to the Firestore or not. Let me just explain it real quick. In the first stream builder, we are checking that if the user is signed in or not. And if they are not signed in, we are returning a login page. If the data is loading, we want to show a loader. And if you are signed in, I want to show another stream builder. And in the second stream builder, I want to check whether the data is added to the Firestore or not. So you can just guess that in the stream property, I need to add something related to my database. Okay, so let's just go and create an instance of Firebase Firestore. I'm going to just move on to the collection of users. The doc will be the UID of the current user's UID. So I'm going to just create a Firebase auth instance, and then I'm going to use the current user dot UID. And finally, I need to use the snapshots. You just know that whenever we are using stream builders, we always use these snapshots. Now, inside the second stream builder, let's also check whether the data is added or not. So I'm going to create some more conditions. In the first condition, I'm going to just say if the snapshot dot has data is not true, or this is basically a sign in Dart programming language to say or snapshot the data that exists is again not true. If that is the case, it means that the user data is not added to Firestore, and in this case, I'm going to just return the username page. And I need to give a value to this display name, profile picture, and email as well. So I just need to create an instance of Firebase auth to say, now I have access to this current user, which is basically the user that has signed in right now, and I can just use its values. So I'm going to just store it inside a variable called user, and I can just use this user to initialize display name, profile picture, and also email. The next one is profile picture, and I'm going to use that as well. It is a footer URL, I mean. And also the final one is email. So in the first condition, we are checking that if we do not have any data, in this case, I want to return the username page, and we already know that inside the username page, we add all the users' data inside the users collection and our database. In the second condition, once again, I'm going to check if the data is loading. I want to return a loader. So if the snapshot dot connection state is equal to connection state dot waiting, in this case, I'm going to just return a loader. And finally, if the snapshot that has data is not equal to false, it means that we have the data, it is not loading. In this case, I'm going to just return the home page. So let me just review it once really quickly. We have two stream builders inside the main.dart. Inside the first stream builder, I'm checking whether we are signed in or not. It means that I'm going to use this auth state changes method, and I say if we are not signed in, go to the login page. If you are getting the data and it's loading, just return a loader widget. And finally, when we have the data, I want to return this stream builder, the second stream builder. In the second stream builder, I'm checking inside my users collection, inside my database, and I'm checking that, okay, I'm signed in, but does this user that has signed in has added the data to the Firestore or not? So I'm going to check it right this, that if the data is not added to the Firestore, I'm going to return a username page, which allows user to add the data, and if it is loading, return a loader, and if you have the data and everything is done, just return the home page. Right now, let me just run the project to see does it work or not. Right now, we are inside the home page because I have already signed in. Let me just close this project, and I'm going to go and delete the whole project. And right now, I want to go and run the project once again. Very well, as you can see, when we open the app for the first time, we get this login page. And this is exactly in the first stream builder that we don't have any data right here. So we are having this login page. When I click on the button, we can sign in with Google. First of all, let me just connect to the internet because I forgot to connect it. Okay, as you can see, I have these two IDs, these two accounts signed in. Let me just first of all open my database inside Firebase console. Okay, this is my project, and I'm gonna just move on to the Firestore database. And I have already these two accounts, these two users inside my collection, but I wanna just delete one of them. Okay, right now inside my collection and users collection, I have only one account, which is the display name Ahmad Amini and also the username Ahmad Amini, not capitalized. So just keep this in mind because I'm gonna check it. Right now, let's get back to the emulator. I'm gonna sign in with my second account, take Ahmad Amini, that I just removed it from my collection right now. I'm gonna just select this one. And as you can see, it is taking me to the username page. Let me just open VS Code. Right now, the authentication is done. So the first stream builder is done. And now it just opened the second stream builder. And because the user data is not added, it opened the username page, right? This one. And now let's check the validation that it's working or not. As you saw, the username for the first account was Ahmad Amini. If I type the same username, it should give me an error or should not allow me to continue. So let me just type that one, Ahmad Amini. And as you can see, it's not working. Whenever I type a username which is already inside my database, as you can see, this is the username in my database, it's giving me an error to say username already taken. And right now, if I click this, it won't work because I said if the validation is false, you should not allow user to add the user data. So I need to change this. And when I change it, I can once again enter and continue the process. Okay, I'm gonna just type div coder. This is going to be my username. And right now I'm able to continue. And when I hit continue, I will be navigated to the home page because when we have the data, we want to show the home page. Everything is working and it works perfectly fine. Now let's just move on to the next feature that you want to create in this project, which is going to be the channel feature. So as you can see inside the starting project, I have already this channel feature inside which I have just a widget folder. Inside I have these two files. The first one is the settings dialog and also the second one is the settings item. And of course, if you have downloaded the starting project, you have access to all of these files and folders and everything should be good to you. So inside the channel folder, I need to create two folders. The first one is going to be for my channel and also the second one is going to be for the user's channel. So of course, I could just create it one single page for this, but I'm not going to do that. And I want to just have two separate files and pages for my channel and also the user's channel. And it will make my life much easier and you will see how I'm going to do that. And if you can just understand what I'm saying, you will understand once I'm working on it. So let's just create the first folder, which is going to be my channel. And the next one is going to be the user's channel. And basically, I just want to put everything related to my channel inside this folder and everything related to the user's channel inside this folder. And what I mean by the user's channel is every other channel but not my own channel, which inside my channel, I'm going to just show my own user. It means the current user's data. And inside the user's channel, I'm going to show any other user's channel that the user clicks on. You will understand what I'm saying later on once I'm working on it. And for now, I'm going to just work on my channel, and then when I finish on that, I will work in the user's channel. Let me just also put this widgets folder inside my channel, which I'm going to need it, and I can also create a new folder, which I'm going to just call pages, and I will put all the screens inside this folder. But before working on a channel, I need to work inside my homepage. Let me just go to the homepage. And right here, what I want to do is to display my profile picture inside the homepage. That whenever someone comes to the homepage, which is going to be the first page that appears whenever the user opens this YouTube clone, the first page that they are going to see is this homepage. and I want to show and display the profile picture right inside the homepage, which when the user opens the app, they can see that on which account they are signed in. So first of all, let me just open the emulator and run the project. Okay, the project is running, and as you can see, the first page that I'm seeing is this homepage. And I want to just create this circle avatar inside which I will show the perfect picture right here next to this search icon. So let me just work on it. And what I'm going to do is, let me just close this extra tabs that we can see the VS Code properly, and we're good. And after this padding widget inside which I show an image button of search, I just want to go ahead and create a circle avatar, and inside that I can just show the profile picture of the current user who has signed in. And I will just give it a radius of something like 15, and also a background color of gray for now. And this is what we have. And I can also wrap it with a padding widget. Let me just resize this VS Code that you can see emulator properly. And I will put it right here and like this. Very well. I'm gonna just wrap this circle avatar with a padding widget, and I will give it a padding from the right side, which is going to be a padding of 8, and now it should look much beautiful. And I can just increase this padding to something like 12, and now it should be much better. Okay. The next, I want to display my profile picture inside of this circle avatar. So whenever the user signs in and they will see this homepage for the first time, they should see their profile picture, which is going to be the current user profile picture inside the circle avatar. So let's just work on it. And for doing it, I need to create a consumer widget. So up to now, we have seen that how can we convert a stateless widget into a consumer widget. And using this consumer widget, we can just listen to all changes to a specific provider and change the UI based on that provider and all the values. But not only we are able to just change like this stateless widget into a consumer widget, I'm also able to just create a consumer widget in some parts of this stateless widget. I mean that I don't have to just convert the whole stateless widget into a consumer widget. I can just create one inside the file. Let me just do it like this. I can just create a consumer widget, which is just a very simple widget which comes from the Flutter Riverpod package, and now it has a builder property. And right here, I can just return whatever I want. So let me come like this. And then I have access to this ref. And we basically know that using this ref, I can do anything and connect my consumer widget to a provider that I want to. So let me just use this ref and then the watch method. And right here, I need to use a provider to just fetch me the current user's data. So how can I do it? I need to create that method and also that provider. So I want to create it inside this authentication feature. Let me just go inside the repository and then user data service. And inside this user data service, as you can see, we have the first method, add user data to the Firestore. So this is the first method that allows us to add the data, but not only we want to add the data, but we also want to fetch the data back. So let me just create the second method and fetch the data from the Firestore. And I'm going to just call it fetch current user data. And of course, it's going to be an asynchronous method. And here I can use the Firestore and go inside the collection of users. And the document ID is just going to be the UID of the current user's account. So I'm going to just use the auth, current user, and UID. And finally, I'm going to get back all the data that I get from this collection. And I can just store it inside a variable, which I can just call it current user map. Now, I want to convert this map into a user model. So we already have a user model. So I'm going to use this, and I can just use a method called fromMap that we already created inside this user model. So let me just go inside. As you can see, we have two methods, toMap and also fromMap that we just generated using the serialization. And using these two special methods, toMap and fromMap, I can add and also fetch the data from Firestore. We already saw that how we added the data to Firestore using toMap, but now we are getting back the data from the fromMap. So I just use the fromMap method from this user model, and now I need to provide a map which is going to be the current user map dot data. So now we have the data, and I can just return this user, which is the type user model. I'm going to also specify what we are returning from this method, which is going to be a feature of user model. Very well. Now that I have the method, I also want to create a provider for this one. And I can just go ahead and create the first folder called provider inside this authentication. And I can just create this first and also the last provider that we have here, which is going to be a feature provider of current user provider. So I can just call it user provider. And here I need to create a feature provider. Up to now, we also only a simple provider. And using that provider, we were able to connect different providers. We use Drift, we use consumer widgets. But above that, I'm also able to just create a feature provider. Feature provider is just an alternative to feature builder, which we have in Flutter SDK itself. And it's a much more useful way, which makes our code maintainable and readable and also organizable. So I just can say that feature provider is much better choice than a feature builder from the Flutter SDK. And we can just simply create it like any other provider. I'm going to just first give it a name like current user provider. And then I can just specify the type of provider, which is in this case a feature provider. And as you can see, we already have this ref. And what I want to do is to just use this ref to find the method that I just created inside user data service, this fetch current user data. So let me just use this ref and then the watch method, and then the provider that I need to use, just guess it which provider. It's the current user data. It's user data service provider, if you remember it. And then I can just use the fetch current user data provider. And I'm gonna also make this method asynchronous and await this. And finally, I can just insert it inside a variable of type user model, which I'm gonna just call it user. And I'm gonna return this user. Let me also import this user model. And I will also just specify the type of this feature provider, which in this case, user model. Here, we just specify that we are returning a user model from this feature provider. So now let me just use this current user provider, which is a type feature provider, and I'm just gonna paste it here and import it. And here I have access to a special method called when. And what is this when? It is allow us to just organize our code based on different situations. Like if we have the data, if you're having an error, and what if the data is loading. So we can just handle the data and show it to the UI based on different scenarios. And first of all, let me just specify what if we have loading. I just want to show a loader page. And of course, we have this inside the starting project. And the next, if there is an error, I'm going to just return this error page. Again, we have this inside the starting project. And when we have the data, actually, I want to return this profile picture, which is going to be this circle avatar. So let me just copy it. And now I'm going to paste it right here. And the data is going to be just the current user in this case. And everything is good. I also need to return this ref and put accounts here. So everything is good. And what we are saying is basically we have a consumer widget to just listen to our providers and change the UI based on different values. And then I'm going to return this ref.watch, and we use this current user provider, which is a type feature provider. And we are just saying that when we have an error, we want to show this error page. If the data is loading, we want to show a loader. And when we have the actual data, I just want to show a circle avatar, inside which I want to just show the background image. So I'm going to just use the cached network image provider, and the URL is going to be current user dot profile picture. Let me just remove this cons, and everything should be good. Very well. And now we should be able to see our own profile picture, the current user profile picture inside the homepage using this consumer widget. So let's check it. We have this error. Let me just terminate the project and run it once again. As you can see, the data is loading, and while loading it shows me a circle indicator because it's loading the data, and once the data is loaded it shows me the profile picture, and this is the current user's profile picture, and everything is working fine. Now that we are done with the homepage, I can just get back to the channel feature and start creating my pages and everything inside this folder. So first of all, I need to create a file for the my channel screen. So let me just create this file real quick, which I can just call it my channel screen. And inside this file, I just want to show everything related to my channel. Basically, what I want to create is just a page inside which I want to show all the current users data, which is going to be my profile picture, display name, username, number of subscriptions and videos, and also a tab bar and a tab bar view. So I just want to create this, so let's go ahead and do it. I need to import this material.dart, and then I can just create this status widget, which I'm going to just call it my channel screen. So now let's create this scaffold inside which we have a body, and just like always a safe area. The child is a padding. The padding is going to be just for now only from the top side, which I'm going to give it a padding of 20, and also the child is going to be a column. So now inside this column, first of all, let me just give a const to this scaffold. Inside this column, the first thing that I want to create is a circle avatar. And I want to just show my profile picture inside the circle avatar, and I will give it a radius of 34, a background color of something like gray, and I will also show the background image, but for now I'm not going to do it. Let me just run the project that we can see what we have so far. Okay, we are again inside this homepage. So for now, I'm gonna just change the main.dart, and instead of the homepage, I just want to show my channel. And it's not gonna be last forever, because once I'm done and I have created some of the pages, I will just convert this into the home screen, and I will put the my channel screen on the wherever it's needed. But it's just gonna be for now that I can just show you that how I'm creating this page. And again, I'm going to just minimize this whisker that you can see properly the emulator. Okay, let's just go ahead and create this my channel screen. And the first thing, I need to change this main axis alignment to center, that I can just center this. Actually, not like this, so I'm not going to do this, and instead I'm going to just wrap this circle avatar with the center widget. And now we have this right here. I can also increase this to something like 38, that it gets much bigger. After this circle avatar, I want to show something like a display name. And for doing it, I just need to create a text. And for now, my display name is going to be Ahmad Amini. Let's also change the styling of this text. We will have a font size of something like 24, font weight of bold, and that's all for now. This is what we got. I can also increase this font size actually to something like 27, that it gets much bigger. I'm okay with 26. The next, I want to create a rich text. So inside this rich text, what I want to create is basically, I want to show the username, number of subscriptions, and also a number of videos inside this rich text. First of all, let me just remove this const and put it right here, and right here. And here I need to create a text span, and it has a children, and I'm going to create 3 children for it. One is going to be for the username, the next one for the number of subscriptions, and final one is for the number of videos. So let me just create them. The first one is going to be my username, so I can just call it something like Ahmad-Amini. I can also just copy and paste it some more times, 2 times more. And the next one is going to be for number of subscriptions, and initially it's going to be equal to no subscriptions, because whenever the user creates account for the first time, there is no subscriptions, and also there is no video. So I'm going to just write like this. As you can see, nothing is displaying into the emulator, and the reason is that I haven't changed the text style, and right now the color is just something like white and you can't see it. So let me just change the styling. Here we are going to have a color of like blue-gray, and let's see how does it look like. It looks good. Let me just also add some spaces right here, and now it should look much better. And finally, I also want to add a text here to say just more about this channel, just like the actual YouTube. And I just need to add some padding to this. As you can see, it's not really looking very nice, so I need to add some padding to it. And first of all, I'm gonna just wrap this text for display name and wrap it with a padding, of course. First of all, I'm gonna give it a padding from the top side, a padding of 10, and also from the bottom side I can give it a padding of like maybe 4, and that's it. It looks nice. The next, I also can wrap this rich text with a padding, and I will give it a padding only from the bottom side, and it will be something like 9, and I hope it looks beautiful. I think it does, so let me just put a const right here and also right here. So now I have this. I have a circle avatar, I have a display name, I have this username, subscriptions, videos, and also this text at the bottom. The next, I want to create actually some buttons right here, which is going to be for the managing videos and also navigating to some other pages, and it's exactly the same like we have in actual YouTube clone. Let me just go ahead and create this. So first of all, I need to create a container, and inside this container I want to create my button. First of all, let me just give it a decoration. It has a colors of like gray for now, and I'm going to also give it a border radius, which is going to be border radius from the all sides, and it will be circular to something like 9, and I hope it looks nice. And I need to give it a child that we can actually see this container, and the child of this container is going to be a text button, and this text button has an onPress, which is for now just empty, and also it has a text to say manage videos. Let me just change the UI because it really doesn't look very beautiful for now. Let me just change the text style of this one and give it a color of like black. And then I can just give this gray color a shade of 300, and now it should be like this. After that, I also want to create 2 more buttons in a row, just side by side to this manage videos button, and these 2 buttons are going to be the type image button. First of all, let me just take this container, and first I want to have a row. Inside the row I want to have this container and also 2 more image buttons. And if you just wonder that what is this image button, I should say that it is a pre-built widget that I have already created, and of course it's inside the starting project, and basically it's just our padding widget. It has a gesture detector to just check this on top, and here we have just a container inside which I have used an asset from the assets folder in my project, and it's very useful having this image button. First of all, it has an onPressed. Of course it's going to be empty for now. And also we have an image, a half color, which is going to be true for now. And this image is going to be something like pen.png. Let me just check it. This is the icon that I have created. I'm going to just copy this one more time. And the next icon, the asset, is going to be just time watched.png. And as you can see, this is the second icon. Having this size, about changing the size of these buttons, I can just wrap them with expanded widget. First of all, starting from this container, I'm gonna just wrap it with expanded widget, and I will give it a flex of 3, and this flex just specify the size of this child of this expanded widget. I'm going to also just wrap this two more buttons with expanded widget. I'm not going to just specify the legs. And this is the final one. And as you can see, it looks much beautiful right now. I just need to change the height of this manage videos button. So let me just come here inside the container. I can just change the height property to something like maybe 40. And I need to give it something like 44, I believe. Or it should be like 41. I hope it matches. And I think that's perfect. I don't need to change it anymore. I also want to get that color from this image button. You know, the color of this button is just something like soft blue background. Let me just implement this inside the manage videos button as well. And instead of this, we can just have this one, and I will also have to import it. And this soft blue gray background is just a color which I have already created inside this file's colors, and of course it's inside the starting project. And it's going to be very useful throughout this project, these colors. So now we have everything, and as you can see, this is how it looks like. I just need to wrap this row with a padding and give it a padding from the top side. So let me just do it. We will have a padding from the top side, and it's going to be a padding of 10, I believe so. I can just increase this padding to something like 16, which makes it much more beautiful. Okay, let's go to the final part, which is going to be adding a tab bar and a tab bar view here. So first of all, I'm going to just add a tab bar here. So let me just scroll down, and outside of this row and a padding, I can just create the tab bar. I also do a comment here that you can understand that I have created a tab bar right here. And I can just use the pre-built widget from the Flutter itself, which is the tab bar. And to use this tab bar and tab bar view inside Flutter, first of all, you need to have a controller. And I'm going to just use the default controller. So what I can do is to just take all the scaffold. Let me just take all of them. And I need to return, first of all, a default tab controller. And using this default tab controller, I can just specify like I want to have 7 tabs here, and the child is going to be just my whole project. Now I can use this tab bar to create it, and the first and the only required parameter inside this tab bar is a tab. So you need to just specify all the tabs that you want to create. And the tabs that I want to create, the first one is the home. Let me just copy and paste it some more times. I want to have 7 tabs. So I'm going to just need to create 6 more of these tabs. The next one is videos. The next one is shorts, community, playlists, channels, and the final one is about. So this is just extra. I'm going to remove it. And now we have this tab bar. But when I see the emulator, it's really not looking very beautiful. So I need to change some properties inside this tab bar to make it much more beautiful. And the first one, which is more important, is this is scrollable. Right now that it's looking like this, it's because it's not scrollable and it makes it to look like this. But if I just change this scrollable to true, now it looks like this, which is much more beautiful. But I'm going to also add some more properties to this tab bar to make it much more beautiful further than this. First of all, let's just add a label style, which is going to be the type text style. And I will just change the font size to 15. And I also want to just give it a font weight of W500. So I will just use this font weight 500. I will also want to change the indicator size. So let me just change it real quick. And the indicator size is going to be just the tab bar indicator size dot label. Good. And the indicator padding is the next property, which I'm going to just give it a padding from the top side and 12. Very good. I believe that's enough for now. And if it's necessary, I'm going to also add some more properties to this tab bar. And right now it should be much more beautiful. I just need to just wrap the whole tab bar with a padding, to give it a padding from the bottom, from the top side. And I will have a padding of like 14 from the top side. Okay, and this is what we got for now, and I believe it's much more beautiful. Now that we have this tab bar, let's also add a tab bar view, which is basically the pages that we need inside each tab. As you can see, if I scroll between different tabs right now, nothing changes. There is no pages. Let's add that one as well. So just above this padding and tab bar, I can just create this tab bar view, and it got a children property which is required, and I just need to add 7 children for each of these tabs that we have. So let's just create them one by one. I'm going to just create a center widget which has a child of this text, which is going to be again the same names that we had before, and I will just copy it 6 more times that we can use in this tab bar view. The next one is going to be videos, shorts, community, playlists, channel, and the final one is going to be about. Very good. Now let me just do it a const here, and right now let me just wrap this tab bar view with an expanded widget. We got some UI error. Now everything should be good. And when I just scroll into different tabs, the page changes. Now I'm inside the videos tab and the shorts, community, playlist, and everything, so on and so forth. So now it's looking much more beautiful. So I believe that we have a really good UI till now. So before going into the logic and adding the logic to actually display the actual data of the current user, let me just modify and organize my code. As you can see, there are a lot of code inside this page. We have 152 lines of code, and I believe it's somehow messy. So I'm going to just put some of these widgets inside a different file, and it's going to be parts of this file. Let me just show you what I really mean. First of all, we have all these widgets starting from the circle avatar up to this, more about this channel, up to this right here. And it's all about the user's data, like profile picture, display name, username, and everything. So I can just add it inside a separate file, which is going to be my widget top header, because it's the top header of my page. So I'm going to just let me just close this auth, and inside my channel, I can add a new folder, which I can just call parts. And inside this folder, I will put the different parts of my pages, like my channel screen pages. I divide them into different parts and put it right here, which makes my code much more organizable. And the first file is, as I said, is going to be top header. Let me just import the material.dart, create an status widget, which I'm going to just call it top header widget. Actually, it's not a widget, it's just top header because it's part of my screen. And here, at first, I'm going to just return a column, and then I can paste all the code right here. Now, inside this my channel screen, instead of all that code, I can just use this top header right here. Just import it and use it right inside the my channel screen. And as you can see, the UI is just exactly the same. There is no changes. And I can exactly do the same to this, tab bar and tab bar view. Let me just copy this one as well, this tab bar. And right here, I can create a new file, which I can just call it tab bar. And here I'm going to just call it tab bar widget. Again, not widget. I can just call it page tab bar, and I will just paste it inside this instead of this placeholder. Very good. Now let me just use it inside this screen. And the final one is going to be just this tab bar view. A new file, which I can just call it tab bar view. and I can just call it page, no, tabs. And actually, let me just rename this to tab pages. It gives more meaning to say tab pages. And I can just return this one as well right here. And let me just use it inside the my channel screen. And that's it. Now my code is much more recognizable. I have a tab pages right here. I have a tab bar, and also I have some buttons here, and here I also have this top header. Actually, I can just put these buttons as well inside a separate file. So starting from this padding up to right here, I can just copy all the code and create a new part, which is going to be buttons. Again, import the material.dart, create an status widget, which I'm going to call it buttons. And that's it, buttons. Here, just return a column. And inside this column, I can have all these widgets. You have to import this one as well. And now we don't have any error. Also import this one. Very good. And now I can use these buttons right here. And as you can see, let me just remove this const, because I can just put a const the whole page right now. And as you can see, right now the code is much more organized. I have a my channel screen. Here I have a top header, which I just show my user data. I have buttons, which I have 3 buttons inside the row. I have a tab bar, a page tab bar, and also tab pages. And as you can see, the UI is exactly the same, and there is no difference here. Now that you are done here, let me just add the most important part. It means adding the actual data from server and placing just inside these different widgets. So what I want to do right now is to use that future provider that I just created and add the data and put the data inside different widgets in this screen. And to do that, I can just change the whole status widget to a consumer widget. And as you know, I have to add a widget ref into the build function. Okay. Right now, instead of returning this default tab controller, let me just take everything. I need to use this ref, and then I can use the watch method to watch a method. And what I'm going to just watch is the current user data provider, which you already know that it's a future provider. Let me just hover over it, and you can see it's a type future provider of a user model. And now, once again, like we just saw inside the homepage, I can just use the when method, which is a special method, which again allow me to handle the situation on different cases like the data, error, and loading. And we are exactly going to do the same once again. If we have the loading, I just want to show a loader page. If we got any error, I just want to show an error page. And finally, when we have the data, I just want to show everything which I had. Really good. And as you can see, the data is the current user once again. Using this current user, I can just put the actual data inside each of these pages. First of all, I'm going to go inside this top header and create a parameter here, which is going to be the type user model. And I can just place this user model into actual codes. First of all, let me just change the circle avatar. And we have a background image. Once again, I'm going to use this cached network image provider, and I can use the user.profilepic to add the value right here. Remove the cons and everything should be good. The next one is the display name. I can again use this user.displayName to show the display name of the current user. The next one is going to be for the username, number of subscriptions, and also videos. Let me just place them, each one of them. User.username, this is the first one. The next one is number of subscriptions, so I can just say once again user.subscriptions. And after that, I'm going to just say it is number of subscriptions, just to tell the users that it's about subscriptions, because this one is just giving us, it's just giving us a number, like If the subscriptions is equal to 0, which is equal to 0 initially, it will just give us a 0. But I also want to show subscriptions. We just tell the user that it's about subscriptions. And the next one is about videos. So I can just say user.videos and videos. Okay. Now inside my channel screen, I have this error because it wants this user, which is going to be equal to current user. Let me just remove this const. Okay. And let me just check what we have. As you can see, I have this data. Actually, my display name is not really looking very nice, but the other information is good. The information is completely correct. This is my display name, which I'm going to just change it. This is the username divcoder. This is number of subscriptions, which is giving me an empty list. So let me just change it real quick. I don't want to have a list. I want to have the actual data. So I can use this user.subscriptions.length actually, and it will just give me the number of length of this list of subscriptions. And right now it's giving me 0 subscriptions and 0 videos. So everything is perfectly working fine, and we have shown all the data inside this page. The next, I also need to create a new page for settings channel. I need to create a page which inside that I can just change some of the settings inside my screen, like display name, username, description, and all of this. I need to be able to change that one as well. So first of all, let me just close all the saved pages, and then I can just go and create a new page which is called channel settings. Just import the material.dart and create a status widget called my channel settings. Okay, that's great. The next, I need to have a scaffold just like always, and then inside the body I want to have a safe area inside which I want to have a padding, and once again we'll have a padding only from the top side, which is going to be a padding of 20. And then inside the child I have this column. Okay, everything is good up to now. So now inside this column I want to create my settings channel, which is going to be just, first of all, I need to show once again the profile picture inside the circle avatar, and then I can show my display name, username, and description. And here we don't want to just display this information. We want to be able to change this information. So I want to enable user to edit the user's data. Like users will be able to edit username, edit display name, and edit this description. So let's just create each one of them. The first, I just need to create actually a stack widget. Okay, first of all, inside the children, I can create an asset image. And it's going to be inside the assets, and the first one is the Flutter background .png. Let me just run the emulator once again, and we can see how does it look like. I will just once again minimize this VS Code that you can see emulator. And I just need to go to main.dart, and again, because we are working on the UI, I will change this my channel screen to the screen that I am building, which is going to be channel settings. Okay, great. Now inside here, the first thing that I had to show was a Flutter background, and actually it's not inside the assets, it's inside assets and then images, and then I have this asset Flutter background.png, and I just want to show this as a background image for my project and my channel. And first of all, let me just remove this padding, because we don't need to have a padding from the top side, and it's just want to be just stick to the top of the page. About the height, I also need to change the height of this asset image. So let me just wrap it with a size box. and change the height to something like 200 pixel, or should I make it just smaller to something like 170? And I just need to change the fit property inside this image to box fit dot cover, and it will just cover the whole page for me. First of all, let me also change the width to double dot infinity, and now everything is great. Then inside this background, I also want to add my profile picture right at this, at the center of this background. Right here, I want to show my profile picture, so I can just create another widget inside this stack widget, which I'm going to just create a circle avatar inside which I want to show my profile picture. The radius is going to be just something like 20, background color gray, and it's like that. And I'm going to just wrap it with a position to change the position of this circle avatar. I will give it a position from the left side. I want to have a padding, or I can say a distance of 50 pixel. Let me add some more, like 120. You can just use trials and errors to find the perfect spot for yourself. And also I'm going to do the same for the top, which is going to be, first of all, 80, or it's a lot. Let me just use 65, and that's perfect. I will also change this bar, the radius of this circle avatar to 30. I want to make it bigger and change this to 60. Right now, maybe it's okay, and you can, as I said, you can just use trials and errors to find the perfect spot, the perfect place for the circle avatar. It's all about what we did. And right now it's just a blue-gray. Right now it's just a gray color, but later on I will add the profile picture right inside the circle avatar. And actually, I also want to add a camera image right here. I need again this positioned, and the child is going to be an asset image once again. And I will use assets, and then I will go inside icons, and then I'm going to use this camera.png. It's an icon which I have inside my assets folder, and it's the icon that I need. First of all, let me just change the height to something like 30 maybe. I want to make it much smaller, something like 38 or 34. That should be perfect. And I can also change the color to white. And finally, I just need to change the position. So I wanted the position to be something like it has a 10 pixel distance from the right side, or should I increase it to 60? And also I wanted to have some distance from the top, something like 20, maybe that's great, or maybe 10. And that's now, I believe, beautiful. And later on, we can use this to change the profile picture, and we will see how we can do it. Okay, this was the top of my page. The next, I want to add some more stuff to this page, which is going to be some item widgets in which I can just change my display name, my username, and also description. And it's all about the widgets that I have here. So I have this settings item. I believe I can use this settings item to just create that rows which allow me to change display name and username and everything. So let's use this settings item. Let's get back to the channel settings, and right after the stack widget inside the column, I'm going to just write a comment to say the second part, which just makes specify for me that where are we right now. And right here I will create this settings item and of course import it. And as you can see, it has some required parameters, and identifier, onPress, and value. The identifier for the first one is going to be just name, because we are creating a name. The onPress is going to be just empty for now, and the value is going to be something like Ahmad Ami, my name, actually my display name. And this is created right here. I want to create some more of this, so let me create this one as well. The second one is going to be for the username, so I will give it an identifier of handle, and my username is going to be Ahmad Amini. it's just hard coded for now. And the last one is about description. And description is going to be empty for now, because when users create their account for the first time, they have no description, but later on they can add their description, and we'll add this functionality as well. Now let me just add some size box between them, and it has a height of something like 60 maybe, or 14. That's going to be completely enough for this one. So now we have this name, handle, and description, and it's looking, I believe, beautiful. I just need to add a size box right here as well, because I wanted to have some distance from the top of the page. So right now everything is correct, and I also want to add some more widgets at the end of this column, which is going to be the first one, a row. Let me just create a row as children, and inside this children I can first of all create a text to say keep all my subscribers private. I'm just creating this because it's actually inside the actual YouTube. The next, I also want to create a switch widget, and the value is for now true, and it has an unchanged which has the value. And I will just say what is the switch and how can we use it. Actually, this is the switch. I just want to be able to have this one as well in my project, say keep all my subscribers private, and users can just change this button or this switch true or false. They can change it. And for doing it, first of all, let me just have the full screen, and instead of just putting it true and as the value of the switch, I can actually make it more dynamic. First of all, let me just change this widget, this stateless widget, into a stateful widget, and then I can create a boolean which is called I can call this boolean as something like is switched. I'm going to call it like this, and initially it will be equal to false because we don't want the switch to be true initially. And then instead of this true, I can just give it this value of this boolean, which is switched, and whenever this unchanged property inside the switch triggers, that means whenever the user changes this switch, I want the value of this unchanged to go inside the is switched. So I will put and insert the value of a value, which is the value of this switch inside the is switched, and later on I can just do a set state. Everything should be perfectly fine. And let me also change the UI of this. First of all, I need to give it a min axis alignment to space between, and I can just wrap it with a padding widget from the left 8, and also from the right it will be 8, and that's looking perfectly fine. Okay, that's great. And the last, I also want to add a text at the end of my page, at the bottom of my page. So let me create a text here to just say changes made on your names and profile pictures are visible only to YouTube and not other Google services. So it's just a text that we already have in the actual YouTube, so I'm going to just add it here. There is no purpose for adding it, but I just want it to be or I can say I want it to have a more beautiful UI, so I add this one as well. And as this text, I just need to change the text align and also give it some padding. So first of all, let me just give it a text align, which is going to be text align.center, and I will also wrap this with a padding from the left. I can say just padding symmetric and horizontal 10, and this is actually how it looks like. I will also change the background color, I mean the color of this text. So let's just change the style, and I will give it a color of something like gray. and not actually gray, but I can give it a color of blue-gray. I believe this is more beautiful, and everything is perfectly fine. It's great. Let me just give it also a vertical padding and give it a padding of 14. Alright, just increase it to something like 20. Okay, this is my settings channel page, inside which I can just change my display name, my username, and also the description. The UI is complete now, and what I can work on right now is just adding the logic and functionality to see the profile picture right here, and then be able to change and edit this username, display name, and everything. So before this, we saw that how can we convert an stateless widget into a consumer widget, and we also saw that how can we create a consumer widget inside a scaffold without just changing the whole stateless or stateful widget. But now I want to convert a stateful widget into a consumer widget, and for doing it, you just need to add a consumer before a stateful widget, and then let me just import this Flutter Riverpod to this file, and then copy this consumer. You also need to paste it right here before this state here, and also here. And right now all errors are gone, and you can just use a consumer inside your stateful widgets. And you don't have to just create a ref by yourself, because you already have access to this ref. Let me just show it somewhere. For example, inside this, I can just have access to this ref, and I can use, for example, this read method. It's already made for me. So now let's go and create the logic to, first of all, add the current user data. First of all, for this, profile picture, because I wanted to show it right there, and also there and there. So once again, like I did before, I can just take the whole scaffold. Let me just take the whole scaffold, and I can use ref.watch, and once again I'm using the current user data provider, and using this when method. If the data is loading, I will show a loader. Also for the error one, I will show an error page. And when we have the data, I actually want to show all these widgets and everything here. Okay, so now this data is once again the current user, and I can just use it to display my data. First of all, I need to change the background image of this circle avatar. I will create this background image, once again using this cached network image provider, and the URL is going to be the current user dot profile picture. Let me just remove these cons, and everything is good. It should show, and as you can see, this is my profile picture, and it's showing well right here. Then next, I also want to change my display name right here. Let me just take this and use the current user dot display name. The next one is the username, so I will do exactly the same, but I will change the display name to username. And the next one is about descriptions. I will again use this one, but description. Okay, I believe everything is done. So I have my profile picture, my display name, username, and also this descriptions. And it is done, but the next I want to be able to edit this. What I mean is, whenever the user clicks on this pen button, whenever the user click on it, they should be able to just change or edit their display name, username, and descriptions. So how can I do it? Inside this onPressed, for the first one is going to be the display name. So let's add, how can we just edit display name? I need to create this, so I will have a comment here. So let me just create a new folder called repository inside my channel, and here I need to create a file which is going to be just maybe edit fields.dart, and right here I can just create a class called edit settings field. And again, I need to have access to the Firebase Firestore and also Firebase auth. Let me just create them. The first one is Firebase Firestore, so I will have an instance of Firestore, and the next one is going to be for the Firebase auth. And then I can just generate constructor for it. The first method inside this class is going to be the edit display name. Of course, it's an asynchronous method, and here we want to be able to edit the display name, and I need this display name as a parameter here, so I'm going to just write display name. It will be used as parameter. And what I want to do is to just go inside the Firestore and then the collection of users. The doc is going to be just the current user UID, so I'm going to use the auth.current user UID, and then I will just update. And what I want to update is the display name, because we want to edit that field. So I'm going to just go inside display name, and I want to just update it to the new display name, which is going to be this display name which we have as parameter. Let me just create some more of this, because I need to do the same for a username and also descriptions. The next one is going to be edit username, and also we have the edit description. Here we have the username and also the username. Here we have the description. Okay, everything is perfectly okay. Let me just create a provider out of this, and again, it's going to be just a simple provider, and we already know that how can you create these providers. This is going to be just called edit settings provider, again equal to a simple provider, and I can just return this edit settings field. I just need to initialize this Firestore and also Firebase auth. Okay, everything is right. And now I can just use this edit settings provider to access this class. Okay, now I want to just use this to create this functionality to edit the display name. And here I can use my second widget, which I already created, which is going to be the settings dialog. So whenever this onPressed is triggered, first of all, I want to show a dialog, and then inside the builder, I want to return this settings dialog. Okay, that's great. And as you can see inside the settings dialog, I have an identifier. Let me just see what I need to do. I have to go and get to that edit fields provider, and then I can access to this edit display name actually. So I want to have this method, and when do I really need to use this edit display name is whenever we have an identifier, which I can just give it something like display name, and the next property is just onSave, and this onSave has a display name and this like this. And right here, I can use this ref to edit display name. And this parameter that I need to fill inside this edit display name, which is my display name, the new display name, is going to be just this name. And everything is working perfectly fine. And if you just get confused at what I exactly did here, I'm going to just go through it once again, so don't worry. Before that, let me just finish these two headers for the username and also description as well, and then I'm going to just tell you that what I did. Let me just copy everything, and I will paste the same for the username, but I just need to change this to username. I need to use this edit username, again username, and also change this one to username. Okay, and I will also do the same for the description. I just need to change this to description, this one, and also this one. Okay, now it should be working. So let's see what exactly we did. First of all, I just created this settings dialog, which is, it shows, it's just a dialog. It's just an alert dialog. Whenever we click on the button, I want to show an alert dialog and say if you really want to just edit that. And inside this alert dialog, I have an identifier which specifies whether it's a display name, a username, or a description. And then I have a text field, which inside this text field, the user is able to enter the new display name, username, or description, and I just get access to that using this controller. And finally, I have this cancel button, which just navigate back, and also this save button, which allow me to just save everything and do. And I just pass this save function as a parameter to this channel settings page. So what I'm doing here is basically to say, first of all, whenever this button is clicked, show me a dialog, and then return the settings dialog, which the identifier for here is display name. And then I have this onSave method. Whenever the user clicks on save, I want to access this name. So this name is the exact new name that the user has entered inside the text field. And I just get access to this name, and I just call this provider edit settings, and then I use the edit display name. And as you saw here, I just go inside the collection of users. On the UID of the current user, I just update the current display name, the current username, and also the current descriptions. So this was all I did inside this page. And now I have to test it out whether it's working or not. So let me just run the project. Yeah, it's already running, so let me just do a hard restart. So as you can see, we have this one, my profile picture, display name, and everything. And when I click on this button, it gives me something like a dialog. And I can just enter, for example, my new display name, which is going to be Ahmad Amini. Okay, and when I click save, now it has to change my display name. So let me just do a hard restart, because it's not a stream, it's a future. It's not changing instantly, but it should be changed. Yeah, and as you can see, this is my new display name. And I can also do the same for the username and also for the description. So let me just give it a new description. For example, hello world, I am Ahmad Amini. Okay, let me just do a save once again. And after doing a hot restart, the description should be edited. And this is my new description. Hello world, I'm Ahmad Amini. So everything is working. Now I have my channel, and I have my channel settings, and I'm able to edit my properties inside the current user. I'm able to edit display name, I'm able to edit username, and also description. As I said at the beginning of the course, we will have a lot of homeworks throughout this tutorial. And here I'm going to give you the first two homeworks. The first homework is going to be, you have to change this, you have to create this ability and this feature that user can change the profile picture as well. So as you saw, I have created this little camera icon. I want you to create this feature that whenever the user clicks on this button, they should be able to pick a new image and change their profile picture. I want you to do this. And the second homework is going to be very easy. You just need to add a validation to this username. As you saw at the authentication feature, whenever the user wants to create a username, we check whether the username is unique or not. So all the validation that you saw already. I want you to create the same validation in this part as well, that whenever the user tries to edit username, they should also check they should also be checked that if the username is validated or not. So I want you to create these two features, and this is going to be your first homeworks, and I hope that you can do it well. Now I want to also change this text. It's not looking very nice. Let me just change it to identifier. I want it to be something like your new display name, and I will do the same for this one as well. I want to change to your new username, and also for this one, no, your new description. Now let me just do a hot restart. And when I click on this, it says your new display name, and I'm able to change it. And if you believe that the UI is not looking very nice, maybe at the end I also change the UI more, and you can also do it yourself to change the UI appropriately like the way you want it to be. I'm not going to go any further. So in the previous tutorial, we saw how can we create the My Channel page, and we also added every logic and everything necessary to that creating of My Channel. And right now I want to just focus on creating user channels. So we already have this folder right here, and I'm going to just go ahead and create the pages first of all. And inside that I have only one page, which is going to be user channel page. So what I'm going to create inside this page is something really similar to My Channel. I'm going to just show a background image of a Flutter background, and then I will show profile picture, display name, username, number of subscriptions, and videos. But the way that I format this data will be a little different than I did in the My Channel. And also I will have a subscribe button, which inside, whenever a user clicks on that subscribe button, we will be able to subscribe the user that we are inside the channel. And also at the bottom of the page, I will show the users of videos. So any video that the user or the channel has uploaded will be shown on their profile. And this is what exactly I want to create. So let's work on it. And also remember that for now, I will not work on the logic, and I will not show the actual data of the user channel, because up to now we didn't have that provider or repository. And whenever I create the search screen, which after creating it, I will be able to click on a user, click on a channel, and then I will be navigated to this page. So in that case, I can actually show the data of this page, but for now it will be just hard-coded. Let's create a status widget, and I'm going to just call it a user channel page. And just like always, I will just use a scaffold. Inside the body, I can just create a safe area. Child padding. Let me just give it a padding from the top side. Okay. And the child is going to be just a column like always. Okay. So now, first of all, the first widget inside this column is going to be just once again an image.assets, which I can just show. I can go inside the images, and then I can just use this Flutter background that we already used in the My Channel page as well, and I'm going to use this one right here as well. Let me just run the emulator that you can see how it's looking. Surely we will see the My Channel page right here, because I have put it inside the main.dart. But for now, I'm going to again change this to user channel. And you notice that I'm going to just do it as a test mode. It's only in a test mode because I want you to see how this UI of different pages is looking. But at the end, it will be just showing here the home page, and I will create all the user flow necessary for this application. So as you can see, this is what we have. Let me just resize this VS Code that you can see it properly. And we can code faster like this. And I will just remove, actually, let me just close this extra pages. Actually, all the pages are extra except this one. And I will close all of them. Let me just remove this padding because we don't need it right now. I can just actually remove this padding widget. And I believe it's okay. And this is the background image. After the background image, I want to show my profile picture, display name, and everything. So let me just create a row. And inside the children, first of all, I will create a circle avatar with the radius of like 30, and also a background color of gray. And then after this circle avatar, I want to have a column. So basically inside this column, I want to create my display name first of all. So let me just write this one, Hamad Amini, which is going to be my display name. And also after that, I can have just my username. And finally, I want to use a rich text. Basically, I just want to create my subscriptions and videos inside this rich text. Okay, let me just reformat this code. And right here, first of all, I will create the first text, which is going to be for subscriptions. So I will just say no subscriptions. And I will also create one for videos, which I can just say no videos. Okay, that's great. And this is how it looks like. Let me just give it a color, because right now it doesn't have a color. You can't see it. And I will just give it a color of like blue-gray. Let's see what's the problem here. Yeah, I need to change it to style. And basically I have put it in the wrong place. I should do it right here. So this is what we got up to now. We got a circle avatar, and then we have display name, username, subscriptions, and everything. But of course it's not looking very nice, so let me just work on it to make it more beautiful. First of all, I will increase the radius of this circle avatar, something like 38. It might be beautiful. And you know, I can just give this row, first of all, a padding from the both side. So I will give it a padding from the left side 12, and also from the right side 12. Now it looks better. And also I will give it a padding from the top side, which is going to be a padding of like 20. Then I can just make this text a little bigger. First of all, let me just put a cons here. And then I will also change the style of this display name. And I will give it a font size of something like 24. And also a font weight of bold. And the next one is this username. Let me just go inside. I will just copy everything from this one, but I won't really touch this font size. I will give it a font size of 30 actually. I want to make it smaller, and this one is going to be like this. Okay, and I will also give it a color, like a color of blue-gray may be beautiful. Yeah, that's correct. And I can just copy the same text style for this one as well. And right now it's looking much more beautiful, right? Let me just put some cons here. And inside this column, or I should say, I want to bring this username at a starting of this column. Inside this column, I can just change this cross-axis alignment to something like start. And right now it's great. And let's give it, you know, a padding from, I need to give a padding to this display name, username, and also this number of subscriptions. First of all, let me just add a padding to this column, and it will be just a padding from the left side, I believe. And I will give it a padding of like 12, and I believe that's nice. So this is going to be our page. We have a circle avatar, we have a display name, username, number of subscriptions, and videos. Let me just also create some spaces here between these no subscriptions and no videos. Okay, that's great. The next, I want to add a subscribe button in which we will be able to subscribe this particular user. So let me just create this one as well. Outside of this padding, outside of this row, I will just go ahead and create a flat button. And this text should be just something like subscribe, all capitalized. The on-press is going to be empty for now because I don't have anything to write, but later on I will fill it out, and I will make user be able to just subscribe user when they click on this particular button. And let me just make this column cross-axis alignment equal to stretch. Okay, and it will just make wider this flat button at the end of my page. And I can just give it some padding as well. First of all, from the top side, a padding of 20. And also maybe I can give it a padding from the left side and also the right side. And right now it should look beautiful. So this is our page up to now. We have a background image of Flutter, and then we have this information, circle avatar, inside which I will show the profile picture, display name, username, number of subscriptions and videos, and also we have a button which enable users to subscribe this particular channel. And then at the bottom of the page, I also want to have something like some widgets to show the videos of this particular user. So what I really mean is just let me just come at the bottom of the page. Outside of this padding, I want to make a condition to say if there is videos inside this page, I will show the videos, and if there is not, I will just show something like no video inside this channel. So let me just create this, and later on I can add this functionality using this whether we have videos or not, because when we want to create the actual, when I display the actual data, which videos is also part of them, I can just create this condition that if the user.videos is not equal to 0, I can show the videos, and if it is equal to 0, I can just show a text to say no video. But for now, I can do it just using a boolean. So I'm gonna just create a boolean to say is have videos, and it will be equal to false initially, and later on when I have the actual data, I will just remove this boolean and use the actual data of videos. But for now, just to add this functionality, I'm doing it manually. And at the bottom of the page, after this padding, I will say if have videos is equal to true. In that case, I want to show the actual videos. So for now, it's going to be just a size box because I don't have the actual videos. When I have it, I will show the actual videos. And if we don't have the actual videos, I just want to show a text to say no video. This is what I want to have. And for now, as you can see, we have this no videos. I just need to change the style to wrap it with a widget first of all. I will wrap it to the center to bring it at the center of the page. And I will also change the styling of this text. Let me just give it a font size of like 23. And also I will make it bold. Okay, that looks good. Let me just increase this font size to something like 26 or maybe 24. And I will also want it to be right here, not there. So I can maybe add a spacer, or also I can add padding. Actually, I could just use padding, I believe so. Let me just wrap this with a padding widget. And I will give it a padding only from the top side, and I will use just a media query, which makes our code much responsive, and it will be just the same in all the screens. And I will use height here, and I will just say that add this padding from like 0.0% of this page. And actually, maybe it's really a lot, so let me just use 0.2, and it's perfect. So now we have all the UI completed. We have a background image, and then we have shown this data, the profile picture and everything, and then we are able to subscribe the user, and then we wanted to be able to show all the users video here. But if the channel doesn't have any video, I will just show a text that say no video. And for now, it's just all hard-coded, and once I have the actual data, I will create and display all the data inside this page. So right now that we are done with the authentication and also the channel feature, and I can just show and display every single data of the users and also my channel, I want to work on the next feature, which is going to be the upload feature. I wanted to enable user to upload any video to the channel on feed screen. And doing that, first of all, I need to create a bottom navigation bar inside the homepage. So right now, this is the homepage, and I want to have a bottom navigation bar right here at the bottom. So let me just open this homepage. And at the end of this page, I can just have this bottom navigation bar property. And the bottom navigation that I want to create in this project is going to be the Google Nav bar, and we have a package for that. Let me just show you. I have already installed this package, and this is the package, Google Nav bar. Just make sure to install the latest version of this package, and using this package, I can create a very beautiful bottom navigation. And I already have created it, and it is available inside the starting project. And if you have downloaded the starting project, you will have all this stuff. Let me just show you. Inside the content feature, I have bottom navigation. And as you can see, I have used this Google, or I can say gNav. It is a class from the Google navbar. And using this class, we have this beautiful bottom navigation bar, and all of them, ripple color, hover color, these are all properties related to the UI of this gNav, and it will make the Google navigation bar much more beautiful. And the only required parameter inside this gNav is a tabs property, inside which I can just create all the buttons I want to have inside this navigation bar. And I have these 5 buttons, a home, video cam, cloud upload, search, and heartbroken. And this is what I got up to now. The other properties are just related to the UI. For example, this curve just shows the animation that we have when we switch between the different tabs, which right now it is into linear. And we have a duration. For example, we want to have a duration of 419 milliseconds whenever we switch between different tabs. So these are all properties related to this UI. Or for example, we have a color of gray, active color, icon size, and tab background color, and everything here. You can just go through this, and it's really easy. And I have just used this package called Google Navbar from Dart package, and this is a demo of this package, and you can see it's really beautiful. Okay, so let me just use this bottom navigation class inside homepage, and I have to just import it. And right now, let me do a hard restart. And this is the bottom navigation. I can simply switch between different tabs. The first one is the home, video cam. In here, I will show the shorts. Here, upload, search, and also the last one is going to be logout. I also need to do something for this because right now we are getting some overflow. And I will fix it. That's not a big deal. Okay. So right now, let me have this functionality to show different pages inside each tab here. And doing that, let me just open this bottom navigation page. We have a property called on-tab change and selected index and everything. First of all, let me have this on-tab change. So what is this on-tab change? Whenever we change between different tabs, that means that whenever we switch between different tabs, this method will be triggered. And this index is just the index of the current tab that we are in right now. For example, when I'm inside this home tab, this index will be equal to 0. When I'm on this shorts tab, it will be equal to 1, and so on and so forth. And I can just use this to just create this functionality to move on between different tabs. And I will not do anything right here, and I can just pass a parameter for bottom navigation and initialize this value inside the home page. And I also need to let me just create this method really fast, and it's going to be just a function, and it has an int, which is going to be the index as parameter, and I'm going to just call it onPressed. Let me just generate constructor for it, and I will just initialize the value here to say widget.onPressed, or I should just say onPressed. Okay, and right now we are getting this error inside the home page, and we need to initialize this onPressed, which has this index as parameter, and I need to do something inside this onPressed. And I also want to create something. Let me just first of all change this stateless widget into a stateful widget, and then I can have a current index. It is a type integer. I don't need to make it final. We have a current index, which is going to be equal to 0 initially. And then I can just put it inside this selected index. And inside the home page, once again, we have this current index. Let me also create it here, and I will just change this stateless widget into a stateful widget, and then I can just create this current index, which again is equal to 0 initially. So what basically I'm doing is to just create the functionality of switching between different tabs and showing different pages based on different tabs that we are in right now. And I'm just doing this because I have separated this bottom navigation file from the homepage, but if I just put everything inside the homepage, it will be much easier, but I don't want to do it. And just to make our code much more organizable, I want to go write this. And I have just separated this bottom navigation from the homepage. And what basically we are doing is that whenever this onTap change method is triggered, and it's triggered whenever we switch between different tabs, I just want to just trigger this onPressed, which I have initialized it inside the homepage. And what I want to do is to say, whenever this onPressed is triggered, first of all, I want to make an if statement, because I will say if index is not equal to 2, in this case, what I just want to do is to put this index inside the current index. And again, finally do a set state. And why I make this state if statement to say if index is not equal to 2, you will understand it later on. So I will explain it to you why I'm doing this. For now, just understand that if index is not equal to 2, we'll put the index, which is going to be, once again, I'm saying the index of the current tab that we are in inside the current index. And let me also create some pages. Here we will have a list, or I can just create it. Let me just see if we have it already. No, we haven't. I just need to create a list inside the library, which is going to be the pages list. Let me just remove this typo. Okay, so here I can just have a list which is going to be the pages of all the pages that we have throughout this project inside the bottom navigation. And for now, I'm going to just put some widgets, but later on I can just change it and replace it with some real pages. For now, it's going to be something like home. I can just copy and paste it some more times. The next one is shorts. The next one is upload. As you can see, this upload is at the index number 2, 0, 1, and number 2. Because whenever we upload, maybe you have a good understanding of why I made this statement. Because whenever the index is equal to 2, we want to just upload video. We don't want to show any page. And the next one also will be the home. Later on I will change it. Inside the home page, and let me just tell you, inside the body, I have to show different pages based on what we have. So at the end of this column, right here, I can just make an expanded widget, and the child is just going to be the pages. First of all, let me just import it, and the index is going to be the current index. Okay, and right now I will show you what I have created so far. Let me just do a hot restart. So as you can see, the first page is the home page. Right now it is a center widget of text, and right now we only have a center widget, and inside which I have a text to say home. When I navigate to this one, it says shorts and uploads, home, and everything. So I have just created this to say, let me just explain to you once again what I have done so far. First of all, I have created this gnav from the Google Navbar package, and it's a package to create this beautiful bottom navigation bar for us. And here we have 5 tabs for each of these tabs that we have for the home, shorts, upload, search, and logout. And we have an onTap change property, which it is a method which triggers every time we switch between different tabs. And I have initialized it inside the home page. to say if index is not equal to 2, I want to put the index inside the current index, which this current index is the current index of the page that we are right now. So it's really simple, and we have all these pages here, which later on I will replace them with real pages. And we have this. But whenever we click on this button, see, I have this if statement to say that if index is not equal to 2, this should happen. This is index number 0, index number 1, index number 2, so 3 and 4. This index number 4 is going to have, in the index number 2, I want to upload a video, so I don't want to show any page. But what I want to show is just a model bottom sheet. So I believe I already have it inside a starting project. I have this create bottom sheet, and as you can see inside this bottom sheet I have some widgets. So let me just show you in the emulator. First of all, let me just create it. So I need to have an else statement. If the index is equal to 2, I just want to show a model bottom sheet, and inside the builder I will return this create bottom sheet, which I already have created. Okay, right now when I go to index number 2, which is for the upload, this model bottom sheet appears and pop up. And right now we have only a title to say create, and then we have all these options to create a short, upload a video, go live, and create a post. So what I work right now is this upload a video. And let me just open this model bottom sheet, and this is the item for the upload a video. And you can just go through this page. I haven't explained it yet. It's a really simple page. It's a create bottom sheet, and it's simply a container, and we have a column, a text to say create, and then I have all these image items, which all of them are just inside the starting project. You can just go through every single one of them, and it's not really hard. So this is the item to upload a video, and whenever the user clicks on this item, I want them to upload a video and then put it inside the storage and then into the Firestore. I already have this methods file, and here I will create a method to pick image. So whenever this upload video button is clicked, I want the user to pick a video. I will create a method to pick a video, and then they can upload it into the Firestore and also the Firebase storage. So first of all, let me just create it real quick. Then the method name is going to be pick video, and of course it's going to be asynchronous, and I can just use the image picker class to say pick a video, and the source for now is going to be just the gallery. I'm going to just say image source dot gallery. Okay, of course it's going to be a weight, and I can just put it inside an X file called file. So I hope that you are already familiar how we can work with this image picker class. I just used this method called pick video to pick a video from the gallery. Image source is gallery, and then I have this file which is going to be the type X file. If you are not familiar with this package, I have already a video and you can just check it out. I'm not going to go in details, but I have right now this file, the type X file, but I want to change it into a file type, so I need to import this, and then I will call it a video, and to say like this. And if you can't understand it, just make sure to go through the video on image picker package. And finally, if the video is not equal to null, and that's why that I will return this video. Okay, so now we have this pick video, and whenever this upload a video button is clicked, I want to just trigger this pick video. Okay, and let me just check in the emulator that whenever I click this upload a video, we will be able to upload any video from the gallery. Okay, it's working. So the next, when we get the video, we wanted to put it inside Firebase storage. Let me just open my Firebase project. And first of all, just make sure to enable this Firebase storage. And you can just go through this build, and then you can just enable this storage. I have already done it, but you should also make sure to do it, because we need to store all the videos and images inside this Firebase storage. Now inside the methods file, I can just create a new method called put file in the storage. So let me just create this method real fast. And of course, this method is going to be asynchronous. And what I want to do in this method is to just upload the file, which in this case is going to be a video, inside the Firebase storage. So first of all, let me just import, and I have already done it. You just need to import the Firebase storage, and then I can create an instance of Firebase storage. And then using this instance of Firebase storage, I can just use the ref method, and then inside the child, I can specify where this file should be located inside the Firebase storage, which in this case, I'm going to just use a parameter. I need actually 3 parameters here. The first parameter is going to be the file. So it's the file that I'm going to upload inside the storage. The number, the second one is going to be the number, and it's just simply that a number that help me to differ between different files and different videos. And also the third one, which is going to be the file type. I just need to specify whether this file is a video or image or something, because I need to use this method for uploading the video and also uploading the profile picture. And I can just use it for both cases. So let me just specify the file type. And here, the first thing that I'm going to just say is I want to just upload the file type. So first of all, I just need to specify the file type, so we understand that this file is a type of video or image or something. The next, I just use something like a number, and as I said, this number is just used to specify and differ between different files, I mean between different images and different videos, and it helps us to do that. So the result of this method is going to be something like a ref. So let me just store it inside this ref variable, and then I can just use this ref to put the file. I can put a file, I can put a string, data, or blob, but in this case, I'm going to just put a file, and the file is going to be this file, which is this one. And I will just store this result of this inside a variable called upload. And then I just need to let it be uploaded. So let me just await this upload. And what I'm doing is just giving it some time for this file to be uploaded inside the storage. And then I will put the result inside a variable called snapshot. Okay, and now finally, using this snapshot, I can just download the URL. So let me just use this ref and finally get download URL. So basically, we are just downloading it, and the result is going to be the type of string. So let me just write a string, and it is download URL. And of course, it's going to be await, because it will take some time and we don't know when the snapshot will be downloaded. And finally, I just want to return this download URL. Let me just correct this typo. Okay, so let me just explain once again that what we are doing inside this method. First of all, I just create an instance of Firebase storage, and then I use this ref and finally the child to just specify where I want this file to be located inside the storage. And I just said it should be, first of all, I need to specify the file type and then a number to just differ between different images and videos. And then using this ref, which we got the result from the first method, I just used it to put the file inside the storage, and then we await this upload because we will give it some time to be uploaded. And finally, I just downloaded the URL. And of course, it's a type of string, and this download URL is basically the URL of the video or the image that we uploaded. And I can just use this method across my project and use it to put any file inside the storage. So I can use it many times. Now that we are done here, let me just go back to uploading the video. And the first thing I need to do is to just create a page. So as you can see inside the upload bottom sheet, whenever the user clicks on this button, upload a video, we let them to upload a video and pick a video from their gallery. And once the video is picked, I want them to go to a new page called video details, and inside that page they can just give their video a title, a description, and then they can choose a thumbnail, and finally they can publish their video inside the database. So first of all, let me just create this page, and later on they can work on the logic. Okay, so inside the upload feature, I can create a new file, folder, which I'm going to call long video. Okay, so this is going to be the long video, and first of all I will create a page called video details page. Import the material.dart and create an status widget, which I'm going to just call it video details page. Here, just like always, I need to return on a scaffold. Later on I have a body, a safe area. The child is going to be a padding, and it has a padding from the top side, a padding of 20. The child of this padding is just going to be a column, and I need to create everything right here. So first of all, let me just explain to you that what's going to be this page and how it will look like. I just want to create a page inside which I can enter and insert all the details of my video. First of all, I need to create a text field for entering the title. Then I need to create a text field for entering the description. So I need basically 2 text fields. And then I want to create a button called select thumbnail. And when user clicks on it, they can select their thumbnail, and finally they can publish their video. So let me just work on it. Inside the column, inside the children property, first of all, I will create a text field. So this text field has a decoration, just type input decoration. Let me give it a hint text to say enter the title. And then I also want to give it a suffix icon, or maybe a prefix icon. Okay, first of all, let me just run the emulator that we can see how this page is going to look like, and we can see it real time. Okay, now the project is run, and let me just go inside the main.dart and change the home page to this page that I'm just creating it, which is going to be the video details page. I'm just doing it for now, and later on I can just fix all of them. And this is the page, and this is the text field that I just created. Let me just minimize this VS Code that you can see the emulator properly, and I can just do it like this. Now inside this video details page, the first thing that I just created was a text field, and I can also give it a padding from the left and the right side, and I will give it a padding of 10 from the left and also from the right side, and it will look much better right now. And I can just modify this text field, like giving it a border, which is going to be the type outline input border, and here the border side. And now I want to just give it a color of something like blue. Now I have this text field to enable me enter the title, and I just want to create the same text field also for the description. But before that, let me also give it a prefix icon. So exactly here I can give it a prefix icon, which is going to be the type icon, and the name will be title. So this is the icon that I want to have as a prefix, and it looks like this. And before this text field, I also want to have a text to say enter the title. Let me just create this as well, that I can just tell the user that okay, you need to enter your title here. And it looks like this. I just need to maybe change the cross-axis alignment to start, and now it looks great. Let me also change the text style of this text to give it a font size of like 15, a color of gray. Okay, and now it should look nice. And I can also give it a size box to give it a distance from this text field, and it will be a size box with a height of 4. Okay, I give it a size box with a height of 5, and now it looks much better. Let me just do it real quick for also the description. I need to create a text like this to say enter the description. And I need to create the same text field again this time for the description. So let me just copy it and paste it right there. I just need to change the syntax to say enter the description, and I also need to change the prefix icon, and I need to actually I don't need to have a prefix icon, so let me just remove this prefix icon. Okay, so now it looks great, and I also need to give a size box between these two, so I will create a size box with a height of something like 20, or I also should change this to like 40, or I believe 30 is enough. And I again need to have a size box between these two to give it a size box with a height of 5. Okay, that's great. Now I have a text field for a title and also text field for a description. The next, I want to create a button, and this button is just to select the thumbnail. So let me just specify it here that I just make a comment to say I need to create a button to select thumbnail from here, and it's going to be just a container. So now I just need to remove this cons from here and put it in these places to remove these blue warnings. Okay, so I have a container, and let me just change the decoration of this container. Actually, I just want to create a container which has, first of all, let me give it a color. So I will give it a color of blue. And I also want to change the border radius. So I will give it a border radius of something like 11. Border radius.all, and then I give it a border radius of type circular, which is 11. And then the child of this container is going to be just a text button, and it has an unpressed, which for now is going to be just empty, and the text is just going to be say select thumbnail. Okay, and I also want to change the text style of this select thumbnail, and I will give it a color of white. Okay, everything is perfect. I just need to go above the page, and here this cross-axis alignment should be stretched, and now as you can see, this button looks like this, which is perfect. And let me also wrap this container with a padding, and I will give it a padding from the top side and a padding of 12. Okay, that looks, I believe, so great. And I also want to change something from this into the description text field, because I want to give it, I want this text field to be much bigger than this, so I need to change the max lines of this text field to be something like 5. Actually, not the title, the description. So now this title, this description text field is much bigger because description has more stuff to write inside. Okay, everything is good. And now let me just change this stateless widget into a stateful widget, because I need to create some controllers for this text field, and I also want it to be like this. Okay, whenever the user clicks on this select thumbnail, they should be able to pick an image, and that image is going to be the thumbnail of this video. And then when the image is uploaded, I want to display the image right here. And also whenever the image is selected, so the image here is going to be the thumbnail, and when the thumbnail is selected, I want to display a button here to say publish the video. So first of all, let me just create this controllers for the text field, and the first one is going to be just a title controller, which is of course the type text editing controller. Let me just copy and paste it one more time, and the second one is going to be for description controller. and I will just put it inside a property called controller. The first one is for the title controller, and of course I just need to remove this const, and the second one is going to be for the description controller, and once again I just need to remove this const from here. Okay, now I also want to create a variable for saying if the thumbnail is selected or not. So let me just create a boolean, which I'm going to just call it is thumbnail selected. So if the thumbnail is selected or not, based on it, I want to show different stuff inside this page. And I'm going to just create a new button here for publishing the video. So let me just copy everything from this button as well. I will just take this and copy it one more time. I'm going to just change this to say publish. And I also want to change the color to green. Now I have this second button to publish the video, and I don't want this button to be displayed whenever the thumbnail is not selected. I mean, when the thumbnail is selected, in which case I want to show this display, this publish button. So let me just give it a condition to say if is thumbnail selected variable is equal to true. In this case only, I want to show this publish button, but if it's not true, I just want to show a size box. It means nothing. And right now you can see, because this thumbnail is selected variable is equal to false, right now we are not seeing anything. So right now I need to select the thumbnail. Whenever the user clicks on this button select thumbnail, I want to select a thumbnail, so I need to have a pick image method. Let me just open this methods folder file, and I need to create a new method here to say pick image, and here of course this image is going to be just our thumbnail. And you know what, I can just copy everything from here. Let me just copy it and paste it right there. I just need to change this pick video into pick image. They are completely the same. Once again, I'm saying that if you don't know how to work with this image picker class, so as you can see, I have import this image picker. It is a Dart package, and if you don't know how to work with it, I have a video already, and you can learn everything about this package. But for now, yeah, we are doing this, and we are picking image. And finally, I should call it image, not video. Okay. Now let me get back here, and whenever the user clicks on this button, I want this pick image method to be triggered. Okay, and it will just let them to pick image from gallery. And as you can see, the return of this method is just an image. So I can just get that, and I can just put it inside a variable called like image. And let me just create this variable as well. Of course, it's going to be the type string. So let me just create a final. No, it's not final. A string called image, and it will be initially equal to. It will not have an initial value. So I have a string image, and when the user pick an image, later on I want the result of that pick image go inside and be stored inside this image variable. And when we pick an image, it means that we selected a thumbnail. I want this thumbnail selected variable to be equal to true because we selected the thumbnail. Again, I'm going to do a set, and now I just want to display this image right here. So I will display it right here to say if is thumbnail selected is equal to true, I want to show this file type, which is going to be image. Let's see what is the error here. Okay, I just need to change because that's not a type of string. Actually, it's a type of file. Now the error should be gone. Yeah, that's right. And I also say if it's not true, I want to just display a size box. So what you're saying here, that if its thumbnail selected is equal to true, I want to show this image, and it has a cached height, which in this case is going to be 160, and also it has a cached width, which is going to be 400. Okay, everything is done, And now let me just do a hard restart and we will check how it's looking. And I will also explain to you once again that what we did throughout this file. So now I can enter a title, and then I can enter a description, and then I can select the thumbnail. And right now I don't have any image, so let me just put some image inside this emulator. I will go inside my pictures, and I can just put this image right here. Yeah, now I can just select this image, and once I select it, it should be uploaded right here. So let me see if there's any problem. When I click on this pick image button, this method should be triggered, and then the result of this method, which is going to be an image, it should be stored inside this image. And once it's done, I want a selected thumbnail to be equal to true, and then do a set. So what's wrong here? Let me just terminate the project and run it once again. Now when I click on this button, I can select an image, and again it's not working. So let me just check what's the problem here. When we pick an image, this thumbnail selected should be equal to true, and then I do a set. It's just saying that future dynamic is not a subtype of file. Maybe I just need to specify the return type of this pick image, which is going to be a future of file. This is the type of this pick image, and of course it just needs to be like this. And let me just remove this fsadmin. I don't need it anymore really. Let me just make it like this, and then I have to await this method and make this method asynchronous. I hope the error is gone now. Now if I select the thumbnail, again it's not working. Maybe I need to have back this set. And now when I select the thumbnail, yeah, it's working perfectly. Okay, that's great. Now we have this thumbnail. Let me just give it a size box. I want this image to have some distance from the top side. So let me just find this image. And then I want it to have a padding. We will have a padding from the top side. Okay. And I can also do it the same here. I wanted to have a padding from the top, from the down side as well, from the bottom side. I will give it a padding from the bottom 12 as well. So now it's working, it's great. And now what I basically want to do is to, whenever I select on this button, when I select the thumbnail, and now I can publish the video. Whenever I click on this button to publish the video, my video model and my video should be published, and the data should be stored inside the database. So first of all, I need to create this video model. So let me just go and create it. Inside the long video, I can have a new file called video model. And let's see which features, which fields do we need inside this model. So let me just create a class called video model. And here we are going to have some fields like video URL, thumbnail, title, date published, views, video ID, user ID, type, and likes. So let me just create them one by one. The first one is going to be the video URL. The next one is going to be thumbnail. The next one, title. The next one is going to be date published. I also want to know on which date the video was published. The next one is going to be views. The next one is video ID. So each video should have a unique video ID that we can later on refer to that video. And I also want to have a user ID because I want to know which user and which channel has published this specific video. And the next one is going to be a list of likes. So I just want to know that how many people and which people has liked this video. And also the final one is going to be the type. And once again, if you don't know why I'm just creating this type, I want to just specify that this model is a video or it's a user. And in the next feature, which is going to be the search feature, you will understand that why I'm creating this type. Now let me just generate constructor for it, and I also want to generate JSON serialization. and I will remove this too because we don't need it anymore, and also this convert. We are getting some error here. Now the errors are gone and everything is okay. So now I have this video model, and what basically I want to do is to just, when the thumbnail is selected and I have the image inside here, I want to publish the video. And the first thing that I want to do is to put the file inside the storage. So what basically I'm doing is just to say, use the put file in the storage. The file is going to be the image. The number is going to be just some random number. So I will use the UUID package. Let me just import it. And using this package, I can just create a random number. Okay. It's going to be the type string. I will call it random number. And I will use the v4 method. So it just generates a random number for us, and I can just use it to differ between different files. I will use this random number, and the file type here is going to be video. So first of all, I put the file inside the storage, and of course the result is going to be my thumbnail, and I can just put it inside a variable called thumbnail. So now that I have the thumbnail, I actually want to upload the video inside the Firebase Firestore, and for doing it I need to create a repository to upload the video, and I'm gonna just call it video repository. Here I need to create a class called video repository, and here once again I need to have a Firebase auth and also a Firebase Firestore. So let me just create them really fast. The first one is a Firebase Firestore, and the next one is going to be Firebase auth, and I'm going to just call it auth, and let me just generate constructor for it. And now the first method is going to be just uploading the video into the Firestore. So I will create a method called upload video to Firestore. This method is going to be asynchronous, and then here I just want to upload it. So I will use this Firestore, and then I will create a new collection called videos, and the document of this video is going to be just the video ID, and then I can set the data, and the data is going to be here a video model. So let me just create this video model. First of all, import it, video model, and it's going to be equal to video model. So this is our video model, and let's initialize the value here. First of all, we have a video URL. So all these things should be, initialized using these parameters. So let me just give it some parameters. Required string video URL. The next one is required string the thumbnail, because we need to have all these values from the video details page. The next one is a thumbnail. The next one is going to be the title and description. Actually, I don't need description, but I need the thumbnail. The next one is date published. Views is going to be just empty, and then video ID. It's going to be again the type string, this video ID, and again it's going to be date published. Actually, it's a type date time, and I need the user ID as well. And here I get this error because I made a mistake while creating the video model. Let me just correct it, because this date published is not a type string. Actually, it's a type date time, and I just need to fix that. And here it's not as a string, it's as date time. Now the error should be gone, and this views is going to be just an empty list. Actually, it's going to be 0. So this views is type. Okay, again I made this mistake. Views is not a type string, but it's a type integer, and I just need to also correct it right here. So this views is going to be equal to 0, and the likes is going to be an empty list, and the type is going to be video. So now everything is okay, and here I will just set this to video dot to map because I want to put the data inside, upload the data inside the Firebase Firestore. And let me just do an await here. And now everything should be okay. Let me also just remove this unnecessary stuff. So now I have this, and let me just create a controller and a provider for this. So I will just say final video controller, I should say, or video provider, I mean. So I will say long video provider, just like what we did in the previous example as well. And it's going to have a simple provider which returns this video repository. And the Firebase is going to be just Firebase Firestore. That makes sense. And I believe I don't need this Firebase also. I will just remove this. And I will also remove this from here. Now everything should be good. And I can just use this long video provider. And here, first of all, let me just change this stateful widget into a consumer stateful widget. And I will put this consumer in here and also here. So you're already familiar with these things and you know how can I do it. And here I can just use this ref to call the watch method, and then I will use the long video provider to access this with upload video for Firestore. Now I have to initialize all these parameters, date published and everything. The date published is going to be just datetime.now. Simple. The next one is going to be user ID, which is going to be Firebase auth.innocence.current-user.uid. So the user ID is going to be just the UID of the current user, because only the current user is uploading the video, right? It's absolutely clear. Let me just put a comma here. And then I have the video URL, the thumbnail is okay. The title is going to be just the title controller.text. And then this video ID, I can just create a random ID. So let me just create this one as well. I will say string. I will just call it a video ID, and it's going to be again a v4. So this is going to be my video ID. And finally, this video URL is just okay. So this was a thumbnail. I believe there is a mistake here. The video, yeah, I will get the video from the previous page, so I just need to create it as a parameter here. Let me just create it right here to say final, I believe it's a type file. So I'm going to just say video. I just need to get this video from the previous page. And now let me also correct this, because this is not a video, it is an image, because this is our thumbnail, and the video URL is going to be just widget.video, and I will have access to it from the previous page. So now everything should be okay, and I just need to upload a video. And inside this pick video, whenever I pick the video, in this case I want to get back to that. Whenever I get the video, I don't want to just return it, but actually I want to do a navigation. So I want to just do like this, and then say material page route. And I just want to make a navigation to video details page. And the video is going to be just the video, of course. I can just remove this return, because I don't want to return anything. I will just change this string to a file. And I will also need to give it a context. And now everything should be okay. I will initialize this context right here. And I also want to say that what we are returning from this big video, which is just a future of file, as we saw from the previous one. And actually we are not returning anything, it's just a future. Here I want to say that it is await, and again this is a singness. So I believe everything should be okay right now. Let's see if there's any error here, because it says that this argument type file can be assigned to a string. because I need to take its path, not the actual video. Okay, so everything is okay. Let me just do a hard restart. And if there is no error, actually we have some error here. Let me just remove this required. We don't need it to be required. And I just need to put an exclamation mark here. So now everything should be okay. Let me just do a hard restart and everything should be working. So I forgot just one step right here, and that is that I also need to put the video inside the storage, and then I need to get the URL back and put it inside the database. So let me just do this step real quick, and I will just create this video URL variable, and then I can just use this put file into the storage, and the file here just needs to be the video, I mean the widget.video that we get it as parameter from the previous page. And then we have this number, which is again going to be just that random number that we just created, and the file type is going to be just a video instead of a thumbnail or image. So now I have this video URL, and when I use this provider and inside this method, I will just use this video URL as my video that is going to be uploaded inside the Firestore database. So now everything should be okay, and when I upload the video, it should just be uploaded and we will check it. So let me just run the project. Okay, then this is our project, and let me just make everything just right, because we don't want to just see this page inside the main.dart. Let me just do like this, and then I will close all the pages, and then inside the main.dart, I just don't want to show this video details screen, but instead I want to show the home page, and this is going to be my home page. And now I need to just create all that pages, like channel page and the next upload page. Whenever I click on here, and when I click here, I can upload just a video. And when I upload this video, let me just check if it works or not. So when I click on it, it should just go and upload the file inside the database. First of all, we are navigated to this page. So here I can just type a title for this video, which is going to be first video on the platform. And then the description, which is going to be something like hello. It's not really important. As you saw, I have not added a description inside my video model, but it can be just a homework to you, and you can just add this description inside your model, and you can just show it on, but I have not done it, so I don't need it. And the next I can just select a thumbnail, so I'm gonna select this one, and now I'm able to publish the video. So let's see if it's working, or do we get any error. The type featured dynamic is not a type of string, so that's going to be our error, and that's right here. If I put an await and do a sing here, maybe it can just solve our problem. Let me also do it for the next method, because as you know, this put file in storage is going to be a type of feature. Let me also make it clear that it is a type of feature string. I mean, what we return from this method is a feature of a string. It just needs to be more clear, and I await this method. Let me do a hard restart, and I'm gonna just try one more time. Let's come here. I will click upload a video, and I will upload this video. Near, I'm gonna just write once again, first video on the platform. Description is going to be just hello. I will select a thumbnail for it, like this video, and then I can just publish the video. Let's see if it works this time or not. Okay, it looks like everything is just right. So we have this new collection of videos, and as you can see, this is going to be the video ID, and this is the title, which says first video on the platform. The type is video. This is the user ID. It means the user ID of the channel who uploaded this video into this platform, and then we have this video ID, And as you can see, this video ID and this one right here is exactly the same because we want it to be the same. And the guy who uploaded this video has this user ID B4AP, and if I just open this users collection, you can see that it should be exactly right here, and the guy B4EP, this is the exact guy, which is of course Diva Ahmadamini. This is the account that I just uploaded the video with. So everything is correct and it's working perfectly well. And now that I can upload the video into the Firebase Firestore, I want to be able to retrieve this video and display it into the UI. So I can just do it using something like Stream Builder, and let's start working on it. So now I have to work on just, retrieving the data and the video back from the Firestore database. And I can just do it inside this content feature. It's also one of the other features that I have, and I want to show my videos, short videos and comments inside this content feature. And as you can see, I have already this long video in which I have this parts video, and this is going to be the video, and it's just the starting project, and we have some stuff here. And I also have this bottom navigation, which already we saw it. And also I have this widgets, which is going to be video external button. It's just a simple widget. It has a container and a row. And I have also video first comment, which for now I don't have to be concerned of the comment. I just need to work on the video. So let's start working on it. And the first thing that I want to just create is a post, because this post is going to be just something, this post is going to be the first thing that the user sees when he opens the feed screen. I mean, the thumbnail and the title and everything will be inside this post. So actually this post widget is going to be just the thumbnail and the title and this stuff that we want to show it to the user. I'm going to just show a thumbnail, a title, and the profile picture, display name of the channel who uploaded that video. And also I want to show that how many views that video has, and also the date published of the video. So I'm going to just show this stuff inside this page, and let's start creating it. First of all, I will just import the material.dart, create and set this widget, and I don't need to create a scaffold. First of all, let me just give it a name, something like post, and that's enough. And here, as I said, I don't need to create a scaffold, but I do need to create something like a container, and then the child will be a column. So first of all, let me just tell you how it's going to be created. The first thing is going to be the thumbnail. So the thumbnail that we already uploaded, and here it's going to be just a cached network image. And then after that, I can show the profile picture and title, and later on the display name and number of views, and also the date published. So it's going to be really easy and quick. First of all, let me just import the cached network image. I will use this package to show this thumbnail. And for doing it, let me just create cached network image widget, and the image URL for now, I'm going to just use some random image from the internet. Let me just type here image, and I can just use any image for now. It's going to be just hard coded for now, but later on I can just add the actual thumbnail when we get the data. But for now, it's going to be just hard coded that you can just see it for now. Copy image address. Yeah, I can just copy this address and paste it exactly right here. Okay, this is going to be the cached network image. Let me just put a comma here. So after showing the image, then I can show the profile picture and title. But before that, as I said, let me just work and just put all the pages inside the which they should be. So let me just do some stuff here. I'm going to show all the pages. For example, when I click on this button, and when I click on this button on the profile picture, I should see the account page, which I already have it. Let me just show it to you. Exactly here, I have an account feature, and right here I have all the items, which is exactly the same like the YouTube. So let me just show this page, And for now there is no page exactly, but I have this items. And so first of all, let me just create a this account page, because it's really necessary. So I'm gonna just create a page called account page, and I will import the material.dart, create an status widget, and I will just call it account page and return a scaffold. And inside this account page, I just need to show all the users data, the current users actual data. And for doing it, inside the body, I can have a column, and inside the children's, I can show everything right here. And for now, I'm going to just show the items. So now let me just open this home page. And what I want to do is when the user clicks on this profile picture, they should be navigated to the account page. So let me just find this circle avatar, and I will just wrap it with a gesture detector. And inside the on-tap property, I can say whenever the user clicks on it, I want them to be navigated to that page. So let me just create a navigator real quick. Okay, now as you can see, when I click on this, I'm navigated to this page. And let me just do some customization inside this page. And I'm gonna just come here. First of all, I will wrap this column with a safe area and also give it a padding, just like always. And let me now just wrap it with a padding. And I will give it a padding of 20 from the top side, just like always. And now I also want to show the users, the current users, information like the profile picture, the display name, and everything. So let me just do that as well. Inside the column, first of all, I need to create a circle avatar. It's gonna have a big radius like 40, and also a background image of gray. And then below that, I can just create a text, which I will show just the display name. I need to change the text style to give it a font size of something like 24, and also the font weight of bold. And that's enough. Then I also want to show the username, so let me just create that one as well, something like Ahmad Amini, @Ahmad Amini. I also want to change the style, and we will have a font size of like 13.5 and also a color of blue-gray. Okay, so this is going to be my username. I can just change this page later on, as like if I want to change it, I can just customize this display name, username, and everything, and I can just make it the way I want it looks like. But for now, I'm gonna just be okay with this, and just let me have a padding with this text. So I will wrap this text with a padding, and I will give it a padding from the bottom side, and it's gonna be a padding of 12. So I hope it looks much better. And I also can have a padding, right here. So I will wrap this text as well with a padding, and I will have a padding this time from the top side. Again, a padding of 12. So everything is okay. Now let me just have a parameter here. So the parameter is going to be a user model, because we want to show the exact user, the current user's data inside this page. I will call it user and generate constructor. So now I have to initialize the value here, which is going to be this current user. So first of all, let me remove this cons, and then the user is going to be just the current user. And now I should be able to have the actual data. Let me just run the project once again, or it's actually running right now. So I have created this user and I have the value, but I need to initialize it inside this widgets like circle avatar text, because right now, as you can see, we have only the hard-coded value. So here inside the background image, I will once again use the cached network image provider, and the URL is going to be just this user.profile picture. The next is going to be just a display name, and it will have this user.display name. The next one is, and the final one is going to be the username. So we will have the username here. And let me also just put some cons here, because we will be able to get rid of this blue warnings which slow down the computer. Okay, so now we can see that we have the actual value, the profile picture, display name, and the username. So everything is working perfectly fine. And I also want to have a button here that let me just navigate back and have a navigation.pop to the previous page that I came from here to this page. So let me just create that one as well. And for doing it, I just need to take everything from the circle avatar to this text at the end. And first of all, I need to create a row, and I will paste it again here. And again, I will take all of this and create a new column and paste it again right here. But before that, inside the row, I want to have an icon button. The unpressed is going to be just something like navigation.pop. Navigator.pop, which it will just let us to get back to the previous page. And then the icon is going to be just something like icons.arrow back. And now I have this. Actually, the UI is not really looking very nice now. I just need to bring it once again to the center. So let me just have a look at it. Okay, so I really don't know what's wrong here. So I will just fix this UI problem later on, so we don't need to focus on this one right now. I will just change this arrow, or I won't just change it. So everything is good. I will just fix this UI problem later on. For now, I don't have to focus on this. And when I click on this, I will be navigated back to this home page. So this is also working well. And inside the home page, exactly this page, I want to show the data that we get from the Firestore back, which is going to be the videos. So now we can work on that one. Let me just open this post. So we are trying to create this post, which is, as I said before, is going to be our thumbnail, title, and exactly the first thing that the users will see when they are on the feed screen. Okay. And let me just put this post inside this screen that I want to be seeing it, which is going to be just the video screen. So here I need to create a new file to just call it long video screen. And I will just import the material.dart and then create a scaffold to just call it long video screen. Create the scaffold, and inside the body, I will just have a column. Okay, so now I need to put this long video screen inside actually the body of the home page, or I should just say, let me open this pages file. In the first page, I want to have this long video screen page, and instead of just having a text like this to say home, I want to have the actual page of long video screen, and this is going to be the first page, and for now it's just empty, so let's work on it. And inside the long video screen, I can just have, a stream builder, which inside I show the post. So let me just remove this column, and instead I can have an stream builder, because I want to show the actual data using this stream builder, and the stream is going to be just Firebase. So I will just create an instance of Firebase Firestore. Then I will go inside the collection of videos. Then I'm not going to just specify a doc because I want to just get all the documents. So I'm going to just say snapshots. I want to just go through, let me just explain it to you. I want to just go through the collection of videos and then get a snapshot of all documents inside this collection. Okay, then we have a builder, and what I want to do here is actually to return a list view.builder, and that's it. Inside this list view.builder, I want to just return a post, and this list view.builder also has an item count, but for now it's going to be just something like 1. I just want to show 1 post because I don't have the actual value, and it's going to be just right for now, because right now we don't have an actual value, but later on when we add the value it would be much great. So let me just run the project. Okay, so that's what we are seeing right now, and I will just minimize the VS Code that we can see it. And this picture is this post and this cache network image that we just created inside the post. As I said to you, the first thing that the users will see inside this video screen will be the thumbnail, the title, and just this page. So this post is exactly the first thing that the users will see when they want to click on a video, and when they click on this post, they will be navigated to the video which we will create that one as well. But first, let's work on this post. So the next thing after showing this image is going to be just the profile picture and that stuff. And for doing it, first of all, I need to create a row, I believe, and then inside the row I want to show a circle avatar. I need to show the profile picture inside a circle avatar. So let me just create this. It has a radius of something like 20, and then it has a background color of gray. And after that, I want to show the profile pic. I want to show the display name, or actually I don't want to show the display name, but I want to show the title of the video, which in this case is going to be just any title. It's just hard coded for now. I can just save once again first video here. So this is going to be the title of the video, and I also want to show just an icon button here. I want to have an icon at the end of this page, and the icon is going to be just something like this is the name of the icon, more weird, and it's just 3 dots upon each other. In the actual YouTube we have this icon in the thumbnail, so I also want to have this. Now let me just do something like I want to change the main axis alignment of this row, and we will have a main axis alignment of space between, and this way, or actually not a space between, but I can put it at the start and then have a spacer between before this icon. So I will just do it like this. Okay, I just changed the main axis alignment to start because we want to have everything at the beginning, but later on add a spacer to just put away this icon at the end of this row. Okay, now let me just do some customization here. For example, adding a padding to this title. So let me just wrap it with a padding, and I will give it just a padding from the left side, a padding of something like 10, and now it looks beautiful. And I also want to change the text style of this title. because it needs to be something like, first of all, it has to be bold. Maybe that's okay for now. And after this row, as it continues to the column, I want to show the display name of the user who uploaded this video, the number of views, and also date published. So let me just create maybe another row. So the next, inside this row, I just need to create the display name and number of views and date published. So let me just first of all create a display name, which is going to be Ahmad Amini, and then I can also just create the number of views for now, and for now it's going to be just say no views, because initially number of views is equal to 0, and when the user clicks on the video it will just increment. And then I can also create the date published, which now I'm going to just say like a moment ago. Okay, that's all right. And now you can see it's like this, and let me just give it a padding. It just needs some customized to look beautiful. And I will give it a padding like symmetric, and then horizontally a padding of 8. The next, I also need to change the background. I also just need to change the color of this text. So I will give it all a color of blue-gray. And now it looks like this. And let me just wrap this row with a padding as well, to just give it a padding from the left side. And I will just use the media query for this for doing this purpose. And I will use this media query dot size of context, and then weight, and I can just use something like 0.1. Let's see. Yeah, I think it looks great. Let me just do something like 0.12. And now that's much better. So now I have this, and let me also just give it some padding to this profile picture, because it's not really looking very nice. And for doing that, I'm gonna just wrap this circle avatar with a padding. I can have a padding from the top side like 4, and also from the left side 5. And now I will give it a padding of 8 from the top side. So now it looks perfect, and we have this network image, we have this thumbnail, profile picture, title, and this stuff. And now I want to give it the actual value instead of just some hard coded. And for doing it, I need to have I just need to get the value of this, and I will just use a parameter. So I will have a video model, and I will call it video, and then I will generate constructor for it. But before it, let me just have the actual value of video here, and it's going to be just the video. And now inside this stream builder, when I get the data, so first of all, let me just check some. If you're already familiar how to work with stream builders, you know that we can check some conditions here, that if we got the data, if the data is loading, and when we have the actual data, we just want to show and display this list view.builder, that we return the actual data, which is going to be a list of videos. First of all, I just want to check if the data is not equal, if the data is equal to null. So I'm going to just say if the snapshot data is equal to null. In this case, I want to just return an error page, because we don't have any data. And else I want to just check if the data is loading. So I will just say if snapshot.connectionState is equal to connectionState.waiting. It means that we don't have the data yet. It means the data is loading, which in this case I want to just return the loader page. And actually I don't want to check it like this, snapshot.data is equal to null. But a safer way to do it is just to say snapshot.hasData is not true. So this is a more safer way to say, if we don't have the data, it doesn't matter if it is null or it is any other case, but if we don't have the data, I just want to show this error page, and we don't care why we don't have the data, but in this case we only want to show the error page. And when we have the data, it's not loading. In this case only, we want to return this list without builder. Inside this stream builder, inside the function, I want to just first of all get the actual data right here. So I will just say snapshot the data, and then docs. So this docs is going to be just, so what actually I'm doing is just to say snapshot the data, which in this case the data is going to be a collection of videos. So then I get the docs, which is all documents. It means all the videos. I can just store it inside a variable called video maps. So I have this video maps, and then I can do a map, and I get each video right now. And now that I have each video, I want to use the video model dot from map, and the map is going to be just the video dot data. So now I have this, and I'm gonna just return this, and finally convert it into a list. So I hope now I have this list of videos. Yeah, now I have a list of video models. So what I actually did was that first of all, I used this, I snapshot the data, and then I got all the docs. It means all the videos, which are going to be a list of query document snapshot. And then I stored it inside this video maps. And then I used this map to go through each of the videos, and then use the from map to convert that into a video model. And then finally convert all of them into a list and store it inside this variable of videos. So now inside this list without builder, instead of having this one as a hard-coded number, I can just use this videos dot length, and the video is going to be just videos index. Let me just remove this cons, and everything should be good. So now let me just do a hot restart. And if we don't have any error, it should be perfect. It should be working perfectly fine. Actually, we got some error here, so let me just find. We have something imported like dart.js, which I need to remove that. Yeah, this is going to be that. Let me just remove that and do a hot restart once again. It just says that type timestamp is not a subtype of datetime in the typecast. So we got some error type. We got some type errors, and let me just find it where we have this error to resolve it. So to resolve this error, I just need to change this from map method inside the video model, and just remove this stuff from the published and replace what I'm writing here. So, okay, so this will be working, and now when I open the emulator, you can see that there is no error. So let me just do a hot restart once again. Just make sure to replace this code instead of that, and everything is good up to now, and the error is gone. Let me just open the post once again. So here I just need to replace this hard-coded codes with the actual data, which is going to be this video. Okay, first of all, I will just show the profile picture, and instead of this, I can just say video dot thumbnail. This is going to be the profile. This is going to be the thumbnail, and it should be uploaded in a moment. The next one is going to be the circle avatar, in which here I just need to show the profile picture of the user who uploaded this video. So in the background image, I can just use the cache network image provider, and here I'm going to just say video dot actually. So I'm going to just comment this for now. I will just do it later on. The next one is the title. I'm going to just say video dot title, and remove this const from here. Yeah, it's great. The next one is going to be the number of views, and this is first of all the display name of the user who is uploading this video, And the next one is the number of views, so I can just say video.views, and I have to change it to a string. The next one is date published, which for now I'm going to just put it like this. So what else I need to do is to find the display name and the profile picture of the user who uploaded this video, and I can just do it really easily because I have the user ID, and using this user ID I can find the actual data of the channel who uploaded this video. And that is the reason that I just added this user ID as one of the parameters, as one of the fields inside the video model, because using it I want to find the guy who just uploaded this video, and it can help us using this user ID. So now to initialize the value for the display name right here, and also for the profile picture of the current user who just uploaded the video, I need to create a consumer widget, and for this means I'm going to just change this status widget into a consumer widget, and I have to just add, and I just need to add this widget ref right here inside the build method, which I'm going to just call it ref. So right here I need to create a new provider, so I'm going to just open user provider, and as you can see right now we only have one provider, which is going to be for current user provider. I'm going to create one new provider which is called any user data provider. And why I'm creating this, actually there are some times that I don't need to just retrieve the current user, but I want to just retrieve any user which is needed, exactly like what I need inside this post, which different users upload different videos, and I want to just retrieve the current the display name of the user who uploaded the video. And for this case I need to create this any user data provider, and there is a difference between this provider and the current user data provider. So let me just show it to you, because first of all I'm going to create a future provider, and in this case ref is not the only parameter. In the previous providers that you saw, we only had one parameter, which was ref, and we just used it to connect different providers together. But in this case, when we are using any user data provider, I need to add one more parameter, which is going to be just the user ID. And if you wonder why I need to add this user ID, because as you can see, when I want to retrieve, for example, the display name of the current user, it asks me for a user ID, and for this case I need to just initialize this user ID and pass it as a parameter in this provider. And for this means I cannot just use a simple feature provider, but I need to use something like feature provider.family, and using this family I can just add a new parameter. So I just need to create this feature provider, but that is not just a simple feature provider. I need to add a family right here, and right now I can add my second argument, which is going to be the user ID. Now once again I can just use this fetch current user data, or I should just create a new method, because this fetch current user data is just only retrieving as the current user data, but I want to retrieve any user data using a user ID, and I just don't want to have this UID as the current user, but it should be any user ID. So I can just copy this method and paste it right here, exactly here, and I'm going to just add something like fetch any user data provider. So let me just remove this current, and this method is called fetch any user data. And in this case I don't want the UID to be the current user UID, but it should be the user ID, which I'm going to just pass it as parameter. Okay, everything is okay right now, and here I'm going to just say ref, and then I can use the watch method to use this. Let me come here. I'm going to just use this user data service provider, and finally the fetch any user data, and the user ID in this case is going to be just user ID, and I'm going to just initialize it inside the post widget. So everything is okay, and when I get this it gives me a result of user model, which I'm going to just call it user, and I will also await this and make this method asynchronous. And finally, I can just return this user from this provider, and everything should be okay. Now inside the post, I need to, inside this consumer widget, use this ref to just, retrieve this provider. So I'm going to just write, let me see, what was this provider? Any user data provider. I can just use this, and also let me just import it. And when I use this provider, it asks for a parameter, because as you can see, we added this extra parameter, which is going to be the user ID. Ref is okay, but I need to initialize this user ID. And this user ID is going to be just video.user ID. This is the user ID that I need to use, and I'm going to just store this inside a variable called user model. But this user model is not just a simple user model, it is an async value. So I'm going to also just write here that the type of this user model is this. It is just not a simple user model, it is an async value. And later on, I can just say user model, and then I'm going to just use, I'm not going to use when, because I don't need that. I'm going to just say when data. And this method just gives us the data when we have it, and it's not just checking the time when we got error, or for example the data is loading. So it doesn't care about that, and it will only give us the data whenever we have it. So I'm going to just use this when data, and of course we get a value which is going to be just the user model. So I'm going to just say user, and finally I can just return this user. So what basically I did was I used this user model, and I said whenever we get the data, which the data is going to be just a user, I want the user to be returned, and the result of this is going to be the actual user model that I need. So I'm going to just call it user. So let me see if there's an error, and it says that a value of type async value cannot be assigned to variable of type user model. So I will not say it is a type of user model. Let me just use this user. And actually I can use this user to initialize the values, and I will first of all use it here. I'm going to say value and display name. You just need to use this value to get the actual value of this, because it's an async value. And now it's okay. So this was the display name, and I also need to initialize this profile picture right here inside this circle avatar. It has another property called background image, and I'm going to just use cache network image provider, and finally user.value.profile pic. It's okay. Let me just remove this cons and add an exclamation mark right here. So now everything should be okay. Let me just reformat the code by putting some commas here, and also I'll put some const right here and here. And also I will change the value of this text, which is going to be for the date published. Later on I will also change that, but for now we don't need to care about it. So everything should be okay, and let me just run the emulator to check it out. And as you can see, everything is working, and we are getting the first post, which is going to be the title, first video on a platform. This is the display name. This is the actual number of views, and also I'm gonna just say I just need to mention that this is the number of views. So let me just open this post, and this is where I need to show the number of views. Let me just take this. I will use this string, and later on like this I will say that this is the number of views. Actually not here, but right here. So now it also says that it has we got 0 views, and whenever we got 0 views, I can simply say no views. So let me just do this as well. I'm gonna just have a condition right here to say, whenever the views is equal to 0, I wanna just display something like no views. But if it is not equal to 0, I just wanna show and display the actual number of views in this post. So let me just say video.views, and if this is equal to 0, in this case I'm gonna just say no view. But if it is not right, in this case I'm gonna just say, and now that should be all right. And as you can see, for now we are getting no view because there is no view in this post. So this is basically the post. We show a thumbnail, and then we show profile picture, title, display name, and number of views, and also the date published. But now what I want to do is whenever I click on this post, I want it to be navigated inside a video, and there I can just actually display the actual video that the user uploaded. So let's work on this and create the video. So let me just open this video, and this is the starting code for this file. And first of all, I want to just create the navigation to this page whenever the user clicks on the post. So I'm going to just wrap this column with a gesture.detector to just say whenever user clicks on it, I want to get a navigation to the video. And let me just create this navigation. Okay, so now when I click on this thumbnail, we are just navigated to this page, which is going to be the video, and I will upload everything here. And here I just need to display the actual video which the user just uploaded. And I'm gonna just close all the unnecessary pages. So inside this video, as you can see, everything that we have right now, for example, the video is inside this app bar because I want to display it right here, and then I will display some other stuff inside the body of this video. Okay, so first of all, let me just display the actual video inside here, and for doing it I need to just import the video player package, which I'm going to use in this project. So let me just import it. And first of all, you have to install the package inside your publicspeak.yabl file, and then you can use this package to display the video. So let me just show you this video player package. I'm going to just open it. This is the video player package for the Flutter, and we are using it. So let me just open the documentation, and of course you can just use this documentation to learn how to use this package inside your Flutter project. And as you can see, first you need to add some installation, and it asks for some permission for Android and also for the iOS. So in my case, I need to add this permission inside my Android project, inside the Android manifest file. And I believe that I already have added this package, which basically it asks for an internet permission. Let me just open the Android manifest file, and I just believe that I have already added this, as you can see, this permission inside the Android manifest file. So just make sure to add the necessary permissions for your Android, or if you have an iOS, you just need to add the necessary permissions for your iOS. Okay, so when you're done with this installation and you're good, you can just continue, and let's come to this example. And as you can see here, the first thing, here we can just find everything necessary for an installation of this package. And the first thing that I need to do is to just initialize this package inside my init set. So I'm going to just copy this. This is everything for an installation, and I will just create, let me close this page. First of all, I will change this stateless widget into a stateful widget, and then I can create an init set. So I'm sure that you're already familiar with using this init set. Whenever we open the page for the first time, everything inside this init set will be triggered. And I'm going to just copy everything right here, and I need to create a controller. So I'm going to say final video player controller. And of course, as you can see, this video player controller is from the package video player. And it's not, of course, final. And I will also add this mark here to say that later on I will surely initialize this video player controller. Okay, and then using this controller I can initialize this video player, and what we have basically done is we said video player controller, and then I did it using this network URL because we are getting this video from a network URL, which of course in our case it is from the Firebase, and this is going to be the video. Later on I will just change it to a real video, but for now we are just using this sample video from the package, which is just a short video, and then I initialize it, and finally doing a set asset. So using this, our video player will be initialized, and then I can just display the actual video. And for doing it, right now, as you can see, I have only a container, but instead of a container, I can display the actual video right here. So let me see, where should I just display this video? I believe I can display it right here, or maybe not. So let me just check it once. So I can just display the video right here, and I can just say video player, and here I just need to initialize the controller, which in this case is controller, and I need to put an exclamation mark. And of course I'm gonna just I need to wrap this stack widget, I believe, with an aspect ratio. This is the highest widget inside this app bar, so let me just wrap this with a aspect ratio, and the aspect ratio for this widget is going to be just the aspect ratio of the video that we have. So I'm gonna just say actually I don't need to put the aspect ratio right here, maybe I should do it just inside the video. So I'm gonna just wrap this video player with aspect ratio, and the aspect ratio in here will be just the aspect ratio of this video. So I'm gonna just say controller.value.aspect ratio, and I believe that's all right. Okay, then right here it should just display the video, and as you can see, this is the video of a bee, and this is just the sample video of a sample video which this video player package use it as a default. And later on I can just replace it with the actual video which I have inside my database, but for now it's going to be okay. And for now let me just customize this page to make it a little more beautiful. Okay, so I'm gonna just minimize this VS Code that you can see it properly, and here you can see the emulator and see the changes in real time. So this is the title, and let me just wrap this whole title with a padding. So I will give it a padding from the right side, and we are having a padding only from the left side, which is going to be a padding of 10 or maybe a padding of 12. Okay, then we have a number of views, but beside a number of views I also want to show the publish time, so we can see that when we publish this video. So right here I can just copy it and paste it one more time, and here I'm gonna just say, for example, 5 minutes ago. It's just the date published of this video. And actually I don't need like this padding, so I'm gonna just say a padding of 4 from the left side, and also here a padding of 4 from the right side. So it's gonna be okay. And then I also want to wrap I also want to have a padding from the top side for this row, and I will give it a padding of something like 8, and I think it should be a padding of 5, and I think that's all right. Okay, then here we have the profile picture. So this is exactly this circle avatar. I need to just make it a little bigger, this profile picture, and then we have this display name of the user who uploaded this video, which is here like Ahmad Amini. It's just a hard-coded. And then we have the subscribe button, but before that I also want to show the number of subscribers that this user has. So I'm gonna just have one more text to say, like, for example, 1 subscriptions. Okay, and I just need to change the style of this text. I will just first of all give it a font size of something like 15, and also I will change the font weight to something like W500. Okay, and then I can just wrap it with a padding to give it a padding from the right side. And it's going to be just a padding of 6. Okay, everything is good. I just need to add a spacer here because I want this subscribe button to be at the end, and right now it is great. And let me also give it a padding from the left side, and it's going to be just a padding of 6, or maybe, yeah, that's all right. I can have just a padding like this. But the font size, I think it should be something like 13 because it's, yeah, I think that's right now looking very well. So this is the video page, and later on I can also add something like a comment section because I want to display all the comments right here, and I'm not going to work on it for now. Let me just work on this likes button because it's not looking very nice. Let me just find it. Yeah, here we have this thumb up, and also we have this thumb down. But first of all, let me just increase the width between these two. I'm gonna just give it a weight of like 15, and it should be inside a container, and I believe I can add and increase this vertical padding of this container to something like 15. Okay, I think it looks better now. Let me also increase this width a little more to something like 19, and now it should be better. And when this video is liked, I want to just change the color of this thumb up, but for now it's okay. So now we have this, and this is the video, this is the title of video, number of views, date published, profile picture of the user who uploaded this video, display name, number of subscriptions for the user who uploaded, and also we have a subscribe button, and also we can like this video or unlike this video. And also we have some other buttons. And first of all, let me just give a padding to this title. Okay, so I'm gonna just give it a padding from the top side, and just a padding of 4, not more. Okay, now it should be great, and also this padding to turn. Right now it looks great and everything is good. Okay, now the UI looks very good, and let me just improve the user experience of this video. Whenever we click on a video, I want some icons to appear because it's exactly like we have in the actual YouTube. When you click on a video, you can just, for example, pause or play the video. You can move ahead, or you can move just backwards. So this is all the features that we have in the actual YouTube, and I just want to implement this inside my project, that whenever I click on this, some icons should appear, and then I will be able to play the video and do some more stuff. So let me just create them, and first of all I will just remove this unnecessary imports, and then here I can just have some variables that I will use. And the first one is going to be a boolean of is show icons. So as I said, I want to be able to show the icon and also just appear or disappear the icons whenever the user clicks on this video. And then I also want to have a boolean to say is playing, so whether the video is playing or it is not playing, and that's all right. So first of all, let me just work on this is show icons, and I will just display some icons whenever I click on this video. And first of all, let me just create these icons, which are just some images that I already have inside the assets of my folder. As you can see, inside the assets I have icons, and also I have images. And of course, once again, if you have downloaded this project, you have access to all of them. And I will just use some of the images inside my project to display this play icon, pause icon, go ahead and go backward icons. So what I basically want to do is to wrap this video player with a gesture detector, or maybe I have already done it. Yeah, I have this gesture detector to this whole video. And right here, I'm going to just say that if is show icons is equal to false, in this case, for example, I want to display the icons, and whenever it's equal to false, I want to disappear the icons. So let me just do like this, that whenever is show icons is equal to false, I want to display the icons inside this method, and if it is not equal to true, I will do this method. Okay, first of all, if show icons is equal to true, it means that we have the icons, I want to just disappear them, and when we don't have them, I want to appear these icons. But now, first of all, let's have those icons. We have some stack widgets here. This is the first one, this is the next one. So here I'm gonna just, instead of this container, I can show the actual value. And here I'm gonna just display the icon of playing, that whenever user clicks on it, they will be able to play the video. So I'm gonna just use an image.assets, and then I will just say assets, and then inside the images folder, I can just show this play.png. Okay, and this is the icon that we have it here. So let me just change the color of this, and I will change it to a color of white, and now you can see it properly. Let me just change this to, for example, something like 170, and also the top should be something like 82, or maybe I should increase it. Yeah, I believe right now it looks better. So this is the first for playing the video, and the next I also want to be able to head backward and also go forward. So let me just create that one as well. I will just copy this position and copy it 2 more times. This one is going to be for backward, and the next one is going to be for forward, and it's just assets, images, and inside that I have go back final, and also the next one is going to be just go ahead final. Inside this I can just have go ahead final, and of course I will need to change these positions. For example, make it something like 30, and also this one to like let me say it from the right side, something like 30. So we can just do some stuff to have some trials and errors to find the exact positions of these 3 icons, and it will of course take some time to have the exact position, but later on you can have the you can just put it wherever you want. So I can just increase it to something like 45, this one, and also from the top side I want it to be like 85, or maybe I should increase it even more to like something like 96, and this one to 55. So as I said before, with some trials and errors you will understand the exact position of each one of them. And also let me change this one, this one to something like 55, and also actually not 55, so I will just put it like 45 or maybe 48, and I can also change this one to like 94. So with some trials and errors you will find the exact position to have these icons, and later on I also can organize it much more to make it more beautiful, but for now it is okay. Now I want to be able to appear or disappear the icons whenever the user clicks on this video. So I'm gonna just select this exactly right here. I believe that if sShowIcons is equal to true, in this case I want to disappear the icon, and for doing it I can just say sShowIcons should be equal to false, and of course I will do a set. So if showIcons is equal to true, I want it to be equal to false, and if it is equal to false, I will make it equal to true. For these icons, let me just make it clear that whenever you want to display these icons, so I will I will just only say that if showIcons is equal to true, I want to display this, but if it's equal to false, I will just show a size box. It means nothing. And I will do the same for the next one as well. I will only say, let me say like this, that if showIcons is equal to true, it needs to be displayed, but if it's equal to false, I only want to have a size box. And the next one will be exactly the same. And right now when I click on it, you can see it appears, and when I click on it, it will disappear. So it's exactly like the YouTube. And now I also want to be able to play the video. So how can I just make it to play? Let me just resize this VS Code that you can see the code properly. I will create a method right here to say, first of all, toggle video player. So in toggle video player, I will say if the video is playing, I want it to be paused, and if the video is paused, I want it to be played. For example, right now the video is paused, so when I click on it, it should play the video. But if it is playing the video, when I click on it, it should just pause the video. So how can I do it? I will just make a condition to say if I can just use the video player controller for this means. So I'm going to just say controller.value.is playing. It just gives us if the video is playing or not. So I'm going to just say that if the video is playing, I need to pause the video. But if it is not the case, else it means that the video is not playing, I need to play the video. So how can I make the video to be paused? I'm going to just use this controller.value.pause, I believe. I just need to say, actually I don't need the value, I'm going to just say pause the video, and that's all. When the video is playing, I want the video to be paused, and also I will make is playing equal to false because the video is not playing anymore, and I will also do a set. So if you're wondering why do I need this is playing, you will see later on, because I need to change the UI based on if the video is playing or not. And whenever the video is not playing, I want it to be played, so I can just use this controller.play the video. And again, I'm gonna just make is playing equal to true and do a set. So now I have this toggle video player, and I will just use this method on whenever I click on this play button. So it's going to be exactly right here. And let me just show it. Whenever I click on this, the video is playing. And when I click it again, it will just stop the video. When I click again, it will play the video. And when I click it again, it will just pause the video for me. So this is exactly the behavior that I want to have. So now I can also toggle video player, and I can just make the video to stop and pause. And now I also want the video to be go ahead and also go backward. So let me just create some methods for it. First of all, I will create a method to say go backward, and the next one is going to be go forward. So how can I create this behavior to make the video go backward and also go forward? First of all, let me just use it. So the go backward is going to be used exactly here, go back final right here. And also in this one for the go ahead final, I can just use go forward. To create this behavior, I just need to take the position of the video that we are in right now, and then I will add a duration to it. For example, it can be a duration of 1 second or any seconds that I want. For example, in the actual YouTube, we have the functionality to go ahead 5 seconds and also 10 seconds. You can change the settings. So default it is 10 seconds, but of course in this video I'm not going to use like 10 seconds, and I will just use 1 second. So if you're not understanding, just follow along to get what I'm saying. What exactly I need to do is, first of all, I need to get the position of the video that we are in. Of course, it's a type duration. So I'm going to just call this position, and then I can use the controller to say value and then position. And this position will give us the exact position of the video that we are in. For example, if I have played the video and it is at a half of the video, it will say me exactly that we are at this position of the video and it is played. And now that I have access to this position, I want to add a duration of, for example, 1 second to that position. So now this position is going to be equal to the position that we had, but plus a duration of like 1 second. And then I will just say the controller, I will just use this controller, and I will use this seek2. And this seek2 method is just a method from this video player package, and it will just make the video to go and jump on a specific part of the video, which takes an argument of position. So I can just tell this video to jump on this part of the video, and that part is going to be just this position. Okay, so everything is done. For going backward, let me just explain to you once again that what I have done here. I just use this controller to get the position of the video that we are in, and then I store it inside this position variable. And then I say, okay, the position, the current position that we are in plus a duration of 1 second should be stored inside this position. So this is the new value of the position. And then I just use this seek2 method to jump on this new position of the video. Actually, for go backward, I don't need to use the plus, but I need to use the minus because we are not going forward, we are going backward. And then I can exactly do the same for the going forward, but with this difference that in this case I want to have a plus, so we are going forward. Let me just do a hard restart. So click on this and it will just navigate us right here. We are also getting some bottom error flows which I need to fix later on as well. So as you can see, it's working perfectly fine, and we have this. And also this button should be also working, that we can just go forward and also go backward. But to see it properly, I just need to show a progress indicator right at the end of this page to see on which position of the video are we currently in, and just to see the progress of the video. And for doing it, I can just create this video progress indicator inside this video screen. So as you can see, I already have this align widget, and inside that I only have a simple container which there is nothing inside it. So I can just replace this container with a video progress indicator, which of course this widget is just came from the actual video player package that we just installed. And here, first of all, I need to assign a controller that we can use the controller that we just created, and also the allow scribbing will be equal to true. So now it should be good, and you can see that right now we have this progress indicator, and I just need to bring it down at the bottom of this page. But before that, let me also change some colors of it. For example, the plate color should be equal to red. So I will just change the property called colors, and it takes just a video progress colors widget. So I just need to add this. And right now we have a plate color, which I'm going to just use a color of red. And also I need to just change the buffered color, which this one is going to be equal to gray, a color of gray. So basically this color of red is the color of the video which is just passed on, and also the buffered color is the color of the progress indicator that we have not seen the video yet. So you will understand once we have it. Okay, as you can see, this is the video. When I just click on it, you can see that it just goes away, and right now this part of the video has been seen and this gray part has not been seen. It's okay, I just need to just relook at this progress indicator because it's not really looking very nice at the top of this video, and I want it to be just right there, just like the actual YouTube that we have. So for doing it, I believe that I can use a size. I can just use a position. Let me just wrap this with a position widget, and then I can just change the top, for example, to something like 80. But as you might know, first of all, let me just see if it's working or not. Actually, I really don't need this position, and it should be just working perfectly, but I don't know what's the problem now. So I have to just relook at this video progress indicator and put it exactly right there. And I also believe that I can just take this aspect ratio. So let me just take this one. And instead of that, I can just wrap it right here. So I'm going to just wrap it with the aspect ratio and then put it right here. Maybe that just solves the problem. Yeah, it's completely okay. And right now we have this progress indicator at the bottom of the video, which is really looking very nice, and it's exactly like the YouTube. And I can just play the video and it's just going on, and I can just do like this, and using this button I can just go backward. So now that everything is set up and I can just play the video, we can see the progress indicator right here and everything is just okay. Let's just initialize the actual value. What I mean is just let's just use the actual video and also the actual display name profile picture of the user who just uploaded this video and everything. So first of all, let me just replace this with the actual video. So let me just create a constructor, and I can just create a video model, and I'm gonna just call it a video, and I will just generate constructor for this parameter, and I can use this video to get the actual value of this video. And instead of just just a hard-coded video which is we are getting from the internet, I can just replace it with the actual video, and I'm gonna just say the video URL. So this is what we really need. And instead of the hard-coded B video, we are getting the actual video from our database. So right now we are getting this error in the post because I need to initialize this. So let me just initialize the video right here inside the post, and the video is going to be just the video. And right now it is okay. And everything should be really fine. And let me just do a hard restart. When I click on a thumbnail, we are navigated to this page. And here we should be able to see the video. Yeah. And as you can see, this is the video that we just uploaded inside the database, and we are seeing the actual video. And I can just play the video, and I can just stop the video. I can just go backward. Oh, this is just it's been wrong, and this is going forward, and also this is getting backward. So I just need to replace this two. So, and I can just do it real quick. Inside the video, I just need to replace this go forward and also go backward methods. This is not going to be go forward, it is go, let me just see, it is not go backward, it is the go forward. And also the next one, it's go backward. Let me just change it. Okay, and now everything should be good, and this is going forward, and also this one is getting backward the video, and I can just play it or I can just pause it. So now everything is okay, and I also need to change this other stuff, for example, number of views, date published, and title, and other things. And first of all, let me just change the title, and I just use the actual title that we have here. So let me just do that real quick. Here we have the title, a hard-coded how to learn Flutter quickly, and instead of that I can just use widget.video.title. And the next one is number of views, so I can just say, use like this to say widget.video.views, and also here I'm going to just say views, that we can understand this is the number of views because this one is just an integer. And right now we have this 0 views, and again I'm going to just give it something like this to say if number of views is equal to 0, I just want to display no view. And for doing it, I can just create a condition once again to say if the widget.video.views is, you know, something like equal to 0, in this case I want to just display no view. But if it is not true, I will just want to display the number of views that we have here, and for now it is no view. And the next, so I have this title, I have number of views, and the next I also want to just change number of subscriptions, and also the profile picture and the display name of the user who just uploaded this video. And for doing it, I need to once again use the provider of any user data provider. So let me just do that real quick, and for doing it I need to change this stateful widget into a consumer stateful widget. And of course I will need to import the Flutter Riverpod package, and I will just add a consumer right here and also a consumer here. So now we are able to use the Flutter Riverpod inside this video, and I can just do it inside the build method right here, and I will just use ref.wash, and also the method that the provider I need to use is any user data provider. And of course you are just familiar with it, and how can we use it. It takes a parameter, and the parameter here is going to be just the user ID of the channel who just uploaded this video. So I can just say widget.video.user_id. So now the result of this provider is going to be just an async value, and of course we know that it is an async value of user model, and now everything should be okay, and I'm going to just call it user. And now I can just use this user to initialize the actual value of the guy who just uploaded this video. First of all, I can change the profile picture, so I'm going to just change the background image. I will use the cache network image provider, and it's going to be just user.value.profilepic, and it should be just all right. The next, I can change the display name of the channel who uploaded this video. So for now it was just a hard-coded Ahmad Amini, but now we are going to just use the actual value, and once again I'm using user.value.displayname. Let's just put an exclamation mark here to say that this value is not going to be null. And also I'm going to change the number of subscriptions. So let's once again say user.value.number of subscriptions that we have here. And let's see what's the problem here. Yeah, of course, because I just need to change it to something like a string, because number of subscriptions is a list. It is not a string, so we can't use directly inside the text. And I can just use it like this. And I'm going to use a method called length to give as the actual length of this list of subscriptions, and also here I'm going to just write subscriptions. And once again, I'm going to just take the whole thing to say, as you can see right now, so we are getting this error and it will be just solved. I'm going to just say if the number of subscriptions is equal to 0, it should just return to something like no subscriptions. But if it is not equal to 0, for example, it is 1, 2, or it is more than 0, we just wanted to show the actual number of subscriptions. For doing it, once again, I just need to create a condition to say if the user.value.subscriptions is empty. So in this case, I just want to say something like no subscriptions. And let me just put an exclamation mark here. But if it is not true, it means that we have more than one subscriptions. I just want to show this. And now let me just do a hard restart and everything should be okay. And we should be able to see the actual values instead of just hard coded. As you can see, we are also getting some errors while the data is loading in the post and also the long video screen. I will also solve that. It is just some temporary errors that while we are retrieving the data, we get that. And also in the video, we get that error as well. But as you can see, we are getting the actual value. This is the title, first video on the platform. This is the actual number of views, no view for now. This is the profile picture, the guy who just uploaded. Of course, the display name is Ahmad Amini, and also we have no subscriptions, and this is the video. So that is all right, but let me also add some improvement to the user experience of this video and also post. And the first thing that I want to do is to just change whenever we are getting the video. Whenever the data is loading and we are getting the video, I just want to show a loader. Let me just find that. And it is right here. And instead of just simply a size box, I want to use and return a loader widget here to say, okay, now it should just return a loader. And also I can just wrap it with a padding if we need that as well. And I will just give it a padding from the top side, and it's going to be a padding of 10. Okay, now it should be good. And let me also open this long video screen. As you can see, we have this conditions to say if the data is not, if we don't have any data, it should just return an error page. If the data is loading, we should have a loader. And also when we got the data, we want to show a list without builder. So everything is okay right here, but maybe it's not okay in the post. I believe so, because we are getting the error whenever we upload. Whenever I do a hard restart, I get some temporary errors. It means that we need to add some more conditions, but this one should be okay. And the error should be from this part whenever we are retrieving the data. So we are saying that if a snapshot.has data is not true, and also let me add one more condition to say or. So this is basically just or, to say if snapshot.data is equal to null. If we got these two cases, if the snapshot.has data is not equal to true, and also if the snapshot.data is equal to true, I mean, if we have both these two cases, if snapshot.has data is not true, and also if snapshot.data is equal to null. In these two cases, I just want to return an error page. And when we are getting the data, I mean, when we are just waiting for the data, I just want to return a loader. And in other cases, whenever we are getting the data, I just want to return a list without builder. So now everything should be okay. As you can see, we are getting this loader, but right now we have the data, so it should not be just displaying. Actually, I forgot to add one more step, because whenever we are uploading this video page, I should add one more condition to say if the data is initialized, if our controller is initialized. In that case, we want to show the video. So let me just create this one as well. This is not actually true, so I need to just take all of them, this padding widget, inside which I have a loader, and I'm going to just use once again this size box, because that's completely all right here. And I don't need to change it, but actually I need to change it whenever the data is not initialized. So let me just add this condition once again. I think it should be inside this aspect ratio. I think that is a great place to do so. Yeah, that's right. Let me just add this condition to say the child of this preferred size widget should be an aspect ratio, but that is only true whenever the data is initialized. So I'm going to just say if the controller dot value dot is initialized. It means that if the data is initialized, only in this case I want to show this video and everything related to it. But if it is not initialized, I just want to show a simple padding widget, and that is it. And now it should be okay. Let me just do a hard restart and let's see if it is working properly like you want it to work. Okay, right now we got this thumbnail. When I click on the thumbnail, we are navigated to the actual video, and right now, as you can see, this is working properly. I just need to add and increase the padding, so let me just do that as well. I just need to have a padding not from the top side but actually from the bottom side, and it's going to be a padding of something like 90 maybe. You can just do some trials and error. You will understand how it should be, and I can just make it something like 100, and right now it is okay. And right now, because the data is not initialized, we are just seeing this loading. But whenever the data is loaded and we got the actual video, in that case, the video will be displayed. So right now it is working well and there is no problem. Okay, now I'm going to just upload 2 more videos to this platform because I want to just show you one more feature that is happening inside the video. And let's just upload this new video. I'm going to just click here, upload a video, and then I can upload this a very short video. Now I just need to enter a title and also a description, something like this is our second video, and also the description is something like optional. I can just leave it empty and it's not a big deal. The next I'm gonna just select thumbnail, and once again it's gonna be just this thumbnail because I don't have any other image inside my emulator. And of course it's not a big deal. Now I'm gonna just publish this video, and now this video should be just uploading, and I can also check it inside my Firebase console. This is my database, and I can just do a refresh to this page to see if the video is uploaded or not. And I believe the video should be just uploaded, so let me just do a hard restart to check it inside the emulator. Yeah, as you can see, the video is just uploaded. This is our first video, which says first video on the platform, and also this one is the second video, and the title is just this is our second video. Of course the thumbnails are the same. Let's wait for the thumbnail to be uploaded. It may take a while because my internet connection is just weak right now, but it should be just done. And right now I have 2 videos uploaded by the same guy, Dev Ahmad Amini. This is my account, which I uploaded 2 videos using these 2 accounts. And what I want to just show you is if I click inside the video, right now you can see that I'm only seeing only one video, but it's not the same inside the actual YouTube clone, because in the YouTube, when you just open a video, you can see other videos or the suggested videos just at the bottom right here. So right now it is empty, but it should not be like this, and I should just upload some more videos right here. So it can be any video but not the above video. It's just and it is just like the actual YouTube that we have in our phone. So right now what I want to do is to just using a stream builder show the other videos at the bottom of this page. So how can I do that? I just want to come here, and I believe that after the padding inside the list view, I can just use an stream builder to show the other videos right here. So I'm going to just create an stream builder, and the stream is going to be just once again the instance of Firebase Firestore. Let me just create this, and then I'm going to go inside the collection of videos, and of course we know we have to take the snapshots, but using this stream we are getting actually all the videos, but that is not what we actually want, because we want to get all the videos but not the above video, not this video. And of course the reason is clear. So how can I do it? I can just do it using I just need to add a condition, and I'm gonna just do it using this where method, and I'm gonna just say that I need to take all the videos inside this collection, but except one video, and it is the video that the user ID is the same the user ID of the above video. So I'm gonna just say where user ID is not equal to the widget.video.user ID. So I'm gonna just explain one more time. What basically I say here is that I want to take all the videos inside this collection, but not the video which the user ID is equal to the user ID above. I don't want to take that video. And finally, I just take all the snapshots of this video. Okay, the next is inside the builder, and here once again I can make some conditions here to check if the data is loading or if we are not getting the data. First of all, I'm going to just say if snapshot.data, snapshot.has data is not equal to true, it means that we don't have any data, or maybe snapshot.data is equal to null. So I'm gonna just check that if we don't have any data, I just want to return an error page. So I'm gonna just say error, just return this error page. This is the first condition. The second condition is going to be the time when the data is loading, and I'm going to just say if the snapshot.connection set is equal to connection set.waiting, it means that the data is not loaded yet. In this case, I want to just return the loader. And finally, when we have the data, I just want to return post again. Actually, I want to return a list without builder here, so I just need to show a list, and in this case I'm going to just return a list without builder. And the item builder is going to be just here. I will return the post, and of course it takes a video, and I have to initialize that one as well. And the video here is going to be just something like, let me create it here. Actually, right here I can say snapshot.data.docs. Here I'm going to just take all the docs. It means this docs is all the videos, so I can just call it something like videos map. But here it wants me a video model. Okay, so right now that I have this videos map, I can just convert it into something like a video model. So I'm going to just use this map method, and then I take each of this video, and here I can just say video model, actually like this, video model. I will use the from map method, and here I'm going to just say video.data. Okay, so I have to just return this, the result of this from map method, and the result will be added to this something like videos. And here I can just say videos, and I will take each index inside here. So let's see what's the problem here. Actually, it should be a list right now. Yeah, I have to convert this into a list. I just forgot it. Now everything should be working. So what I did here was, first of all, I took all the docs, which is of course all the videos, and then I stored it inside this videos map, and then I just used the map method to just convert each of these videos into a video model, and then convert everything into a list and stored it inside this videos list. And finally, I just returned it each index of these videos to this post. So now everything should be working, and let me just also put some comments here to just format the code, and everything should be all right now. So let me just do a hot restart. If I open the first video, not only this video, but I should also see the other videos at the bottom of this page. But right now it's not doing that, so let me just check if there's any problem here. Okay, actually I got the error, that's why we are just getting this. The reason is just I made a mistake right here. In the condition right here, I said that if the user ID is not equal to the user ID of this guy, so it's completely wrong, because I should not say this, because in this case we are saying that if the videos are uploaded by the same guy, it should not be displayed here, but that's wrong. I should not use the user ID, but I should use the video ID, and here I'm gonna just also say video ID, and right now it should be working perfectly. Yeah, as you can see, it's working right now, and that was the only problem, that I used the user ID instead of a video ID, so just make sure to make it right. And right now I can see the other videos. This is the actual video, and then at the bottom I can see the other videos as well. So let me just upload another video. Okay, if I want to just upload another video here, this is going to be 10 seconds video long. Enter a title. I'm going to just say our third video, and the description I can just leave it empty because it's optional, and then I have to select the thumbnail, and I'm going to just select this one, and finally I can just publish the video. Let me also do a refresh to this Firebase console to see if the video is uploaded or not, and we can just check it inside this console. Okay, now the video is uploaded, and this should be it. This is the second video, and maybe this one is the third video that I just uploaded. Yeah, that's right, this is our third video. And if I do a hard restart here, I should be able to see the video. Okay, right now as you can see, we got 3 videos. This is our third video, our first video, and also the second video. And when I open a video, for example, let me just open the first video on the platform. As you can see, I can also see the other videos, our third video and also the second video. I can see both, and they're just displaying at the bottom of the actual video that we are just playing. So it is exactly how it is inside the actual YouTube. So we have also got this feature. And this is the first video on the platform, this is the third video, and also this one is the second video. And I can just scroll through this page. Now that I have this behavior, I also want to add the comment feature to this platform. So at the bottom of this video right here, I need to display a comment box, and then when the user clicks on it, they should be, it should be open a modal bottom sheet, and then inside that, users should be able to post their comment. And also they can see their first comment, and also inside the bottom sheet they will be able to see all the comments inside a specific post and video. Okay, let's start on the comment section. Okay, right now that we are done with the video, we can just go and start creating the comment feature, and it's going to be the next feature that I will create to this project. So the first thing, I need to upload a comment, and then I can show it and display it to the UI. So first of all, inside this upload folder, I can add a new folder, and I'm going to just call it comments. And okay, so it should not be a file. Let me just remove this. I'm going to add a folder to this upload folder to say it should be called comments, and I will put just everything related to the comments inside this folder. And the first thing, I need to create a model for this comment, as we had for the video and also we had for the user. I need a model for the comment as well, and I'm going to just call it comment model. Okay, so let's create this comment model, which I'm going to just call it comment model. And this model is going to have 5 fields. One is going to be for the video ID, the comment text, and let me just create them one by one. So the first one is going to be the comment text, and we want to know which comment has the user just posted. The next one is going to be the video ID. Of course, it's again a string. Why I'm just creating a video ID field is because we want to know the comments are belong to which video, and for doing it I need to have this video ID here as well. And the next one, we also need a comment ID, just we had in the video ID and also we had in the user ID. We again need an ID for the comment as well, so it's going to be comment ID. And the next, I just want to show the display name and also the profile picture, so I'll also add this one as well, display name, and also the next one is going to be profile picture. So I have these 5 fields inside this model, and let me just generate a constructor for it, and that's it. I also need to just generate JSON serialization, and I don't need this too, so let me just remove them, and also remove this unnecessary import. So inside this model, I have a comment text, a video ID, a comment ID, display name, and a profile picture. And now I can just go and actually upload this comment. So let me just create a repository, and I'm going to just call it comment repository. And here I have this class again, comment repository. Let me just create an instance of Firebase auth and also Firebase Firestore, because we are going to need it inside this repository. And I will have a final Firebase Firestore, which I'm going to just call it Firestore. And the next I also want to add, or maybe we don't need a Firebase auth, so maybe it's okay. Let me just generate a constructor, and now we have this Firestore. Now the first method that I need to create here is going to be a method to just upload everything inside the Firebase Firestore. So I need to create a method called upload comment to Firestore. And using this method, I can just upload this comment inside the Firestore, and of course it is going to be just asynchronous. And now I can use a wait to say, okay, I will go inside the Firestore and I will just create a new collection called comments. It's going to be the third collection that we have inside this project. Then I need to have a doc, and this doc is going to be a comment ID. So as I said, I need a comment ID here. And then I'm going to just set everything inside this collection. And before that, actually, I need to create a comment, an instance of comment model here. So let me just create it. It's going to be the type comment model. I will just call it comment, and it's equal to comment model. And here I'm going to just use the to map, because I want to add, first of all, let me just create an instance of this, and then I will need to use that to map method. So here I have an instance of comment the comment model, and I have to initialize these values, the comment text, video ID, comment ID, display name, and profile picture, and I'm going to just fill all of them using parameters. Okay. Let me just put a comment here to reformat the code here. And then I can just have some parameters here, and using these parameters, I will just initialize the values, and all of them are going to be just required. The first one is the first comment text. The next one is going to be for the video ID. The next one is going to be comment ID. Or actually, I can generate the comment ID here, and I don't need to pass it as a parameter. I can just do it right here. And the next one is going to be just the profile picture and also display name. So let me just create this one as well. This is for the display name, and also the last one is going to be for the profile pic. Okay, right now I have all of them. Now let me just generate a comment ID here as well. And as you know, I need to import the UUID package, and using this package I can just generate any random number or everything I want. So let me just create one here. Right here, before the instance of comment model, I can just have a string. I'm going to just call it comment ID, and it's going to be equal to this UUID, and then I can just use the v4, and it will just generate a random string for me, and I can just use this comment ID right here. Okay, so right now that I have everything done here, when I want to set the data, actually I can use this instance of comment model, this one, and then I can use the to-map method to just send everything inside the Firestore database. And of course you should be just familiar with this, because we already did that with the user, and also we did that for the video. Okay, so using this, I will just send everything to the Firestore database, and now I need to create the UI of the comment page. So now I need to create the UI of the comment page, because I should be able to use this method right there. But before that, let me just create a provider for this comment repository. It's gonna be called comment provider, and it's equal to a simple provider, and I'm gonna just return the comment repository. The Firestore is going to be just Firestore, Firebase Firestore dot instance. Let me just create an instance of this, and right now everything should be done. All right, so now let me just create this comment page UI, and actually this comment is not going to be a page. Actually, it's going to be just a model bottom sheet, and of course you should be familiar with that. I'm not going to create a page, but I'm going to just create a model bottom sheet. First of all, let me just open this video. And as you can see inside the project, whenever I open a video, right here, before I display the other videos, exactly right here, I want to have a box, and when the user clicks on the box, they will be able to open this model bottom sheet and the comment sheet. And then also they will be able to see the first comment right here inside this box. It's exactly like the actual YouTube. So they are able to see the first comment, or sometimes the most popular comment, right inside this box. Okay, so let me just create that. I believe that after this row, yeah, so after this row, I should be able to create this box. Let me just see if it's okay. So this one is the row, and then I have single child scroll view, or maybe I should do it outside this padding. Yeah, I believe this is a good place. Here I'm gonna just write a comment to say comment box. I'm gonna just create it here, and it's gonna be basically just a container. It's not something hard. I'm gonna just create a simple container. I just need to give it a color of gray, and I also need to give it a height and also a weight. The height is gonna be something like 45, and also the weight is going to be something like 200. Yeah, this is the box which I need. And of course I will change the color, and also I'm going to just give it a padding, and also I need to add a border radius inside it. First of all, let me add a decoration. And here I have a border radius, and I will just give it a border radius of something like maybe 14. It's a border radius from the all sides, and it's going to be a circular of 14, and that should be all right. And of course I need to put this comment inside this decoration, because otherwise it will give us error. Okay, I have this. Actually this 14 is a lot. Let me just put it something like 8, and right now it should be okay. I also need to add a padding. I mean, I need to wrap this container with a padding, because I wanted to have some distance from the left side, the right side, and also from the top and bottom side. Okay, let me just have a padding here, and it's going to be a padding of symmetric, and then horizontally it will be in 8, and also vertically I will have a padding of 12, and it looks like this. I believe it's beautiful, and I just need to change the color of this container, because this deep gray color is not looking very nice, and I will just give it some shade of something like maybe 200. Let me just see, or maybe a shade of 300. It should look perfect. Yeah, right now it looks more like the actual YouTube, and when the user click on this container, they should be just able to open that model bottom sheet, that comment sheet. So I will just wrap this container with a gesture detector. And in the onTap property, when the user clicks on this container, I want them to be able to open a comment sheet. Okay, so when the user clicks on this container, I just want to show a model bottom sheet, and the context is context, and the builder, I will just return a comment sheet here. And of course I need to create this comment sheet right now. Okay, so let me just create actually this comment sheet. And right now let's just scroll up. Let me find this content, and right here I need to add a new folder, because as you already know, I have different folders for the content and also for the upload. I have 3 folders inside the upload. One is for the comment, for the long video, and for the short video. And exactly I have these 3 folders inside the context, because inside the content folder, because I want to just display all the contents right here. So here I'm going to just add the new feature, I mean the new content, which is going to be for the comment. And in the next tutorial I will also add the short video, but for now let's work on the comment. And here I will just add a file called comment sheet. So now let's create the UI of this comment sheet, and it's going to be really easy. It's not that hard. And let me just create an status widget, and I will just call it comment sheet. Back to the video, I need to import this, and error should be gone. Now here I'm gonna just return a container, because it's, as I said before, it's not a page. Actually it's just a simple container, and inside this container and inside this comment sheet I just want to have first of all I will just write and add some text like comments, and also I will add a text to say remember to keep comments respectful and this stuff. And at the bottom of this comment sheet, I just want to have a text field, which inside that user will be able to actually add its comment. So we'll have a profile picture, of course, the profile picture of the current user, and then we will have a text field and also a button which allow user to actually upload the comment to the Firestore database. So let's create that. It's going to be really easy. Inside this container, the child is going to be just a column. And inside the children, first of all, I will have a row. And inside this row, first of all, I can have a text to just say comments. And I will also change the style. The style is going to be have a font size of 20. And also, I will give it a font weight of bold. So now I also need to add a button to this row, and it's going to be just a close button, which when the user clicks on this button, they will be just navigated to the previous page. So outside of this text, I can just add an icon button, and the on press is going to be just empty for now. And inside the icons, I can just add an icon of close. And let me just reformat the code, and now it should be okay. And let me just show it inside the emulator that how this page is actually working. When the user clicks on this container, they will be able to see this container. So this is actually the comment sheet, and actually the size is okay. And right now this is going to be the comments, and this is the button. And let me just change the main axis element of this row, and it's going to be just a main axis element dot space between, and now it should be okay. And I will also actually add some padding to this row. Let me just wrap it with a padding widget. And we will have a padding of actually symmetric, horizontally equal to 8 and also vertically equal to 12. And it should be good, I believe. And it's great. The next, I also want to add a text here to say, remember to keep comments respectful and also follow our community and guidelines. It's the same like we have in actual YouTube, and outside this row, I can just add this text, and it's going to be just, remember to keep comments respectful and to follow our community and guideline. So it's exactly like we have in the actual YouTube. And let me just copy and paste it outside this padding. It's the correct place. And as you can see, it's like this. And I also need to actually add it inside a container. So let me just take this, and then I will create a container here. And the child of this container is going to be this text. Okay. Now I need to change actually the decoration of this container. And I will just give it a color of gray with a shade of like 400. It's like this, and it should be good actually. And I also need to change the padding of this container, and I will just give it a padding from the all sides, and it's going to be a value of 6. Okay, so right now it looks nice. Let me also just maybe it's great, and if I want to add some more styling to this container, I will do it later on, but for now it's going to be okay. And at the bottom of this container, at the bottom of this column, I just want to add a row. And inside this row, actually, I can just create, first of all, a circle avatar to show the display, the profile picture of the current user who is just uploading this comment. And then I can have a text field, and at the end, I can have a button to let user to actually upload that comment. So first of all, let me just create this circle avatar. And it will have a radius of something like 15. The next, I want to give it a background color. And the background color is, of course, gray. And I will later on add a background image, and it's going to be the profile picture of the current user. But for now, I'm going to just leave it empty like this. And I can just increase this radius of this circle avatar to something like 18. And right now, it should be better. And I will just put all of them at the bottom of the page, so I can just have an spacer here, because I want this row to be at the bottom of this container, not like here. And it should be good. And let me just wrap it with a padding. And here I will have a a padding from the bottom side, like a padding of 10, and also I want to have a padding from the right side 8 and also from the left side 8. So now it should be okay. And it looks okay. The next, after the circle avatar, I want to add a text field. And this text field also has a decoration because I want to change the styling of this text field. And of course, it's a type of input decoration. And here, first of all, I will just change the border of this text field. And here I need to add a class of input border, actually outline input border. And inside this class, I have this border side, which here I can just add a border side, and then here I can just change the color. So I will just give it a color of like gray. It's okay. Now I also want to add a hint text. So the hint text is going to be just something like add a comment. And it will just let the user to know what's this text field about. And I also can just wrap this text field with a size box because I just wanted to have a specific size, and I will just give it a height of 45 and also a weight of 140. Let's see how does it look like. And it looks like this. It's okay. Let me just increase the weight of this text field to something like 250. And I also can increase it to something like 265. Actually, not 165, 265. And right now it should be okay. And at the end, I also want to add an icon button here to be able to send this comment. Okay, right now it looks good. And I can also just add a size box between this circle avatar and the text field. And it's going to be just right here. And it just has a width of 10 pixel. And that should be all right. And now let me just create this icon button at the bottom of at the end of this row, and it's going to be just outside of this size box, and here I can just have an icon button. And the on press is going to be just empty for now because I will later add the functionality to it, but the icon is going to be just an icon of send, and I believe it's a great icon. Let me also remove this cons from this padding and add the padding right here, there, and also here. So now I have this icon at the end, and let me just change the size and also the color of this icon. I will give it a color of green and also change the size to something like 28. Let's see how does it look like. Let me just increase it to something like 35. Yeah, and I believe it should be great. And actually I can also increase this the weight of this text field to something like 280 or maybe 275. Yeah, so I believe this is really nice, and now that we have the functionality here, it should be great. Now let me also create a comment tile whenever the user adds a comment. So we need to have this comment tile that when the user clicks on this icon button, they should be able to add the comment, but we don't have actually the comment tile. Let me also create that right now. And inside this comment, actually inside the content, I can have, or I don't need any folder. I'm going to just add it right inside the content. So here inside the comments, I'm going to just create a new file called comment tile. And just like always, let me just import the material.dart and create the status widget. I'm going to just call it comment tile, and here I'm going to just return a container. Okay, so let's see how this comment tile is going to look like. It's a really simple thing. I just need to add a row to just create a circle avatar, a display name, a date published, and also the comment text. So it's going to be really easy. First of all, the child of this container is going to be just a column. Inside this column, first of all, I can have a row because I want to display a circle avatar and the other stuff. So let me first of all create the circle avatar. It's going to have a radius of something like 15 and also a background color of gray. The next, after the circle avatar, I can actually create the display name, which is going to be for now only a hard coded of Ahmad Amini. Later on, I can just give it the actual value of display name. Let me also change the style of this display name to something like this, and I will give it a font size of 18, and also I will change the font weight of this to something like fontweight.w500. That should be all right. And the next, after this, I also want to add the date published of this comment, so we should know that when this comment was published. And again, it's going to be a text to just say like a moment ago. And right now, after the row inside the column, I want to just show the actual comment text that the user just posted, and it's going to be once again inside the text to just say like first comment on the platform. And I also want to add an icon at the end of this row, so let me just create that one as well. Actually, after this did published of this comment, I also want to have an icon, because we have this in actual YouTube, and I also want to have this, and the icon is just called more worth. Okay, this is the name of the icon, and I want to have it at the end of this row, and also I will add an spacer here. Okay, that's gonna be great. And now I can just add my first comment. So let me just open this comment sheet, and at the bottom, whenever the user clicks on this send icon, it's actually right this one. When the user clicks on it, I want to upload a comment to the Firestore, and here I can do it. And first of all, I need to change this stateless widget into a consumer widget, because we want to read we want to just use the Flutter Riverpod just like always to actually read the different providers. Here I'm going to just add this widget ref, and now I'm able to use this ref here. And I will just say ref.watch, and the provider that I'm going to use here is just the comment provider. And now I can just use this upload comment to the Firestore. And as you can see, I have some parameters to just initialize, and it's going to be the comment text, video ID, display name, profile picture, and everything. And let me just have all of them. And actually, I need 3 different sources to get each of these parameters. First of all is a comment text, and of course it's going to be just the easiest one. I just need to have a controller to this text field. And for doing it, I need to change this consumer widget into a consumer stateful widget. So first of all, let me just convert it back to an stateless widget. Then I'm going to just change it. Let me just remove this widget ref as well. And now I have to change this stateless widget into an stateful widget. And now I'm going to change this stateful widget into a consumer stateful widget. And I have to add consumer right here and also here. Right now it should be great. Let's also put some cons here to remove these blue warnings, which makes our computer slow down. And it's great. Now to initialize this comment text, I just need to add a controller to it. And right here I can just create that. So it's going to be just once again a type text editing controller, and I will just call it comment controller. So I just created an instance of this text editing controller, and now I can use this controller inside this text field right here. And let me also remove this const, and right now it should be okay. So now I can just use this comments controller to initialize this comment text. So I'm going to just say comment controller.text, and it's going to be the actual value of this comment. The next, I need to have the video ID, and I can just have it using parameters, and I need to create a new parameter here. I'm going to just call it a video model, and I need to initialize it and get the value from the previous page. So let me just create this one and also generate constructor. Now inside the video, I need to initialize this, and the video here, it should be widget.video, and that's all right. Now back to the comment sheet. I have this video, and right here the video ID is going to be just something like widget.video.video ID. And the final thing is the display name and also the profile picture. I need this one as well. And as you know, this display name and profile picture should be the display name and the profile picture of the actually the current user, because who is just sending and uploading this comment? It's the guy who just uploaded this comment. So this display name and the profile picture is exactly the data of the current user, because only the current user is uploading the comment. And for doing it, I need to use another I need to use another provider here. So let me just use this ref.watch, and here I need to have the current user data provider, and I will just say when we actually get the data, and this data is going to be just the user, I want to take this user and actually I want to return that. So let me just return this user, and that should be all right, and I will just store it inside a variable called user. So now I can just use this user to initialize the value of display name and also the profile picture. I will say user.value.display name, and also I will do the same for the profile picture. I have a user.value and also .profile picture. Okay, that should be all right, and everything should be good right now. So right now I have this upload comment to the Firestore, and of course it's going to be a feature of void. This method is a feature of void because it should be like this. And then inside the comment sheet, I need to make this method await and also asynchronous this method. So now everything should be good, and let's test it out and let's see if it's working or not. Okay, so now let's test it out. If I add a new comment, and I'm going to just say first comment, and okay. Now if I just press on a send button, let's see if the comment is added or not. So now here it should be just added a new collection called comments, and we should have the first comment called first comment. Let's check it out. Yeah, as you can see, we have this comments collection, and this is the comment ID, and this is all this stuff. The comment text is equal to first comment. This is the comment ID. As you can see, we also have it here. This is the display name of the user who uploaded this comment, and also this is the profile picture, and actually this is the video ID. So everything is just working perfectly fine. And right now I should also be able to display the comments, because whenever we add a new comment, we want it to display right here. Now I want to display these comments right after this text to say, remember to keep comments respectful. After that, I want to just create an stream builder and display all the comments. So let's have this stream builder, and this stream is going to be just, first of all, let's create an instance of Firebase Firestore, and then I'm going to just open the collection of comments, and finally I can just take all the snapshots. But remember, like this, I don't want to just take all the snapshots. I want to have a condition here, so I'm going to just use once again this where method, because I actually don't want to get all the comments, but I want to have a condition to say I want to take all the comments, but the video ID should be equal to the widget.video ID, because as you know, each video has its own comments, and we just don't want to get all the comments in our database. We just want to get each video's comments on that specific video. I hope I'm clear, because we want to get all the comments in a specific video. So that's why I'm going to add this condition to say I want to take all the comments, but the video ID should be equal to video ID of this specific video. And finally, I take all the snapshots. Then we have a builder here, and just like always, I need to add some conditions here to say if the data is null or we don't have the data. It's going to be the first condition to say if snapshot.data, if snapshot.has data is not true, or snapshot.data is equal to null. So you should know how does it work, because I have done this before a lot of times, and you should be just familiar with this, which in this case I'm going to just return the error page, because we don't have the actual data and there is some error. The next, I want to check if the data is loading. So I'm going to just say if snapshot.connectionDataSet is equal to connectionDataSet.waiting, which in this case, I want to just return the loader, just like always. And finally, when we don't have each of these conditions, the data is not having any data and it's not loading. In this case, it means that we have the actual data. And here, I just want to return a list without builder. And here we have this item builder. And also I want to have an item count. And here I just want to display all the comments. So how am I supposed to do so? Actually, I can just say here we have snapshot.data.docs, and then I can just store it inside a variable called comments map. Using this, I just retrieve all the comments. I want to convert this map into an actual comment model because we are working with models and not maps or this stuff. So let me just convert it into a map. And first of all, I need to use this map method to actually get each of these comments. And I want to just return this comment. And finally, I will just convert it into a list. And now it should be a list of comment models. Actually, not like this. I want to have a comment model. Yeah, I want to have a comment model and use the from map method. And the map is going to be just the comment.data. I'm not going to explain this a lot because I have done this a lot. So I'm going to just explain shortly. I just get this comments map, which is actually all the docs inside the collection of comments. Then I use the map method to just get actual each of the comments. And then I use the from map to convert this map or everything into a comment model. So I just converted the comment model, and finally I just turned it into a list. So now I have a list of comment models. Let me just specify the data type of this variable. It's a list of comment model. I'm going to just call it comments. And the item count is going to be just comments.length. And inside the item builder, I'm going to just return a comment tile. And let me just open this comment tile because we want to display all the information inside this comment tile. And here I need to have a comment model as a parameter. So let me just create that one as well. I have a comment model, and I'm going to just call it comment. And let me just generate a constructor for it. And here I have to initialize it, and the comment is going to be just equal to comments and each of these indexes. So you should be just familiar how to use with list without builder. It's not hard. And now I'm going to just use the actual data of this comment to show the value. First of all, I need to initialize this background image, and let me just create a cache network image provider. And the URL and the image of this cache network image provider is going to be just something like comment.proof-of-picture. The next one is display name. So we will have comment.displayname. And I also need to initialize the value for the date published, but I'm going to do it later on. I'm going to just wrap it with a const and also this one. And here I need to show the actual comment. So I'm going to just say comment.comment text. So now everything should be okay, and let me just do a hot restart. I open the first video, and when I open this comment sheet, as you can see, I should be able to see the first comment, but we are getting some error. It means that there should be some problem here. Let's see if there is any problem. Okay, so now I believe I know what is the problem, and again, it's a very silly, stupid mistake. I just here inside the condition for this stream builder, I specified that where the video ID is equal to widget.video. I forgot to add a video ID here because we just want to compare if the video ID of this comment is equal to the video ID of this whole video. And now everything should be good. And as you can see, this is our very first comment. It was a very silly mistake, and this is programming, and we can all sometimes make mistakes and we forgot some stuff, and it's not just a big deal. And right now everything is great. So we can see this is the first comment, and actually it's not looking very nice. So let me just change the styling of this comment, and then everything should be great. Let me just open the comment tile, and I also minimize the VS Code that you can see the emulator properly, as I'm just changing this comment tile. And the first thing, let me just remove this unnecessary container. And the next, I can just change this font size to something like 16 because 18 is really big. And I also want to just increase the font size of this a moment ago to this date published. Let me just add a text style to this one. And first of all, I will change the color to something like gray or maybe blue gray. Okay. Now I also want to add a size box here, and it's going to just have a width of something like 8, and it should be great. Now I can also just add a size box between this circle avatar and this display name. Let me just add that one as well. And here again, we have a size box with a width of 8. And now let me also change this actual text and this comment, and let me just find it. This is going to be the comment text, and I will just wrap it with a padding, and I just want to give it a padding from the right side, but I'm not going to just give it a hard value, because in that case it will be it will just cause a lot of problems when we try down on different devices because of different dimensions and this stuff. So let me just use media query here. I'm going to just use media query dot size of, and then I can say width, and then I'm going to just say give it a size of something like 0.7 size of this screen. Now it should be okay. Let me just remove this const from the whole page if there is any const. Let's see what's the problem here. Actually, it's not a problem. I just forgot to add this agencies. So I'm going to just say padding is agencies dot only, and then from the right side I can add this media query. And actually this is a lot, so I'm going to just use 0.6 and it should be great, or maybe 5.8. Okay, right now it is great and it's working. And I just also want to just wrap the whole column with a padding, and I will just give it a padding from the top side, and it's going to be a padding of 7 because I wanted to have some distance from the top sides. And why this one is not just changing, let me just remove this padding from this column, and instead maybe I should give this padding to this row. Let's see if it's working. Okay, it should be great now. Have this back, and I will just want the padding to be back on the column, and I can just wrap this circle avatar with a padding as well, and I will give it a padding of 7 from the top side. Okay, right now everything is cool, and we have this comment feature done, and it's great. So let's work on the next feature.
So right now that we are done with the videos and comments and everything, now I can just move on to the next section, which is going to be the short video. And now I have to upload the short video, and then I will also display it inside the page. And first of all, I need to create a method. As you can see, I already have this peak video. I'm going to just copy it one more time, and here I'm going to just change the name to peak short video. And here I'm not going to return the video details page, but instead I'm going to create a new page called page screen, and I'm going to navigate to that new page. So let me just come here to the short video feature. As you can see, I already have this widgets folder inside the starting project. As you can see, inside which I have this my trim slider, and it is a package and it is a widget that I have already created, and I use it to let the user to trim the video as like they want. So you can just go through this file and see how everything is written here. I'm not going to go through it right now. So right now I can create a new folder inside this short video, and I'm going to just call it pages and create the first page here called short video screen.
Now I'm going to just import the material.dart and create an stateless widget. I can just call it short video screen. And just like always, I can return a scaffold, and then inside the body, just like always, a safe area. Then the child is going to be a padding. The padding is going to be just a padding from the top side. And I'm going to just give it a padding of 20, just like always. And then the child of this padding can be my column. Okay, so right now I have this short video screen, and I came back to this method. And now in the pick short video method, I'm going to just navigate to this short video screen. So what actually I want to do is that whenever the user tap on this method pick short video, which I'm going to just call this method inside the upload section, which I will show you. Whenever I call that method, I want to take a file, I want to pick a video, and then I want to just navigate to this short video screen. So let me just open this upload bottom sheet as well. And as you can see, we already have this upload a video, and whenever we tap on this button, I pick a video. But whenever the user picks a short video, I want the other method, which is called pick short video, triggered. So I'm going to just call this method, and of course I will await this. So that's all right. Let me also just run the emulator that I can show you right here. Okay, so right now when I click right here, I can upload a video and also create a short. And when I click on create a short, I should be navigated to that page. Now I can pick a video. When I click on this video, I will be just navigated to this empty page, because right now there's nothing inside this short video screen. So now let me just work on the UI of this page, and we are gonna just create a lot of stuff here. What I want to do inside this page is to create some functionality to let the user edit this short video. And for doing it, I need to use a Flutter package called video editor. So let me just show this package to you really fast. So this is a package. It is the video editor version 3.0, and the latest published was 8 months ago. So you just need to install this package inside your publish.yml file, which I already have done it. As you can see, I have this package right here, and just make sure to install this package to be able to edit the video. And I'm gonna just import this. So let me just remove the unnecessary pages here, and I'm gonna just import the video editor package, because I need to use this package to actually edit the video. So now I import this package, and then I can use it to actually edit the video. And first of all, let me create the UI and just tell you that how this UI is going to be look like. First, I'm going to create one button at the left side to just navigate back, and at the right side, I want to create a circle avatar just to display the length of the video. Then I want to display the actual video at the center, and then at the bottom, I can just have the trim slider from the, of course, the video editor package. And finally, I'm going to just have a button which it's going to be just let us to export the video. First of all, I need to change this stateless widget into a stateful widget, and it allows me to create the initialization of this package. So let me just go inside this package. As you can see right now that we have installed this package, and of course this is the demo of how it looks like, all the features inside this package. And to just initialize this package, it's really simple. Let me just do it real quick. I can just copy this code from the package, I can just copy the code from the documentation. Then I'm gonna just paste it right there. As you can see, I have created a controller for this video editor package. And then I don't want it to be like this, and actually I want to have the actual video here, which I can just get it from the parameters. So I'm gonna just create this one as well. And this video is going to be the type short video. So now I have to create a model for this short video, just like I did for the video for the user, and for the comment I also need to create a model for this short video. So let me just create that real quick. I'm going to put it inside a new folder called model, and the only file here is going to be the short video model. So in this model, which I'm going to just call it short video model, I will have 4 fields. It's going to be the caption, the user ID of the guy who is just uploading this short video, and also I want to have the user ID, the caption, the date published, and also this stuff. So let me just create them one by one. The first one is going to be just the caption. The next one is going to be the user ID. The next one is going to be the actual shared video. And the final one is going to be the type date time, and it's of course date published, just like we have for the comment and also for the long video. Now let me just generate constructor for this, and also I'm going to generate JSON serialization. Now I will remove this unnecessary parts, and I can also remove this one. So now we can use this short video model to actually get this video. So I'm going to just specify the type of this to short video model, and of course I'm going to just call it short video. Now I can generate constructor, and this is it, and of course the name is short video. Just like always, initializing this video editor package is really similar to initializing the video player package. They're really similar, and there are not a lot of difference between them, and I can actually do it inside the edit set. First of all, let me create this video editor controller, and I'm going to just call it editor controller. Okay, and now I can just create an edit set method, and of course you know how this method is working, and I'm going to just paste everything right there and remove this part, and also I'm going to call this controller editor controller. Okay, that should be all right. Let's see what's the error. Of course I should not call this one a final, and this should be all right. And let's see what's wrong here. Yeah, because this short video should not be the type short video model. Yeah, actually I don't need to use the actual model here. I will use it later on. I can just call it the type file because it is a type of file. The video that we're getting from the image picker package is, of course, it gives us a file back. So I'm going to just call this a file. Or I can also make it a string and just send the path here, but I'm also okay with this one. So now everything is okay. I have initialized this. And of course, as you can see, I have a min duration and also a max duration here. And you know, the short videos in YouTube, the maximum size is going to be 60 seconds. So I'm going to just change it to 60. And also the minimum duration here is going to be 3 seconds. So it means that the users can upload any video with the minimum duration of 3 seconds and the maximum duration of 60 seconds. Okay, now let me just check the package once again. And I also have to do like this, and it's going to just initialize the package completely for me. So let me just copy this one. Actually, I can just copy all this because I don't need to do it manually. And I'm going to just pack it, or I'm going to paste it right here and change the controller to editor controller. Okay, now everything should be just all right, and I will be able to use this package to edit the video and do a lot of stuff. Okay, now inside the column that I have just initialized the package, actually I can create the UI of this page, and the background color of this scaffold is going to be black. I want to have a dark theme here. And then inside the column, first of all, I will create a row, and then I will change the main axis alignment to main axis alignment dot space between. Now that it's all right, inside the children, I will have one icon button, and the icon for this one is going to be just icons dot arrow back. I just want to navigate back to the previous page whenever the user clicks on this arrow button. And also I'm going to just create a circle avatar, and inside this circle avatar I just want to show the trim duration of the video, because this is a video editor. We are using video editor, and I'm allowing user to edit this video, and here I'm going to just show the trim duration, and the radius for it is going to be just something like 18, and also I will give it a background color of something like blue-gray for now. Okay, that should be all right. Let's see if it's working. First of all, let's see what's the error here. I need to have a short video, which is going to be here, right, video. Now I should be able to see this. Let me just do a hot restart. Now when I want to upload a short video, I can choose this video, and now I will be navigated to this page. This is the icon button, and also right here I can show the trim duration. Let me also change something here. I want to just make this circle avatar smaller, and also actually I want to change this arrow back icon as well. So I can do that later on as well. For now, let me just wrap this row widget with a padding. I want to have a padding from the both left and the right side, and it's going to be a padding of 8 from the left and also from the right side. That's all right. Now I have this one, and actually inside this circle avatar I want to show the trim duration, but I'm going to do that later on. For now it's going to be just empty. The next, I actually want to show the actual video here, and to show the actual video I can just use a class from this video editor package. So I'm going to just go outside of this row, and then I can just use a class called croppedGridViewer.preview, and using this class I just need to initialize this video controller, and I'll be able to show the actual video. And as you can see, this is going to be the actual video, and of course I will have to change the aspect ratio of this video, because short videos are actually doesn't have the aspect ratio of the long video. So I will change that later on, but for now, okay, we just have this video right here as well. And also one other thing that I need to keep in mind is that I just want to display all of them whenever the data is initialized, whenever this package is initialized. So for doing it, let me also do one more step here. Whenever I'm showing this column, I just want to make sure that everything is initialized. So for doing it, I can just say editor controller dot is initialized. Let's see if we have it or not here. So yeah, it's called initialize here. So if this all the stuff are initialized, in this case I only want to show this column, but in other case I just want to display a simple size box, and that's all right. And just make sure that everything is okay and we will not get any error. Okay, so now the next stuff after I have this is going to be just the trim slider, and as you can see I already have this pre-built widget, this trim slider, and you can just go through this file and see how everything is working. So I have this pre-built widget inside the starting project, and then I can just create that trim slider after this video. So I'm going to just use this trim slider, and let me see what's it called, and the name of this class is just my trim slider. So I can just import this and everything should be all right. Let's see what is. I need to also initialize this controller, which I'm going to just say editor controller, and also the next parameter here is going to be a height. I'm going to give it something like 45, and it should be all right for now, or maybe that's all right. And as you can see, I can just play with this trim slider. Okay, let me just go once again. I will upload this video, and I will be navigated to this short video screen. And actually I can play with this short video and everything, but for now it's not actually really working, but it will be solved and it's not a big deal. So the next thing, I just need to create a button at the end of done. So I'm going to just create a container. Here I have a child of a text button. I just want to create a text button with an unpressed, which for now is of course empty, and then the child is going to be a text to say done. And I just want to export the video whenever I click on this button. And I also want to change the styling of this container. I want it to be first of all, let me have a decoration and a box decoration. Here I'm going to just give it a color of white, and I also want to change the border radius for this, and I'm going to just give it a big border radius from the all sides, and it's going to have a border radius of 18. I hope that's perfect. Okay, so let's see how does it look like. I have it right here, and I also want it to be located at the right side of the page. So what I can do is to just wrap this container with an align widget, and then I will change the alignment to bottom right, and it should just change its location. And as you can see, yeah, right now it's located at the bottom. So now, first of all, let me just change the aspect ratio of this video, because I want it to be like a short video, and I can just do it when I'm initializing this package right here. When I say initialize this video editor, I can change the aspect ratio, and the perfect aspect ratio for this is going to be something like 3 to 3.5, and I have just get that aspect ratio by trial and error, and I believe that this is the perfect aspect ratio for this video. Let me just do a hard restart. Now when I go to the same page of create a short, and then right here you should see that the aspect ratio is actually like this, but it's not really looking very nice. So let me just change it. So I think that this aspect ratio is great and it's looking better. This 4 to 5, this aspect ratio of 4 to 3.6, and it's actually looking like this. And of course it's better than the previous one. You can actually change this numbers, and you can just have your best aspect ratio. Now I also want to have a spacer widget right here before this crop grid view, and it will just make this trim slider go at the bottom. And actually this is not what I want, so I'm going to also have another spacer right here, and let's see how does it look like right now. And it looks just perfect in the way I want it to be. At the top we have this arrow button and also the circle avatar. At the middle we have this video, and at the bottom I have this trim slider and also this one. And actually I also need to give a padding to this bottom at the end. So let me just wrap this container with a padding as well. And I will just give it a padding of something like 12 from the bottom side. And that should be good for now. Okay, so right now we are done with the UI, and let's work on the logic. So I want to export the video whenever I click on this done button. So I need to create a method called export. And I'm going to just create it right here, and it's going to be called export video. And of course it's going to be an asynchronous method, and I just want to trigger this method whenever I click on a button done right here. So I'm going to just replace this with this right here. So now let's work on the exporting video, and it's going to be really simple, and I can just use the package video editor to do so. And we can use one of its classes and of course some other classes of this video editor package to export the video. And of course, if you just to know, there's also a separate package in Flutter for just exporting video. Of course, it can do a lot of other features. It's a package called FMMPEG, and that package is mainly focused on exporting video. Of course, it can do a lot of other things as well, so it has a lot of features, but mainly that package is used to export video. But for now, because we have already used this video editor package, we can also export our video using this package, and we can use one of its classes to do so. So let's just start exporting video. And the first thing I want to do is to just create a configuration. So I'm going to just use one of the classes from this package called video FMMPG video editor config. And just using this class, I need to initialize the controller here, which I'm going to just call video editor controller. And I can just get a config, so I'm going to just store it inside a variable called config. Now that I have access to config, actually I can get a method called getExecute config. And now the result of this method is going to be just an execute. So I'm going to just once again store it inside a variable called execute. And now that I have done this, finally I'll be able to get my command. So I'm going to just write final string command, and it's going to be equal to execute dot command. Of course, I have to make this method await because we don't know when it's going to be done. And now I can use the command, and using this command I can actually export my video. So I did all these steps just to take this command, and now I have it. Now the actual process of exporting video will start from here, which I will use a class called FFmpegKit. So I'm going to just use this method. And of course, if you can see here, we just also exported this one because it's necessary. Right here, I can use the execute async method. So I'm going to just use this method. So now I have used the class of FFmpegKit that, and then I have used this method called execute async. And this method would actually export the video for us. And as you can see, it has one required parameter, which is the command, which I just already created. Now this method also has some other parameters which I need to use, and the second one is going to be just a method. And of course it takes a session, so I'm going to just write session right here because it takes that. And right inside this method I can actually see if the exporting process is a success or it's a fail or whatever. And I can also have some more parameters. The next one is going to be just null because I didn't need it. And the next parameter and the final parameter which I need here is going to be something that gives us a status. So I can see whether what is the progress of exporting video. I can actually and visually see the progress of exporting video. And the next one is just for this one. So as I said, this execute async will export the video for me, and it has one required parameters, which is the command, which I already generated. And then in the second one, it takes a session. It means I have access to a session, and using it, I can actually see if the exporting process is a success, if I can actually export the video and or not. The next one I don't need it, and the final one is the status, so I can actually see the progress of exporting video. So right now, first of all, let's actually see if we can export the video or not. And for doing it, I can actually use this session to get a return code, and I will store this return code inside a variable called code. And of course, it's going to be the type return code. It is a data type generated, created inside this package. And of course, I'm going to just call this code and make this await. And also I will have like this to just say we will initialize this variable. And also I need to make this method asynchronous. So now I have a code, and this return code will just tell us if the return code was a success or not. And I can just make some conditions here to actually check that. And I'm going to just say if the return code dot is success, and here I will just put the code. If the return code dot is success, it means that if the exporting process was success and we actually exported the video, I'm going to just export the video right here. So this is our first condition, and the second condition is just else. If the exporting process was not a success and we were not able to export the video, and here I'm going to just show some error to the user. So we have these two conditions: if we can export the video, or we will just show some errors to the user. And right now, let me also create some variables here. First, I want to just create a variable for exporting. It means if we are exporting right now, and I want it to be a type of value notifier. And if you wonder why I didn't need to use this kind of value notifier, I'm using it because later on I want to display it inside the UI, and I need to use some listenables. And for using listenables, I need these variables to be the type of value notifier, and that will just help me to, display the values in real time to the UI, and you will see that later on. So this value is going to be just false for now, and of course it's a type boolean. I have an is exporting is a type value notifier of boolean, and initially it's equal to 0. Initially it's equal to false. And also I'm going to just have this once again, one more variable, and this time I want to show the exporting progress. And again, it's going to be just a value notifier. Initially it will be equal to 0, and the type of it, the data type, is going to be just double. Okay, so right now I have these two, and let me just see how can I use it. First of all, the is exporting, whenever I start the process of exporting video, I want this is exporting to be equal to false. So I'm going to just say is exporting dot value should be equal to, of course it should be true, because it's initially it is equal to false, and when I start the process of exporting video, I want the value of it to be equal to true. And I need to use this value because of course it's a value notifier. And when the exporting process is done, I want this is exporting dot value to once again become equal to false. Okay, and here in the status, I also want to have show the progress of exporting video. So I'm going to just say exporting progress dot value should be equal to, here I just need to show the actual value of exporting video, and I can just do it using a class from the config. And here I'm going to just use get fmpg progress, and here the time is going to be just this status. I can use this status to get the actual time, and I'm going to just say status dot get time, and also I want to convert it into an integer. So like this, I can just actually get the actual value of exporting progress. So this should be good. And one last step, whenever I get some errors, I'm going to just show some error to say show error snack bar, and the message is going to be just something like failed video cannot be exported. I will show just this error. And whenever I can actually export the video, I want to navigate it to, and I want to navigate to a new page called video details page. And inside that page, I can fill out the other fields for that short video. For example, because in this page, we only export the video, but in the next page, I also want to fill out the caption and also the date published, so other stuff. So I need to also have another page for completing the short video fields. For doing it, I'm going to just create a navigator. So I'm going to just say navigator. And here I need to create a new page to navigate. So I'm going to just create that page as well. Inside the short video, inside the pages, I can create the second page called the short video details page. And as I said, inside this page, I can actually fill out the other parameters and other fields inside. Let me just import the material.dart, create an stateless widget, and I'm going to just call it short video details page. And now, just like always, I can return this safe area and then padding. And here I'm going to just give it a padding from the top side, and of course it's going to be just a padding of 20. That's all right. Now let me just create this navigation, and I will just say, okay, just navigate to this short video details page. That's all right, and let me just put a cons here, and that should be all right. And now everything is okay. Let me also remove this error. And what actually I have done here is, let me just go through it once again. I want to export the video, and initially I have put the is exporting value equal to true because we have started a process of exporting video, and then I have created a configuration for this. And then once I have this command, I have used the actual method of execute async, which will let me just export the video. And this command is going to be just the first required parameter. The next, I have some other parameters as well. And in the second one, which is going to be a function, I can actually see if the exporting process is a success or not. And I can just do it using this code. And I will say if the return code is success, I can actually make this exporting equal to false and navigate to this short video details page, which inside this page, I can actually fill out the other fields for the short video, like the caption and other things. And if it's not equal to success, and if we failed to export the video, I'm going to just show an error to say failed video cannot be exported. And also here, I can actually see the status of exporting video. So that's going to be all right, and everything should be good for now. I will also specify the return type for this export video, and it's going to be just a feature of void. And now everything should be okay. And let's check it inside the emulator. So let me just run the project. So now when I want to upload a short video, I can choose my video. I will choose this one, and then I will be navigated to this short video screen. And I can modify this, like I can specify which parts of the video I want to just get, and I can just remove the other parts. And when everything is done, I can just hit the done button to actually publish the video. And to actually export the video, and when the video is being exported, I will be navigated to this page, which is short video details page. And of course, for now, it's going to be just a blank scaffold, but now I can actually create the page. And first of all, at the app bar of this, I want to create some stuff. So let me just create an app bar. And here I have a title, which I'm going to just give it a text to say video details. And actually, this is going to be the video details. Let me also give it a color. I'm going to change the background color to red. And also, I need to change the text style for this text. So I'm going to just give it a style, and then I can change the text style. First of all, I will give it a color of white, and that should be all right. And it was good if I could change the color of this arrow button as well, but that's not for me. I cannot do it anything. Okay, so for now it's going to be okay. And let me also change this property of center title, and I will put it equal to true, and it will make the title to go in a center. Okay, so that should be all right. Now let's work on the body of it. And the child of this padding is going to be just a column. And inside the column, what I want to actually create is, first of all, a text field at the top. And inside that text field, I can actually fill out the caption for this short video. And at a publish button, I can actually publish the video into the Firebase database. So first of all, let me just create this text field. that's going to be the text field. Let me just change its properties. I will give it a decoration, and it's going to be the type input decoration. Here I can give it a hint text, and I will give it something like write a caption. And I can actually give it a border as well. So I'm going to just give it a border, and of course it's going to be the type outline input border. Here I will have a border side, and I will use this class border side, and here I can actually change the color to something like maybe blue. Let's see, it looks like this. And let me also give a padding to this column, or maybe this text field. I will actually give that padding to this color, so I can give it a padding from the left side like 10, and also from the right side 10, and it should be all right. So this is going to be the padding. Now I also want to create a button at the end for publishing the video. So I'm going to just go after the text field. I can create a flat button. Of course, it's a pre-built widget that I have inside the starting project. The text is going to be just publish. The on press is going to be just empty for now, but later on I will use it to actually publish the video. And the color of it, I can be using something like a color of green. Okay, that should be all right. And now let me just remove this cons and put it here, here, and that should be all right. And it looks like this. And I can actually change that and give it, let me just go to the column, and here I will change the cross-axis alignment to cross-axis alignment dot stretch. And now it should solve it. And also I want to give it a spacer, so after the text field I can just have a spacer, and that should give it a distance from these two. And I actually want to give a padding to this flat button, and I will give it a padding from the bottom side, a padding of 30, and that should be all right. And now that everything is done, I can actually publish the video. And for doing it, let me also create a controller. So let's change this stateless widget into a stateful widget, and then I will create a controller called caption controller. And of course, it's a type text editing controller. And I will just take this caption controller and put it inside the text field. So I will give it inside this controller, and that should be all right. And let me just remove this cons, and it should be all right. So now I'm ready to actually publish the video. And first of all, let me just get back to the short video screen. And here, whenever I navigate to that page, as you can see here, I also want to give it a video. So I will say this video, and it should be just equal to the video that I just exported. So let me just come here and give it a parameter. So I'm going to just say, of course, it should be a type of file, and I'm going to just call it video. Let me also import a dart.io, and I will generate constructor for it. Now I have to initialize it, and it should be, the video should be equal to this video that we are getting again from the parameter. And of course, the type is, the name of it is short video. So I'm going to just write like this, and it should be all right. And I need to remove this cons, and it should be all right. Now I can actually take this video. So I have everything right now. I have the date published. I can just create one. The date published is of course just the current time. So I'm going to just create a date time, and then it will be called date, and it will be equal to date time dot now. So I have this caption, I have the date time, I have the video, and I also have the user ID. It's simple. Getting the user ID, I can just take the current user ID. So actually I have everything, and I can actually publish the video right now. And for doing it, I can create a repository. So I'm going to just create a new folder called repository, and inside that I have only one file called short video repository. Here I can create a class called short video repository. And just like always, first of all, I need to create some fields for Firebase Firestore and also Firebase auth. So I'm going to just create Firebase auth, and I'm going to just call it auth. And the next one, I'm going to just create one for the Firebase Firestore. and of course I'm going to just call it Firestore, and then I can generate constructor for it. And now I'll be able to use this auth and also Firestore. Add short video to Firestore. This is going to be just the first method here, and of course it's an asynchronous method, and then I can just use this Firestore, and then I'm going to just create a new collection called shorts. Yeah, that's shorts. And then I will have a doc, and the doc here is going to be just I can create a comment, a short video ID. Yeah, that's all right actually. However, I actually don't need to do it, because the way I will display the short videos later on is something that I don't even need this ID. So I can actually just remove this doc, and I don't need to even set the video. I can actually just add. And the data here, so this is add. Let me just explain to you that this add is another method. It's an alternative for setting the data. But the difference here is that I don't actually need a doc. I can just set the data and it will just give it some random ID. But if I use set, I can actually give it my unique ID for each document. But because I don't need actually a unique document for each of these documents, I'm going to just use this add method. Because later on, when you will see later on that whenever I get back the data, when I display it into the UI, I will just display them all inside the list without builder, and I actually don't need any ID. So I'm going to just use add, and then here I can use an instance of short video model. So let me just create it really fast. So I'm going to just say short video model. As you already know, I have created, and I'm going to just call it short video, and it will be equal to short video model. Now let me just initialize these values. First of all is the caption, the user ID, short video, and date published. And I will just take all these values from the parameters. So let me just create that inside the parameters. The first one is, all of them are going to be just required string caption. The next one is going to be just string user ID, string short video. This is going to be the actual video. And the final one is going to be just a date time. It's going to be called date published. Why we give any error here? Okay, so now it should be all right, and I have all this one. Let's see what's the problem here. The short video is actually not a string, but let me open this short video model, and this short video should be a string actually, and there should be no problem. Yeah, it's actually because of the renames. As you can see, this short video is actually the same to the short video which I have named to this instance of short video model. So I can actually change it to just video, and this should be just all right. Let me also give this a video. Now everything is okay. I can put a comma here and then a semicolon to reformat the code. And now inside the add, I can just use short video and then just the to map. As you already saw, we have done it multiple times, and I will just add all the data inside the Firestore collection. And I will also change the return type of it to something like a future of void, and it should be all right. Now I will get back to the short video details page, and right here I can just say, actually, first of all, I need to create a provider for this, just like always. Let me just remove this too. And here I'm gonna just create a provider. I will name it short video provider, and it's going to be just like always equal to a simple provider, and here I will return short video repository. The art is going to be just Firebase auth dot instance. I will do the same for the Firestore as well, and that should be all right. Okay, now let's actually publish the video right here. And for doing it, I need to convert this stateful widget into a consumer stateful widget. So let me just import this, and then I will take this consumer, I put it right here and also here. Now I will be able to use this ref, and I'm going to just say ref.watch, and then I will use short video provider, and then I can use this method add short video to the Firestore. And the caption here is going to be just the caption controller.text. The user ID is going to be just Actually, let me remove this user ID. I don't need to initialize this value here, and then I will get back to the short video repository because I have the auth actually here. I don't need to give it a parameter, so I will remove this user ID. I don't need to take this as parameter, and here the user ID is going to be just auth.currentuser.uid, and that should be all right. Okay, and the next one is the video, which I can just give it the widget.video, and actually it's a type of file, not a string, so let me just check that. And actually I can take the path. Yeah, I will just say widget.video.path because I just want to store the path of this video, and then the date published is going to be just something like date, which is the date time now, and you already know. So now it should be all right. Let me just asynchronous this method and also make this a wait. Now everything should be okay, and we will be able to actually upload the short video. So now that we have uploaded the short video, I need somewhere to actually get back the short videos and display it into a UI and inside a page. And for doing it, I need to go to the content feature, and right here I have comments, long video, and the next I will create a new folder called short video. Okay, now inside this short video, I can just create a folder called pages, and the first file is going to be just short video page. Okay, now I'm going to just import the material.dart and create an status visual called short video page. Just like always, let's create this scaffold. Inside the body, I'm going to just create a safe area. The child is going to be just padding, and I will have only a padding from the right, from the top side, and it's going to be just a padding of 20. Okay, now the child for this padding is going to be just a column, or actually I don't need this column, and I'm going to just display the data inside an stream builder. Okay, that should be all right. Now I actually want to display the data, and just like always, I can do it using an stream builder. And here the stream is going to be just the Firebase Firestore. Let me just create an instance of Firebase Firestore, and then I'm going to just open the collection of shorts where I just store all the short videos, and then I can just say snapshots because, and here I don't need any condition, I don't need anything. I just want to get all the data back. It means all the short videos back. And then inside the builder, I want to create first of all some conditions, which I'm going to just say if the data is not equal to, I mean if we don't have the data, so I'm going to just say the snapshot that data is equal to null, or for example if snapshot, so here I'm going to just say if snapshot.data is equal to null, or snapshot.hasData is not true. Just like always, I'm going to just return this error page. And in the next one, I'm going to just say if snapshot.connectionState is equal to connectionState.waiting, which in this case I'm going to just return the loader. And finally, when I get back the data, I just want to return a list view.builder. Here, inside the item builder, I can actually once again create this one. I'm going to put a semicolon right here, and actually I get the data and display it right here. So to get the data, I'm going to just say snapshot.data.docs, and it will just give me all the documents back. I'm going to just put exclamation mark right here, and then I will store it inside a variable called short videos or short video maps. The next, I want to take each of these short videos, so I can just take one of them. So I'm going to just, and actually I want to convert it into a short video model. So I'm going to just say short video model. This is going to be the data type, and then I'm going to name it short video, and it will be equal to short video model dot from map, and the map here is going to be just short video maps, and I will just take each of these indexes. Yeah, and actually here I need to specify the data because I don't want it to be like this, and I actually want the data, so that should be all right. Let me just remove this. So what I have done here is just like always, I get all the docs here, which is of course the short videos, and then I convert it into a short video model just like this. And now finally I just want to return a short video tile which I need to create. So I'm going to just do like this, and later on I can just create that. I'm going to just create a new folder called widgets, and inside that I can create this short video tile. Just like always, let me just import the material.dart, create the status widget called short video tile, and now I can actually import this, and that should be all right. And this short video tile takes a short video model as parameter, so I'm going to just create this short video model. I'm going to just call it short video. Then I can generate constructor for it, and that should be all right. Now let me also give value to the short video, which is going to be equal to short video. Okay, now everything should be good and we can actually display the data. Let me just create this short video tile, and this short video tile is going to be just each short video that you want to display. It's just the actual video, the title of the video, and then the date published. That's all. So let me just create it. Instead of this placeholder, I can actually return a padding, and here I will have a padding from the top side, and then the child is going to be just a column. So now for actually displaying the video, I need to convert into a stateful widget, and then I need to initialize this video player. And first of all, let me just create the configuration for using the video player package. And first of all, I need to import that. Let me just import the video player because we want to display a video. And for creating the configuration for video player, first of all, I need to create a controller. So I'm going to just call it short video controller, and initially it will not be equal to anything. So then I need to also specify the data type, which is going to be just video player controller, and that should be all right. Now, of course, it's not final. Then I need to create an init set because the initialization and configuration will be done inside this init set, and I can just do like this. The name of the controller is short video controller, and that should be all right. I just need to take this, and instead of this thing, I need to actually show the actual video, and the actual video here is going to be just the short video, which I take from the parameters. Let me just first of all use a widget short video and the actual short video. That should be all right. And this is the actual video which we want to display. And now inside the column, I can just say whenever the short video controller is initialized, I just want to check if this is initialized. Let me also put an exclamation mark here. And only in this case, I just want to show the actual value. So I'm going to just create an aspect ratio. The aspect ratio here is going to be just element to 16, and that should be all right. And the child is going to be just the video player, and the controller is going to be just short video controller. Okay, so that should be all right. Right now, if the data is initialized, I want to display this, but if it is not initialized, I'm going to just return something like a size box. Okay, so now it should be all right. And let me also put a cons here. Actually, I'm not going to do this inside here, but I need to do it for the column. Okay, it should be right here. I'll put this and then like this. And this should be actually right here. Now, after displaying the video, I also want to display the caption and also the date published. So let me just create a row, and right here I can actually create a text, and then here I'm going to display the caption. So I can actually display the actual caption. I don't need to give it a hard code. And here I'm going to just use this widget.shortvideo.caption. And let me just change the text style here. So I will change the style property here, and the text style is going to be just the font size of 20 and also a font weight of bold. So now it should be all right. Let me just give it a const. And then after this text, I also want to display the date published. So let me just give it one other text. And here the date published is going to be just short video. And here just the date published, and then that should be all right. Let me also just convert it into a string. And just one thing that remember, for displaying the date published and for displaying dates inside this project, I'm going to use a package called time ago. So I have already installed it inside my publish.yaml file. Let me just show it to you. It's going to be just this package, and using this I can actually display the dates very beautifully. And you can also just install this, and then you will be able to do so. I will just import this package. And now right here I can use a class of this. Actually, first of all, I need to make this time ago as like this. So I'm going to just say I will use this as time ago, and then I will be able to use that. Time ago.format, and here the date is going to be just like this. Let me just remove this because I should not convert into a string, and right now it should be all right. So now everything is actually done. Let me also change the main axis alignment inside this row, and I will give it something like a space between, and now everything should be okay. Now I have to do one last step, and inside the listView.builder I need to add the item count property, and the value of it is going to be just equal to snapshot.data.docs.length, and it's basically just the number of short videos that we have inside this collection. Now everything is perfect, and let's check if it's working or not. So I'm going to just run the emulator. Now let's test if it's working or not. So I'm going to just click right here to create a short. I will just choose this video, and now I will be navigated to this page, which allow me to actually edit this short video. I can choose whichever part of this video that I want, and this is a demo of the video. And once I'm done with everything, I can just click here done to export the video. And once it's exported, I will be navigated to this video details page, which inside I can actually write a caption to this video. And once I click on this button, it will be published to the Firestore database. So let me just give it a caption, and I will just write first short video, and I will hit publish. Now this video should be published, so let's go and check the Firebase console to see if it's working or not, and this collection of shorts is being created or not. So let's just check it on. I'm gonna just refresh this page. So as you can see, this new collection of shorts is being created, and in this collection, the first video and the first short video is just like this. The caption is first short video, this is the date published short video, this is the actual video, and also this is going to be the user ID, which is starting with B4EP, and this is my current user and my channel. So the video is uploaded successfully, and I just need to show it in the UI, and of course I have already created that short video page. As you can see, this is going to be the page. Actually, the name is short video page, yeah. This is the page, and I just need to put this page somewhere. So first of all, let me just close all the unnecessary pages, and now I'm gonna just open the page lists, and in the second page, instead of just this center text to say short, I'm gonna just put the actual page. So the name of page is just short video page, and I have to just import it, and it should be all right. Now let's check it out. Let me just do a hard restart first. So now in the second page, it should be all the short videos, and as you can see, this is going to be the short video. This is the demo of the video, and this is the title, first short video, and also this is the date published 4 minutes ago. So everything is working perfectly fine, and the last thing that I need to do here is first of all give a padding to this date published and also the title, and also I want to be able to open this video. I want to be able to pause and also to play this video. Whenever I click on it, I should be able to play it. So let's work on this. First, let me just open the short video tile, and inside that I'm going to just give a padding to this row at the bottom. I'm going to just wrap it with a padding, and I will just give it a padding only from the right side, a padding of 10, and also from the left side again a padding of 10. So that should be all right, and it should be good. Yeah, this is great. And let me also give it a padding from the top side. I think it's also good, and I will give it a padding of something like 6, and it should be great. Yeah, and the final thing is to just be able to play this video. So let me just come here. So I'm gonna just wrap this aspect ratio with a gesture detector, and in the on top property I will create this logic that whenever I click on this, if it's not playing it should play, and if it's playing it should just pause. So let me just use this short video controller dot value, and then I'm gonna just say if it's playing. Actually I need to create this inside a condition, so I'm gonna just say if this is the case. Let me just put an exclamation mark here and also an exclamation mark at the beginning. And what does it really mean is that short video controller dot value that is playing, but it's not true. It means if the video is not playing, in this case only I want it to be played. So I'm gonna just say value dot play, or actually I don't need to use the value, and I'm gonna just say play the video. And else, if it's not the case, I wanted the video to be paused. So I'm gonna just say short video controller dot pause. Okay, this is done. The only thing I did was that I'm saying that if the video is not playing, it should play the video, and in the else cases it means that if the video is not, it means if the video is playing, in this case pause the video. Now it should be great, and if I come here and click on the short video, it should start playing, and when I click again it stops. When I click again it starts again. So everything is working perfectly fine, and we are done with the short videos. Now let's just work on the final feature for this project, which is going to be the search feature. And I also want to be able to and let users be able to search both videos and also channels. So this is going to be the last feature that I'm going to add in this project. So let's create it real quick. Inside the features folder, I'm going to create a new folder called search. And here, let me just find it. Actually, I can create a new folder inside it, and the first one is going to be for pages. The second one is going to be for the widgets, and the final one is going to be just for the providers. So first of all, I want to work on the UI of the search screen. So let me just create a new file inside the pages folder called search screen. And after I'm done with the UI, I can just work on the functionality of actually searching videos and channels. So let me just import material.dart. Then I can create a status widget, call it search screen. And just like always, I'm going to just return a simple scaffold, and inside the body, once again, safe area, the child is going to be just a padding, and I will give it a padding from the top side, just like always, a padding of 20. Okay, so I'm done now here, and the child of this padding is going to be just a column, and I will create everything inside this column. So first of all, let me tell you how this page is going to look like. Actually, I want to create a page, and first of all, inside this column, I will create a row, and inside that row, I will have an icon button and just an arrow button. The next, I want to create a text field, which inside users will be able to search for both videos and users. So just going to be just a simple text field. And the final one, I'm going to just add a search button, which whenever user clicks on them, they will be able to search for the videos and channels and everything. And of course, at the end of the column, I want to show all the found items. So let's just create them. As I said, first let's work on the UI. So I'm going to just create it real quick. As you already see in the video, this is the page that I want to create. So first of all, let's have a row, and inside the row, first of all, I have this icon button. The unpress is going to be just empty for now, and the icon is going to be just an icon of arrow. So I have this arrow back. This is the icon that I use here, and I will just use this to navigate it back to the previous page. Let's also put some cons here to remove these blue warnings. And after this icon button, I actually want to create a text field. So I'm going to just create a text form field here. And first of all, let's change the UI for this text form field. So I'm going to give it a decoration, and using the input decoration, I will give it some styles. First of all, the hint text, I will just give it a hint text of something like search YouTube. And I also want to give it a border, so I'm going to just use the outline input border class, and in the border side I can use this class to actually change the color of this border of this text field. So I'm going to just change the color to something like maybe blue. Okay, that's all right. Now let me just put this class somewhere in my project. So I'm going to just take the search screen and find this pages list. And for now, I'm going to just put this as the first list because it makes my life much easier to see the changes inside this page. But later on, when I'm done with this page, I will put it as a third page after the long video and short video pages. But for now, it's going to be just okay. And let me just do a hard restart that you can see the changes of this search screen. And I'm going to also just remove all the unnecessary pages, so I don't need them. I'm currently working on this search screen, and as you can see, this is the icon button. And I also need to wrap this text form field with a size box that actually I can see it. So let me just wrap it with a size box. And here I'm going to give it a height of something like 50 and also a weight of like 200. And this is the page. I actually need to increase the weight for this. So I'm going to give it something like 280, and that should be much better. Or 70 is, I believe it's okay. So this is what I got on now, and I'm going to also decrease the height to 45, and I think it is better. And that's all right. I also want to give this a border radius for this text field. And for now, this UI for the text field is going to be okay, but at the end, I'm going to change this a little bit. But for now, let's be okay and continue with this. So here, I'm going to just use a pre-built widget called custom bottom. It is a pre-built widget which I have already created, and of course if you have downloaded the starting project you have all of them. So I now have to initialize some of the values like icon data, on tab, and have color and everything. The icon is going to be just something icons.search. We have this from the Flutter itself. The on tab is going to be just empty for now, and also the have color it will be equal to true. So that's so this should be all right, and I should be able to see the icon actually here. And this is going to be the icon. And I also want to wrap this with a size box to give it my favorite height and weight. So let me just give it a height of 34 and also a weight of 65. I believe that is the correct weight. Let's just check it out. So this is what I have created so far, and actually I want to increase the height and a little the weight for this search button. So I'm going to just increase the height to something like 39, and I hope this fits this. And I believe this is beautiful, and later on if I want, I can actually change the UI for this page much more and improve the UI and the UX for this page. But for now, I'm going to just be okay. And now let's create the search user tile widget, because whenever I'm searching for users, so I should be able to see some users, and I need to create that widget. So as you can see in the page, this is the exact widget that I want to create right now. So I'm going to create a new file called search user tile widget, or search channel tile widget. So I'm going to create this page. First of all, let me just import the material.dart and create an status widget. I'm going to just call it search channel tile. I'm going to just call it like this, and then I can actually create this page. So as you saw in the video, this is the page that I want to create, and we will have a circle avatar. First of all, we have a row, I have a circle avatar, and the next child is going to be just a column inside which I display the display name, the username, number of subscriptions, and also I want to have a subscribe button which allow user to subscribe the specified channel. So let's just create it. First of all, I will have a row, and inside the children, first of all, I want to have a circle avatar, and the circle avatar has a radius of 40 or 45, and also I will give it a background color of gray. And I also want to wrap this row with a padding, because I need to have some paddings from different directions, like from the top side and also from left and right side maybe. So first of all, let me give it a padding from the top sides and a padding of 10. So after the circle avatar, I want to have the next child to be a column, and inside this column I actually want to create first of all a display name. So let me just create a text, and I'm going to just call it Ahmad Amini. This is my display name. I also changed the style for this, and I'm gonna just give it a font size of 17 and also a font weight. And the font weight that I'm gonna just use here, I'm gonna just use a font weight of W500. Okay, after the display name, I need to create a username. So let me just create one. I'm gonna just call it @Ahmad Amini. This is going to be my hard-coded username, but later on I will actually give it the actual username that I have. But for now, let's work on the UI as I said. So the text style here, I'm gonna just give it a color of blue-gray. And I also want to change the font size to something like 13. I want to make it smaller. And after the username, I want to create a number of subscriptions. And it's going to be for now just no subscriptions. And again, I want to give it a color of, let me just change the text style. And I will give it a color of blue-gray. Okay, this should be all right. And I'm not going to change the font size for now. And at the end, I just want to create a subscribe button. So let me just create that one as well. And it's going to be just a flat button. As you can see, the text here is going to be just subscribe. The on press is going to be just empty for now. And the color is going to be just black. I think it looks perfect. Okay, this should be it. And now I want to actually use this that I can see the UI for this one. So let me just take this and inside the search screen, right here, outside of the row and inside the column, I want to display it inside. For now, I'm going to just show hard-coded. I don't need to use any stream builder or list without builder. I'm going to just do like this. And this is what I have created so far. And I need to actually change it a little. So let me just get back. I want to make this circle avatar smaller. And also I need to change the main axis alignment for this row. And the main axis alignment is going to be just something like a space. Let's use a space around. Or maybe I should give it a space evenly. Or that's not looking very nice. So I'm going to just use a space between. And right now I also want to give an spacer at the end of this row that brings this column to this right here. So at the end of this column, or I should say at the end of the row, I want to have a spacer widget. Yeah, so let me just create a spacer here. And now it's like here. And I also want to give a padding to this column. I'm going to give it a padding from the left and also from the right side. So I will just give it a padding from the right side, a padding of something, or maybe from the left side, a padding like 20. And that should be all right. Or let me give it something like 35. Or I believe it should be 45. So for now, it's going to be just okay. And I love this. So I also want to change the radius for this circle avatar. And I will just give it 40. And this should be perfect for this thing. And also, let me just change the padding. I'm going to also give a padding to this row from the left side and a padding of 10. And that should be perfect. So now I have this. I also want to change the UI for the subscribe button. And I need to make this subscribe button to have a little smaller height. And also I will widen this button. So I'm going to just need to wrap this flat button with a size box. I will change the height to like 40. And I also want to give it a weight. So let me just give it a weight of something like 80. And that should be perfect. Or I should increase it to something like 130. Or 20 is okay as well. Or maybe even 10, because that looks perfect. And now I also want to give this a size box to this subscribe button from the top side. And I need to create a size box here. And I will give it a height of like 8 from the top side. So that should be okay. So now I have this, and this search style user widget is perfect. And that is the way I want to. And again, if I want to improve the UI for this, I can do it later on. But for now, let's be done with the UI and let's work on the logic for this. So first of all, let's create the providers. And inside this search and providers, I'm going to just create a new file called search providers. And here I need to actually create two providers, one for the videos and also the next one is going to be for the channels. So I'm going to just create both of them. So the first one, I'm going to just call it all channels provider. And using this provider, I just want to get and retrieve all the channels possible inside this project. So it means all channels or all users. And let's create this simple provider. And now I want to get back all the channels. And to get the channels, it's really simple. It's not a big deal. I can just use the Firebase Firestore. I'm going to just do it manually myself. I don't need to use any provider or anything right here. I'm going to just create an instance of Firebase Firestore. Then I'm going to go inside the collection of users. Then I'm going to just get back all the channels and users inside this project. Of course, I need to make this asynchronous and await this method. Now I'm going to just store this inside a variable called users map, and this should be all right. Now I want to take each of the users from this users map, so I'm going to just say users map, and of course it's an iterable, and then I can get all the docs. Of course, now it's a list of iterables, and then I can use a method called map, and this map just give me back each of the users. So I'm going to just call this user. And now what I want to do here is to actually use the user model. And here I'm going to use a method called, first of all, let me just import this. Here I can use a method called from map, and using this from map, I can take each of these users and then I want to convert them into a model of user model. And finally, at the end, I want to convert everything into a list. So let me just explain what I have done here. First of all, I will put some comments here to reformat the code. What actually I have done here is, first of all, I went into the collection of users and stored them all inside a variable called users map. And then I took docs, and using this docs, it means all the channels or all the users. And then I used the map method to take each of the user from this collection, from this list. And then I convert them into a user model because I need a user model and not a map. And then I finally convert everything into a list. The result is going to be just a list of user models, and I'm going to just call it users. So that should be all right. And finally, I want to return these users, and it's going to be just the return of this provider. I exactly want to do the same for a video. So let me just take this and copy one more time. I'm going to just call this one all videos provider. And in this time, I want to go inside the collection of videos and get everything. And I'm going to just call it videos map. Then I will take each of these videos map. I will have the docs, and I want to do a map method here. I will call it videos, and of course this is going to be a list of video models. Now I want to take each of the video, and here I'm going to just use the video model. And here let me just change this to video, and also here I'm going to just return a list of videos. So now I have two providers, one for the videos and one for the channels. And using these two providers, I can take all the videos and all the channels right here. Now let's get back to the search screen. And here I can display all of them using a list widget builder. So first of all, let me just create an expanded widget, and the child is going to be just a simple list view.builder. And let me just tell you how I'm going to do this. Here we have the item builder, and that should be all right. And I also have an item count. And actually, the way I want to create this, first of all, I will convert the stateless widget into a stateful widget, and then inside this state, I can create a list. And this list is kind of just called found items, and for now, it's going to be just empty. And this found items is basically all the items that I have found, all the videos and channels and everything, all of them are going to just be inside this found items list. So now let's get back to the list with that builder. Here the item count is going to be just found items dot length, because as much item that we have right there, it will be the item count for this list with that builder. And right here, I'm going to just display all of them. But before that, I need to create a method to filter the list, because actually I don't want to just display all the videos or all the users that I have in the project. I just want to display all the videos or users that the user have searched. Let me just explain myself. I just want to display the searched or specified users and videos based on what users have searched. So for example, if they search AH, all the videos and channels that have this specific keywords, they will appear into the page. So not all of them. And for filtering the list, I need to create a method here, and I'm going to just create after this variable, and I will just call it filter list. Okay, this method is going to be just asynchronous, I believe, and I will just need to create them. First of all, I need to change this stateful widget into a consumer stateful widget because I need to use the providers that I just created a moment ago. Let me just import this and take this consumer, and I will put it right here and also right there. Now I can use this ref to connect between different providers that I have. And here I want to just first of all get all the channels that I have. So I'm going to just use this all channels provider. So now first of all, I'm going to just get all the channels, and as you know, the result of this provider is just all the channel, or I can just say as the result is a list of user models, and I can just call it users. Let me just import this, and that should be all right. Let's see what's wrong here. And I also need to await this. So now I have the users, but as I said before, I don't want to display all the users. I just want to display a specified users that user have searched, the specified users, not all of them. So for doing it, I can actually create a condition. I'm going to just say users, and then I will use a method called where. And using this where, I can actually create a condition to say this element, each of them is going to be just a user. And here, I want to create a where. It means which users do I want to display. And I'm going to just say each of the user that has actually a display name. So I'm going to just search the users based on their display name. And I'm going to just say user.displayName.toString.to lowercase. So I will get the display name of the user. And then I'm going to just say if it contains what I want, which is going to be just the keyword that the user has just searched. And I need to do it using a parameter. So I'm going to just say keyword selected, and I will just create here, and I'm going to just say string keyword selected. I will just fill that as parameter. So if the display name of the user, I'm going to convert it to string and then to lowercase. And if it contains the keyword selected, in this case only, I want to convert that into a list and do that stuff. So I'm going to just say, in this case, I'm going to just convert it into a list. All the users that has this condition, I'm going to convert all of them into a list, and finally store it inside a variable called found channels. This is going to be the found channels, and I can actually do the same for the videos as well. So let me just copy it one more time, and in this case I'm going to call it found videos, and I'm going to just map or vir, and I'm going to just go through each of the video here. Let me just rename this to video and everything. I also need to actually return something here. So this should be returned here and also here. And everything should be okay right now. So these are the found channels, and also these are going to be the found videos. And here inside this method, not outside, I want to create another list, which I'm going to just call it result. And again, it's going to be just empty for now. Okay. So now I have this result, and what I want to do is to add all the found channels and videos inside this result. So I can just say result, and then I'm going to use add, and also I have this add all, and I'm going to just use add all because I want to add a list to this result. And here I'm going to add all the found channels right here. So if you don't know, and if you haven't used this add all, it's actually a method that you can add a list into another list. So what I'm doing right now is I'm adding a list of found channels into the list of result, and I can just do it using this add all. And actually I can do the same for the videos. So I'm going to just say result.add all, and I'm going to just add all the videos right here. And at the end, I'm going to just use a set, and inside this set, first of all, I will shuffle this list of result. So let me just use the shuffle method. It's going to just randomize all the items inside this list of results, because I don't want it to be specific, or for example, first of all, videos, channels, I want it to be shuffled. And at the end, I'm going to just add everything inside the list of results into this list of found items. So I can just say found items should be equal to result. And using this, everything inside the result will be inside the found items. So right now, this list that I just created at the beginning, this list of found items, it has all the videos and channels. So I can display it into this list widget builder that I have created. And actually I want to create another list inside list widget builder, and it's going to be just a list for the widget, because this found items is containing models, it's not containing widgets, but I need to work with the widgets and not models. So I'm going to just create this list, and I can just call it found items. Yeah, this is the name, found items, and of course it's going to be just once again empty for now. And here what I can actually do, so this list of found items is going to just contain all the widgets into that list. And as you know, I have this found items, and if I use the index inside that, it means that each of this, which I'm going to just call this variable something like selected item. And what I mean by item is that it's not specified whether it is a video or a channel. That's why I'm going to call it a selected item. So now this selected item is whether a video or it can be maybe a channel. So now the final part is going to be just I need to create some conditions to see if it is a video or if it is a user. And if it was a video, I'm going to add a post or a video into the list of found items. And if it is a user, I'm going to add that one, the search user tile widget, into this list. And if you wonder how can I do it, I can do it using the type field that I have created inside both users and also videos. And as you remember from the previous that I told, I needed to create this type. And if you wonder why I need it, so I need this type to specify whether it's a video or a post. And of course, I have created this inside each model of video and also channel. So now I can create some conditions to say if the selected item dot type, the selected item dot type, if it is equal to a video, in this case, I want to add that video into the list of found items. But else if the selected item dot type is equal to user, in this case, I'm going to add that user inside that list. And for now, it has this type. It gets some error, and maybe I should not make it final. Let's see what's wrong here. And now the errors are gone, and actually I have some typo here. I have renamed two lists the same. This found items I have here, and also I have this found items there. So I need to change this. Actually, I'm gonna keep this widget data type, but I need to rename this. I'm not gonna call this found items, but I can just call it items widget. It was just some renames that caused this error. So I can just call it items widget. So now back to what I said. If the selected item, the type is equal to a video, I want to add that video to the list. And if it is a user, I want to add the search user tile widget that I just created now into this list of items widget. And let's just do that. And also I can create other, conditions as well, that if, for example, this list is empty, what should happen? For example, if the list of found items is empty, in this case, for example, I just want to return a size box. But for now, first of all, let's add the video and also the user to the list. So first of all, I'm going to make this condition that if the selected type, if this selected item, it's a video, I want to add a post or a video into that list. So I can just say, in this case, the items widget list dot, I'm going to just say add, and then what I'm going to add here is going to be just the post widget that I have created. And here I just need to give it the video, which in this case is going to be just the selected item. So now it should be all right. Whenever it's a video, I'm going to just add this post, which it's the thumbnail and everything of my video, to this list of items widget. But if it is a user, in this case, the list of items widget, I will add a search user tile widget, search channel tile. So this is what I'm going to add if it is a video. For now, I can just give it a const. Okay, so let me just explain what I have done here. I have a list of items widget. Of course, its data type is a widget, so it contains widget inside this list. The next, I have created an index for this found items. It means that this selected item is just every single item that has been searched. It can be a video, it can be a user. And I have just created this condition that if this item is a video, in this case I want to add that video to that list of items widget. But if it is a user, in this case I want to add that user to the list of items widget. And if it is empty, I just want to return a sized box. And finally, when this all conditions are done, I'm going to just return this items widget, but at the index number 0. So if you wonder why I do need to use this index number 0, because it is exactly what I need to do here. And every time the list widget builder rebuild itself, it gets a new index, and at each time the index number 0, which is going to be the first item, will appear. And when I do that, you will see that it's completely working and it's correct. So at the end, I'm going to just return the first item of this items widget list, and that should be perfect. Now let me just use this method of filter list somewhere, and the best place for doing it, I believe, is going to be just inside the unchanged property for the text field. Let me just find this text field. Here I have an unchanged property, and if you wonder when this method triggers, every time that I release a key on the keyboard, whenever you type something inside this text field or you release a key, this unchanged method will be triggered. So I believe this is the best place, because whenever a new character or a new key is released, I want this filter list to be triggered and change the items. So let me just use this filter list method here, and the keyword selected here is going to be it can be the value. Yeah, I don't need to use any controller, and I'm going to just do it using this value that I have here. So this filter list should be a future. Let me just specify that the result of this method is going to be just a future of void, because I'm not returning anything. And also I wanted this method, make this method asynchronous and await this. So now this should be all right, and it should display everything. Let me just do a hard restart. Okay. So right now, if I search, for example, A, as you can see, it's working. Now I can see this. This is going to be the first user, and also this is going to be the second user. And I hope it's perfectly okay. Actually, it's not okay, because I haven't given the actual value inside the search tile widget. So for now, as you can see, this is just a hard coded, but it's not an actual value. And I need to give it actual value. So I need to create that, and here I can give it actually a user model, because this is what it needs, and I'm going to just call it user. Now let me just generate constructor here, and now I just want to take this user and put it where it needs. Also, I need to put some cons here to remove this blue warnings. First of all, I need to give it a background image, the circle avatar, and of course I need to display the profile picture of the user who is displaying here. And for doing it, just like always, I can use a cache network image provider, and here I can just say user.profile picture. The next one is going to be just the display name. So let me just remove this hard-coded text, and then instead I'm going to use user.display name and put a cons here. The next one is going to be for the username. It's username and a cons here. The next one is going to be just the number of subscriptions, and here I can just say user.subscriptions.toString. For now, it's going to be all right, and everything should be okay. Now inside this search screen, I need to give a value for this search tile, search channel tile, and it wants a user, which is going to be just the selected item here. So I need to just give it the selected item, because this is what it takes. Now let me just do a hard restart, and it should be working. So if I search here something like A, maybe it gives me back, yeah, this is going to be the channel, and also this is the second channel, but I don't know why it's giving me back the same channels. It should not be doing like this. So we got some errors here, and let me just find out what's wrong here. Actually, I had some errors here which I just need to solve right now. And first of all is that I have created this provider of all channels provider, but I haven't used actually the provider for the videos. And as you can see, I have used here the users instead of videos, and I need to do like this videos. And now let me just create the provider for the videos as well. I mean, I have to use this provider as well. So this is going to be just a list of video models, and I'm going to just call it videos. And here I can just use ref.watch, and here I'm going to just use all videos provider. and that should be all right. And of course, I'm gonna just await this method as well. Now I have these videos, and instead of working on the display name, I need to work on the title. In terms of channels, I wanna search on its display name if the keyword selected is inside the display name of this specific channel. But in terms of videos, I wanna check the title if the keyword selected is inside the title of this specific video. And now this should be all right. And one other mistake that I made inside the list widget builder, I don't need to use else if, I just need to use if. And again, right here, I only need to use if instead of else if, because that's gonna give us some error. And now everything should be just okay. Let me just do a hard restart. And now if I search, for example, for A, as you can see, I get one channel called Ahmad Amini, and also I get this video, first video on the platform. For example, if I add H, you can see the video disappears, but I can get this video. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now that we are completely done with the search feature, and as you can see, I can search any user and video. For example, I search AH, and as you can see, all the channels or videos related to my search will appear on this list. For example, right now I'm getting this channel Ahmad Amini, and for example, right now we have Armin Alvet, Mikasa Ackerman, and all these channels and also videos. So the search feature is completely working perfect. But now I want to just go one step further, and what I want to do is whenever I click on a channel, for example this Mikasa Ackerman, I want to be navigated to this profile. So when I click on Mikasa Ackerman, I should go to the Mikasa Ackerman's profile. And as you know, I have already created this user channel page, and up to now I only have the UI, but now I want to give it the actual value. First of all, I need to convert this status widget into a stateful widget, and then I can just create a user ID. So I'm going to just create this string user ID, and using this user ID, I can get the actual user of that specific channel. So I'm going to just generate constructor for it. And also let me just put a const here to remove this blue warning. So right now everything is perfect, and I can just use a provider called each user data provider, which I already have created inside the auth feature. And of course you should be familiar with this. And using this any user data provider, I can get the data of the channel which I have clicked on. So let me just come here, and here I just want to create a consumer widget, and I can just get all the data using that. So let me just copy this column. I'm going to take this whole column and cut that. Make sure to just cut this column, and here I can just create a consumer widget. Here I have a builder, and here I can just use this ref.watch, and here the method I want to use is at any user data provider, and of course here I need to have a user ID, which I can just say widget.user ID, and it is the user ID that we get from the parameter. And here we have this when that it can, of course you're just familiar with this, we can handle different conditions, whether we have the data, whether we have the error or loading. First of all, if we got the actual data, I just want to return everything that I have. And the next, of course, if we got any error, I just want to return the error page. And if we got if the data is loading, I just want to show the loader page. So that's all right. Now let me just show the actual value, because using this any user data provider, result of this method is going to be a user. Of course, the type is user model. If you wonder which user is this, it's based on the user ID that we give. And right now that I have this user ID, I need to go to the search screen. And what I want to do is whenever I click on a channel, so let me just come to this search channel tile, and I want to just wrap the whole thing with a gesture detector. And into the on top property, I just want to make sure that when someone click on this specific channel, they should be navigated to that profile. So I'm going to just create a navigation here. And here I'm going to just return this user channel page. And of course, as you can see, it takes and it wants a user ID, and the user ID is going to be just this user.user ID, the one that we are getting from the parameter. So everything should be all right. Now let me just get back to this user channel page, and here I just need to fill out all the data. So first of all, I need to give it a background image. Of course, it's going to be the profile picture. So I'm going to just use once again the cache network image, just like we always use. and the URL is going to be just this data. I'm going to just call this user because it is any user that we have clicked on, and the profile picture is going to be just user.profilepic. Now let me just remove this const, and that should be all right. The next, let me also fill out the display name, and as of course just user.displayName, and again remove the const and put it here. The next one is going to be the username, and again that's going to be just user.username, and remove the const and put it here. So I'm going to just do that for all of them. And for example, the number of subscriptions, and instead of this no subscriptions, I want to give it the actual value of number of subscriptions here. So what I can use here is it should be user. Actually, let me just put it inside a string, and here I'm going to just say the value of it is equal to user.subscriptions.length, and I just need to remove this const, and this should be all right. And right now we are just getting the user.subscriptions.length, and here I'm going to just say subscriptions. And of course I'm going to just do the same for the number of videos as well. So let me just copy that and paste it here, and instead of subscriptions I'm going to just say videos, but it doesn't need a length because number of videos is an integer inside my model, it's not a list. So that should be all right. And also let me just have some distance here, and that should be all right. So right now we are done here, and of course I don't want to have this boolean. As I said before, this boolean was just temporary because I didn't have the actual value. I just created this, but now that I have, I don't need this boolean anymore, and I can just use the actual value of the videos. And actually I need a new whole provider to show the value. So let me just go back to show that this boolean. For now this should be all right, but later on I'm going to just change it. Before that I will show you how this page is going to look like. So that should be all right. Also let me just return this one. So now it should be good, and let me just check it to you whether it's working or not, and if it was working I will work on the videos as well. So now when I click on this Armin Arlet, for example, when I click on it, as you can see I am navigated to this Armin Arlet profile. This is the display name, this is the profile picture, username, number of subscriptions, and also number of videos. So this should be videos. Let me just change it real quick. This is going to be number of videos. And of course it says that for now it has no video, so I'm going to just change it right now. So it's working. As you can see, we get the data of this specific channel, but now let me just show the videos of this specific channel. So how can we do that? As I already told you, I'm not going to use this boolean because it was just temporarily, but now I want to use the actual value to see if we have videos or we don't have any video. Actually, I need to create a new provider, as I already told you. So let me just create that one as well. And I can create this provider anywhere I want. For example, I can create that right here. So I'm going to just say this is for the provider. And here I'm going to just create channel provider. So here, let me just create this. I'm going to just call this provider something like each channel videos provider, because I want to get all the videos of a specific channel using this provider. So this should be all right. And of course I'm going to just use a simple provider just like always, and let's see how we can just create that one. Here I need to go first of all inside the collection of videos, but actually I remembered I don't want to use this provider. I actually need to use a future provider, because for it to get the value I need to use the when method again, and that should be the perfect provider. And instead of a simple provider I can use the future provider, or I also can use the stream provider, but here the future provider is perfect. So here I need to go inside the collection of videos because I want to get all the videos of a specific channel. So I need to go inside the video collection. So let me just go first of all into the Firebase Firestore.instance. So I just need to create an instance of this Firebase Firestore, and then I can go inside the collection of videos. And then here I just want to create a condition to say if the user ID, because as you know I have a field inside a video collection called user ID, and then I'm going to just say if the user ID inside that video is equal to the user ID that I want to take from the parameters. So I need to add this user ID as parameter. And here, of course, this feature provider is not going to be just a feature provider, not a simple feature provider, but I'm going to just use the keyword family, and now that should be all right. So now I'm going to just say I create an instance of Firebase Firestore, then I go inside the collection of videos, and where the user ID is equal to this user ID that I take from the parameter. In this case, I want to get everything from this collection. So now I need to store this inside a variable called videos map. And now I got all these videos. And now what I want to do is to just convert this list of videos into user model, into video model actually. So I can just say videos map, and then I can use a method called, first of all, I need to go inside the docs, of course. I need to make this asynchronous because of course it's a feature provider. I need to make this asynchronous, and now it should be working perfectly. So now inside this video map, I can go into the docs, and now I have all the videos, and I can just call it videos. Okay, I'm going to just call this videos, and then I can go into the videos and then do the map, and map means I can get each of this video, and then I want to convert them into a video model. So I can just say video model, and then I will use the from map, and the map is going to be just a video.data. And finally at the end, I'm going to just convert everything into a list, and here this is going to be a list of video model. So let me just, so when I convert everything into a list, I get this videos back, and here I need to call this one. So I'm going to just say final list of video model, and I can just call it video models, and that should be all right. So now I have this video models, and I can just return this video models. Okay, perfect. Now I have this video models, and these videos are going to be the videos of a specific channel, because everything is in this condition that I have created, because I'm saying only and only I want the videos which the user ID is equal to the user ID that I take from the parameter. So now that I have created this provider, I can actually just go back to this user channel page, and here I can actually show the videos of this specific user. And for doing it, as you can see in this page, I already have this first consumer widget, and using this consumer widget, I just get the user data of this specific user. But I need to actually create a second consumer widget. So let me just take this first one. I'm gonna just take the first consumer widget, and I will just take it out. And first of all, I want to have a column. Inside this column, I can have this consumer widget, and also right here after the first consumer widget, I want to create another one. So let me just write a comment here to say second consumer widget. And using this second consumer widget, I can actually show all the videos of this specific user that we are in the channel right now. So I'm going to just create this consumer widget, and it has a builder. Now I can actually use this ref.watch, and the provider here is going to be just each channel videos provider. And I have to just initialize this user ID here, which is going to be widget.user ID. And now I can actually use this when method, and now I can have based on different scenarios, I can actually handle the data when I have this data, when I have an error, or when the data is loading. So you're already familiar with this stuff, so it should not be hard for you. If the data is loading, I'm going to just return a loader, just like always. When we got an error, I'm going to just return this error page. And when we have the actual data, in this case, what I want to return is, let me just show it to you. I have this right here. Let me just take this padding up to right here. I'm going to just delete the rest of it. I don't need it for now. And I can actually show this inside the data. So this should be good. Let me just put a semicolon here, and everything must be good. Let me just see where is this error. Actually, I need to return this, and now everything should be good. So basically, I just want to display all the videos inside the second consumer widget. So inside this column, I have two consumer widgets. Let me just walk you through it. So what we have done inside this file, I have a column. Inside that, I have two consumer widgets. Inside the first consumer widget, I just want to display all the users' data, like profile picture, display name, and everything. And inside the second consumer widget, I want to display the videos of that specific channel that we are in and we are clicked inside it. So this data is going to be just the videos, all the videos inside this channel, and actually I can just display all of them using a gridView.builder. It's a pre-built widget that we have inside the Flutter SDK. And actually I don't need this no video, and I can just take it out, and instead of that I can display it using a gridView.builder. So now inside this gridView.builder, we have two required parameters, this grid delegate and also the item builder. The first parameter of grid delegate is just something related to the UI. So this is going to be what I use here, the cross-axis count of 2, the cross-axis spacing of 8, and also the main axis spacing of 8. This is something related to the UI. And also I have this item builder here. And inside this item builder, I can actually display the videos using this provider that I have just created. So let me just do that real quick. And what I can do is actually say if I want to just create a condition here to say if the videos is not empty. In this case, I want to just return a post here. And the video here is going to be just videos index. So that should be the video, all the videos inside this specific channel. Let me just reformat the code by putting some commas here. And now I think I can actually run the project to see if it's working or not. And here I also need the item count property, which it just tells us how many videos do we have here, and it's going to be just something like videos.length. So that should be good. And here it just needs to return something here, and I've just said here that if the videos is not empty, so if we have some videos here, I just want to return this post. And in other cases, I'm going to just return a size box, means nothing. So now this should be good, and let me just run the emulator and also the project to see how does it look like and if it's working or not. And also before running the emulator, let me also do something here. I actually want to wrap this gridView.builder. I can wrap it with a size box, and I will just give it a height of something like 80. I hope that is the perfect size for this gridView.builder. And now I think everything should be good. So let me just run the project. Good, the project is run, and let me just test it out. If I search here AH, it should bring all the searches and all the results here. And when I click on the second one, Ahmad Amini, so this is the videos of this user, this is the data, and also this is going to be the videos, and it should be working fine, and this should be good. Now let me also do something else here, and inside the first consumer widget, I want to display some text. So let me just create them first so that you can understand what I mean. I want to create a condition here, so I'm going to just say user.videos.is empty, or I can just say if the user.videos is equal to 0, it means that the user has no video. In this case, I can actually display a text to say no video. This user doesn't have any video. But if the user has any video, I just want to display a text to say this specific user. I want to have the display name of this user, so I'm going to just say user.displayName, and I'm going to just say here videos. So this should be good. Let me just put a cons here, and I also want to wrap this text with a center widget. And what actually I'm doing here is to have a condition to say if this specific channel doesn't have any video, I just want to display a text to say no video. But if it has any videos, I want to say, okay, the videos of this specific user, I just want to display them. And in the second consumer widget, I can actually show the videos. But in this part, I just want to say, okay, this is going to be the videos of this user. Let me just take this, and I need to display it after this flat button, not before it. So let me just put it after this flat button, and now it should be good. Let me just check it out if it's looking good or not. And as you can see, this is the text that I have created. It looks like this: Ahmad Amini's videos. It's good. I just need to change the text style of this and also its position. So first of all, let me just change the styling of this text. The text style here, I'm gonna just change the font size to something like 23, and also I will give it a font weight of bold, and this should be good about the text style. Let me also change its position by giving it a padding. So I will just wrap this text with a padding, and I will give it a padding from the left side, a padding of 10, and also from the top side a padding of like 14, and I hope this looks good. So it looks like this: Ahmad Amini's videos, and these are going to be the videos. And when I click actually on this videos, it will be navigated to a specific video. So everything is perfectly working great. And these are the videos, and actually I just want to display the thumbnails, not all this information inside that post. Like we also have the display name, we have the date published, and we have a lot of things inside this post, but I just want to see the thumbnails of these videos, and when the user clicks on them, they should be navigated to that specific video. And I also let me just change the text style for this one. I will give it a style, and again I want to give it the same text style that I have for this one. So let me just copy this and paste it right there, a font size of 23, and also a font weight of bold, that when we don't have any video, it should display a text to the user that there is no video inside this channel. So this channel has not uploaded any video, and now it should be great. So this part is great, and now I can display the videos of other users, other channels, but I also want to display videos of my own channel. So how can I do it? Let me just open that, my channel, and inside the my channel screen, I also want to display my videos. Let me just put some cons here. Where should I actually put these videos? Actually, when I click on my profile right here, so this is inside the account page, and when I click right on my profile, I want to be navigated to this my channel page. So let me just create this one as well inside the account page. When I click on my own profile, which is going to be just this row, I think this row contains all this stuff, or it should be this column. Yeah, I'm going to just wrap this column with a gesture detector, and in the onType property, I'm going to just make this that whenever someone clicks on this profile, this column, they should be navigated to this my channel page. So I'm going to just create a navigation here, and I'm going to just return my channel screen. So this should be good. Let me just put some commas here to reformat the code, and now when I actually click on my profile, I should be navigated to this my channel page, and that is great. So this page is already made, and I just want to display my videos inside this page as well. Let me just go into this my channel page, and where I can actually put my videos, it should be inside this tab pages. And actually I can create maybe a whole new page for that, because for now, as you can see, we are only showing some pages, some widgets like text, home, videos, short, community, playlist, channel, and about, but I don't want to have this. And basically instead of it, I want to have some actual pages. So instead of this home, the first one, I want to have an actual page to display my videos inside that. And inside my channel, the parts I can actually have, or maybe inside the pages, yeah, here I can have home page. I can say home channel page. Let me just import the material.dart, create an stateless widget, and I'm going to just call it home channel page. So that should be all right. And right here, I'm going to just create a scaffold. Maybe it's necessary, or maybe not. Maybe I remove it. So let's see how does it look like. And inside the body, I can actually show all the videos. So I can just copy everything from the previous example. Inside the user channel page, I have a second consumer widget, and I'm sure that I can use this second consumer widget to display all my videos inside my channel as well. Let me just take this. I'm gonna just copy and paste it right here. Of course, I'm gonna need a lot of things here. First of all, let me just import this post, the error page, and also the loader. And basically I can also import this one and this Flutter Riverpod. Actually, what I really need here is a user ID, and the user ID here is going to be just the current user ID. So I can just create an instance of Firebase auth and then the current user and the UID, because the user ID of this one is going to be my own user ID, because we are working on my own channel page, and all the videos of this one is going to be all the videos when the user ID is my own user ID that I'm currently signed in with. Let me just see what is the error right now, and let me just remove this, and this should be good. So now let's do a hard restart, and before that let me just put that page right here, this home channel page, and let's see if it's working or not. And actually, as you know, I don't have any video inside this account. I haven't uploaded any video with this account, so I can also make a condition here. I just remembered I can make a condition that do we have any video inside this page or not. If we have video, we are gonna just display the videos, but if we don't have any video, I can just display a text to say no video inside this collection. I don't know if there is any way to do it. Actually, of course it is. We have these videos, and I'm gonna just create the condition right here to say if the videos dot length is equal to 0, this means that we don't have any video, which in this case I'm gonna just return a text to say no video. But if it is not the case, it means we have video, and in that case I'm gonna just display all the videos we have. Let me just wrap this one with a center widget and put the cons right here, and also I'm gonna just change the text style for this text, and I'm gonna just give it a font size of 23 and a font weight of bold. So let me just create that. The font size is going to be 23 and the font weight is going to be just a font weight of bold. Everything should be perfect now, and as you can see I get this no video because we don't have any video inside this channel, so I haven't uploaded any from this channel, and now everything should be good and we are able to see the videos of my own channel and also other users' channel. Now that we are almost at the end of this tutorial, I want to just make the UI and also the UX in some of the pages look a little better. So I'm going to just work on the UI. First of all, let me open this account page, and as you can see, this is the UI for the account page and it's really not looking very nice. So let me just change some of this stuff here. First of all, I can remove temporarily this icon button, and also I can just take out this circle avatar and put it inside this row. This is the perfect list for the circle avatar, and this is what we got up to now. I also want to wrap this row with a padding, so I will give it a padding from the left side, a padding of 20, and also I can give it a padding from the top side, and this is what we get up to here. And also I want to bring this username to the start of this column, so I think I can just give this column a cross-axis alignment, and this should be a start. That is good. And also after the username, I want to have a text here. So let me just have a text here to say manage your Google account. And this one I wanted to change the text style, so I will give it first of all a color of blue, and maybe a font weight of W500. Yeah, this is what I got here. Now let me also change the username. I just want to give it an @ sign at the beginning. This is the username. Let me just take this and I'm gonna just do like this, and here just before it I wanted to have an @ sign. Now it looks like @ sign text, so whatever the username is, I want it to be @ sign that username. So that should be good. And now let me just give it a padding from this bottom side as well to this row. So I'm gonna just give a padding to this row only from the bottom side, and I will give it a padding of 30. So I wanted to have a grid distance here, and this is what we get actually. Now let me also give a padding to this items as well, and I will give it a padding of maybe 20. So I'm gonna just wrap this items with a padding, and I will give it a padding from the left side, and it should be a padding of 20. This should be good, and this is what we get. And also after these items, I also want to add another text that we actually have in YouTube. So I'm going to just add a text to say privacy policy dot terms of services. And let me also change the style for this text. I will give it a color of blue-gray, a font size of 13.5, and also a font weight of W500. Let me just put some cons here to remove this blue warnings, and this should be good. And actually this is what we got up to here, and before that I just need to have a spacer, and also I need to wrap this text with a padding to give it a padding from the bottom side, and it should be a padding of 12. That is great. Now this is what I got up to here. I have this information at the top side, then I have this items, and then I have this text. Also, let me just give it a distance between this profile picture and this information. So let me just create a size box between these two. After the circle avatar, I can have a size box with a weight of like maybe 5, and this is what we get up to now. So this is going to be our account page, and right now it looks much better than the previous one. And also I can actually remove the font weight for this manage your Google account text. Let me just remove this font weight, and this should be better. So this is going to be the final one, and when I click on it, I navigate to this my screen page, and everything is great. So now I also want to work and improve the UI of the search screen as well, the screen that right now I'm in. And basically I can just change this text field and make it more beautiful and fancy. So let me just open this search screen, and right here let me find the text field. So here I'm gonna just make this text field look a little more beautiful, and for doing it I can do a lot of stuff here. First, I just need to change the color to gray color with a shade of 200. Let me just remove this const, and everything should be good. And also I want to add a border radius to this border. So I'm going to add a border radius here. A border radius from the all sides, it should be circular, and I will give it a border radius of 18. I want this text field to have border radius as well. And now I can just copy everything from this border, and I'm creating some more border like focus border, also enabled border. So I'm gonna just copy to these ones as well, and the field property will be true because I want this text field to have color. So this is going to be the color of this text field. And also the content padding, I want it to have some padding from the top side, from the left side a padding of 13, and also from the bottom side a padding of 12. So I want it to be the padding, and also let me put some commas here to reformat the code. And I also want to change the hint style for this text field. So I'm gonna just give it a text style, and here I can change the font size to like 14, and also the font weight to W500. Now this should be good. Let me see it right here, and this is what we got up to now. Let me also change the width of this to something like 295. Actually it's a lot, so let me just give it something like 280, or maybe it should be 275. And also basically I also want to change this icon at the end as well. So let me just find that, the search button. I want it to have a width of something like 50. I want it to be a little smaller, actually something like 53 should be good. And I also want to increase the height to 43, or I should make it 55. I think that looks good. And I also want to change the height of the size box to something like 43. I want it to be a little smaller. And now I want to change this width to 279, and I think that looks great. And I also want to change the color of this one as well. So I will change the color of this arrow back to something like gray with a shade of 600 or 700. And let me just remove this const and everything should be good. So this is the new UI of this text field and I think it looks much beautiful. Now about the UI and the user experience inside this project, I want to give you a final homework for the entire project. I just want you to fix all the remaining stuff inside different files and different pages. For example, inside my home channel, as you can see, I have 0 subscriptions and 0 videos. So I want to make this condition that whenever we have no subscription, it should be like no subscription. And when we got no videos, it means it's 0 videos. We should have a text to say no video. So something like that. I want you to do all this stuff inside different files and pages and just fix all this box, this small box. And this is going to be your final homework. Inside different files and different pages, I have some hard-coded did publish as well, so I haven't had the actual value. So I want you to give them the actual value and also use the time ago package to create an accurate did publish for all of them. So this is going to be your final homework to just solve all this small box inside different files and different pages. And now I'm going to just work on the last feature here, and it's to have the subscription, the view, and also the like feature. Actually, before that, let me just work on one other feature, and it's going to be the feature of first comment in every video. So when I open a video in this box right here, I want to have the first comment displayed. And for doing it, I need to create this feature inside this. As you can see here, I have this comment box, and right here I have this container. And inside this container, in the child property, I want to create a consumer widget inside which I can just display the first comment in every video. So I'm going to just create a consumer widget here. And inside the builder, I can actually create this functionality. And actually before that, for displaying the comment and the first comment inside this video, I need to have a comment provider. So inside the content, here inside the comment folder, I can create a comment provider. And inside this provider that I'm going to just create right now, I will be able to get all the comments, and later on I can display the first comment inside that box in the video. So I'm going to just call this comments provider, and it will be equal to just a simple provider. And here I can do everything right here. So here, first of all, I'm going to just create an instance of Firebase Firestore, and then I'm going to go inside the collection of comments, and here, which comments do I want to get? I need to use this where method to get specific comments, because I just don't want to get all the comments inside this collection because there are a lot of comments. I just want to get every comments in every single video. So I just want to do this, and for doing it, I need to say I just want to get all the comments where the video ID is equal to the video ID, which I'm going to just take as parameter here. Maybe I should not create a simple provider, or I should have, of course, I need to have a feature provider, not a simple provider. So I'm going to create this feature provider, and it's not a simple feature provider, it is a feature provider dot family, because I want to have a parameter here, which is going to be the video ID. And let me just explain to you once again that what I'm doing here, I don't want to get all the comments. I'm going inside the collection of comments, and then I'm saying, okay, inside this collection, I want to take all the comments where the video ID is equal to this video ID that I have. And of course, I will initialize this video ID right inside the video file. And finally, I'm going to just get all these comments. Let me just make this method asynchronous and also await this. And right now I get the result of this should be something like comments map, but actually I don't need map, and I just want to convert them into a comment model. So for doing it, I can just take this comments map, and then I go through all the docs inside this comment map, and then I can use the map method, which give me access to all comments, every single comment inside this list, and then I can convert them into a comment model. So I'm going to just say comment model dot from map, and the map here is going to be comment dot data. Of course, you should be familiar with this because we have done it a lot of times. And finally, I'm going to just convert everything back to a list. And of course, the result of this is going to be a list of comment models. First of all, let me just put some comments here to refactor the code. And here I'm going to just specify that the result of this, all of them are going to be a list of comment model, which I can just call it comments. And finally, I just want to return this comments from this provider. So this is going to be the provider. I have this feature provider, that family, which returns comments. And of course, it takes as a parameter this video ID. Now I can just get back to the video. Inside this consumer widget, I can use the ref to say ref.watch, and now I use this comments provider. First, let me just import it, and I also need to initialize the parameter, which is going to be the video ID. I believe I can just say widget.video.video ID. And now the result of this should be a list of video models, but it's an async value. So you should be already familiar that the result of this provider is not going to be just a simple list of comment models, and it's going to be actually async value. So I'm going to just say the result of this is going to be async value of a list of comment models, and I can just call it comments. And now I actually can use these comments to display the first comment here. And here I'm going to just create a condition first, and I will just say if the comments, this is going to be a list, is empty. So first of all, I should say comments.value. Now I have the list, and I'm going to just say if it is empty. In this case, I'm going to just return a simple sized box. Let me just put an exclamation mark here, and now it should be good. But if it is not empty, in this case, I'm going to just return a widget that I have already created, and it's called the video first comment. In this case, I'm going to just return this video first comment, and it is a widget that I have already created. Inside the starting project, you can access this widget. Let me just go inside it, and here you can only see a column inside which I have two rows. The first row says this text comment, and also it has a number of comments that we have inside this video. And in the second row, I have a circle avatar inside which I show the guy who just posted that comment, and also I have the actual comment, the actual first comment on that video. So here I need to create a parameter, and it's going to be a comment model because I want to display that first comment, and I can just call it first comment. Actually, I'm going to just call this first comment. Let me also import this comment model and also generate constructor. Now I have to initialize it inside this video, and it asks me for a first comment, and this first comment is going to be just the comments in the index number 0. So this is going to be the first comment. Actually, first of all, once again, I need to use this value, and then I can get the first comment here. Now it should be good. Let me just get back to this video first comment, and I have to just initialize this first comment. Here we have the numbers, and here I can just say first comment. Actually, maybe instead of this first comment, I should just get the whole comments. Yeah, I think that's a better idea, because as you can see here, I also want to display the number of comments that we have inside this video. So for doing it, I need to have the whole comments, not only the first comment. So let me just change it back to the comments, and this should be actually a list of comments, a list of comment models. And instead of first comment, I can have the comments. And here I can just say I want to just initialize the whole comments, not only the first comment. And here I need to change it to comments. Now everything should be good, and I'm going to just use this comments, and here I can say comments dot length is actually the number of comments that we have inside this video. This is a hard-coded text, and I don't have to change it. The next, I also want to display the profile picture of the guy who just posted that comment. So for doing it, I actually just need a user model, or I can just take the profile picture, but I prefer to have the whole user model. So I'm going to just say user model, and I have this user. Let me just generate constructor for it. And I also want to have this. The value of the user should be only this user that I have it right here. So let me just initialize it. I'm going to say the user will be equal to user. I should say user.value. And inside this video first comment, I can just initialize this background image here. And the background image, which is going to be the profile picture for this guy, is going to be, once again, let me just use this cached network image provider, and the URL is going to be just user.profile picture. This should be good. And now let me just initialize the most important thing here, which is going to be the first comment, and it is only the comments, and I want to take the first comment here, and I want to just specify that I want to take the comment text, so that should be all right. Now let me just do a hot restart and check it out whether it's working or not. Now I'm going to just write a comment here, first comment, and hit send. In here I have the first comment, and right now when I get back I should see the first comment here as well. And here we go, we have this comment displayed right here, but it has some errors, some bottom overflow, so let me just fix this real quick. And now the error is fixed, and as you can see the first comment is displayed properly. Now I want to add the liking functionality as well, and for doing it I'm going to just do it right here. Whenever the users click on this thumb up button, they should be able to like this video, and I can just do it right here inside this onTop property. And I'm going to just create this method called like video. So let me just create this method in this state, and I'm going to just create it right here. It's going to be an asynchronous method, and I have to create the actual method inside this video repository. Inside this video repository, up to now I have only one method called upload video to the Firestore, and I also want to put this method to like video as well right here. So I can just create this method, which I'm going to just call like video. Again, it's an asynchronous method, and I should be able to like video here. So the algorithm that I'm going to just create for liking video is going to be something like, if my UID is inside the list of likes on that specific video, in that case it means that I have already liked that video, so in this case I'm going to just dislike it. But if it is the opposite, I'm going to just dislike that video. So if it's not clear for you, just make sure to follow along and you will understand what I mean. First of all, I need to have some parameters here inside this like video, and the first one is going to be just a list of all the likes. So I want to just have access to the people who has liked that specific video. The next parameter is going to be the video ID. So I want to have access to that video ID of the video that you are trying to like. And the next one should be, so maybe that's enough. Let me just create it and later on we'll understand. So what actually I want to do is, first of all, create an instance of Firebase Firestore, and then I'm going to go inside the collection of videos, and then the doc is going to be the video ID. So I have this inside my parameter. I'm going to go inside the collection of videos, and then I'm going to go inside the document with this video ID, and then I'm going to just update. So what should I update here is going to be, first of all, let me create this. I'm going to update a parameter called likes, and this is a list actually, and I want to update this field likes. So I need to use this field value, and then I can use this array union. If you're not already familiar with this thing, array union field value, it's just something that I can use to modify and update the value of this field. In this case, it's a likes, it is a list, and I just want to update this field. So I can just use this field value dot array union, and I'm going to just go through this list of likes and add my UID. So I can also have the current user UID here, and I'm going to just add the current user ID inside this list. But when are we doing this? We will be doing this whenever the video is not already liked by me. So if I haven't liked that video, I want to do this. So let me create this condition. First of all, I'm going to just cut it, and here I'm going to create a condition to say if likes dot, so this likes is going to be a list. Let me also specify this, that this likes is going to be a list. If likes dot contains my UID, which is going to be current user ID, and I'm going to just put an exclamation mark here to say it should be the reverse. What does it mean is, if my current ID is not inside this likes list, in this case I want to like that video, because it means that I haven't liked that video and I want to do it. So I can just paste this one. It means that I have to like that video. But if that is the opposite, so I can just copy once again here from this side, not exclamation mark, to say if I have already liked that video. So the likes list contains my UID. It means that I have already liked that video, and in this case I just want to dislike that video. So I can just copy this one here, and I'm going to just change this array union to array remove. Let me explain once again what I have done inside this method. I have three parameters. The likes list, it's a list of all the likes inside that video. The next I have this video ID, and also I have the current user ID. What I'm saying here is, if my current user ID is not inside this list of likes, it means that I haven't liked that video, and in this case I want to like it. I want to insert my UID inside the list of likes. And if it is the reverse, it means that I have already liked that video. I want to do the opposite, and I just want to remove my UID from this list. Now I can actually use this method. Before that, let me also specify that this like video is going to be a type of future, and it doesn't return anything, so it can be just void. And also I have to make this method asynchronous and also await this, and also this one. Now it should be good, and I can just use this, and I can do it using this long video provider. So let me just get back to this video, and right here I can use a ref to say I want to watch this provider. Let me just import it, and then I can use this like video. I need to provide these three parameters here, the likes and also video ID and current user UID. And also let me just to be safe, let me make these three parameters required, because they should be required, and I'm going to just put some required before them. It's not that much necessary, but just to be safe, it's better choice. Now I can get back to this video, and I have to initialize them. The first one is going to be the current user ID, and it can be just the UID of my current user, and I can just find it using this Firebase auth.instance.currentuser.uid. The next one is going to be the list of likes, and I have again access to this. Let me just see it. So this is the video, and I can just have access to it using video.likes. First of all, let me just use this widget.video.likes, and the next one is going to be the video ID, and it can be again widget.video.videoid. So now it should be good. Just let me make this method await. Now it should work, and before testing it out, I also want to bring some UI changes when I like the video. In default, this button thumb up color is equal to black, but whenever we like the video, it should change to blue. So let me also create this functionality as well, and it's really easy. I can just give it a color, and here the color is going to be based on a condition. I'm going to just say if this widget.video.likes, it means this list of likes contains my current user UID, this Firebase auth.instance.currentUser.UID. If it contains that, let me see what's wrong here. So if this list of likes contains my current user UID, it means that I have liked that video, and in this case I want the color of this button to be blue. But if it is not true, I just want it to have a color of black. Now it should be good. And also I want to display the number of likes right here, so I need to create a text here to say I want to display how many likes this video has. So for doing it, I can just create something like this, and here I'm going to just say widget.video.likes.length. I just want to display how many likes this video has. So now everything should be perfect, and let me just run the project to see if it's working or not. So now let's check it out. When I click on this like button, and right now after I do a hot restart, as you can see, the video is being liked. Now let me also put a size box here between these two. So I'm gonna go inside this video, and then let me find the thumb up, and right here I can just add a size box. It will have a weight of like 5, and right now as you can see, it looks much beautiful. There is only one point about liking this video here, and it is that it's not real time. I did not use any stream for liking the video, and as you saw, I needed a hot restart to see the changes. So here I'm gonna give you another homework. Try to use a stream provider and make the changes in real time. And that's not really hard, so I'm gonna give you a hint that how can you do it. You can just create a stream provider and get all the data of videos using that stream provider, and then use that value in the like section, so you will be able to see all the changes in real time. So now first of all, let me put all the pages together, and for doing it, I'm gonna just open this pages list, and here the first page here should be this long video screen. After that, I want this short video screen right after this long video. And the next one is going to be search screen, upload. So search screen should be after this upload. And the final page is going to be the logout page. So now this should be good and we're good to go. The next feature that I want to create is actually the view feature. So whenever the user clicks on a post and they are navigated to the video screen and they are just watching a video, the views for that specific video should be incremented by 1. And the best place for creating this view functionality is going to be right inside this post, that whenever the user clicks on a thumbnail and they are navigated to this video, right after the navigation, I want to increment the views of that video. And for doing it, I can just create an instance of Firebase Firestore. And I'm going to go inside the collection of videos into the document of a video ID. So let me just find what is the video ID here. I should have it as a parameter. Yeah, I can just say video.video ID. And then I'm going to just update one field here, and it's going to be the field of views. So I'm going to just say the field of views. Let me just like this so you can see the code properly. So what I did, I just went into the collection of videos, the document of video ID. So I want to just increment the views of this specific video. I'm just updating it, and I just want to make it this field. So I'm going to just say field value. You already know, using this I can go inside this field and I want to increment, and I'm going to just increment a number of 1. So just doing this, I can actually increment the views field inside this video by 1, and this should be good. Now, the last feature that I also want to add inside this project is going to be the subscribe feature. So whenever the user clicks subscribe on a specific channel, they should be able to subscribe that channel. And I'm going to just create this functionality right inside the channel folder, the user's channel. And here I have a provider called channel provider. So I believe I can just create another provider for this, and actually I need a provider, or maybe I need a repository. So I'm going to just create a new file called subscribe repository. And here, actually, first of all, let me create a class. I'm going to just call this subscribe. And here I can have, first of all, an instance of Firebase Firestore, just like what we did always. And I think maybe I don't need an instance of Firebase auth, so that should be it. And now, actually, I want to generate constructor for this. That should be good. So here I'm going to just create a method called subscribe channel, an asynchronous method. And here, the way that we want to subscribe channels is exactly like we like the video. So they are exactly the same. We have a likes list in the video model, and also I have a subscriptions list inside the user model or the channel model. So they're going to be, the way of doing them is going to be really the same, and there is no difference. And just like the previous one, I need to have 3 required parameters here. The first one is going to be the user ID. So this user ID is the user of the channel who we are trying to subscribe. The next one is going to be the current user ID. I mean the user of myself that I'm trying to subscribe a channel. And also I may need the subscriptions list. So I want to know all the people who have subscribed that channel. So I need a subscriptions list as well here. So now the way I'm doing it is, again, creating some conditions to say if the, first of all, let me specify that this subscriptions is a list. I'm going to just say that if this list of subscriptions contains my user ID, the current user ID, this means that I have already subscribed that specific channel. So for doing it, I need to remove my subscription. So let me just create an instance of Firebase Firestore. I can just use this Firestore, and then I'm going to go inside the collection of users. The doc should be, so I'm trying to remove my subscription from that specific channel. So the doc here should be the user ID. And I just want to update a field here, which is going to be the field of subscription. And here I'm going to just say field value, and I want to remove my subscription from this list. So I'm going to just say remove the current user ID from here. So that should be good. I just need to do like this. So what I said here is that if the list of subscriptions contains my user ID, so this means that I have already subscribed this channel. And for doing it, I just want to remove my subscriptions, my user ID, from this field of subscriptions. So this was the first condition, and the second one is going to be like this. It's going to be exactly the reverse of this one. I can say if the subscriptions, let me copy this one, and I just need to add an exclamation mark at the beginning to just reverse everything here. I'm going to just say if the current user ID, if my ID is not inside the list of subscriptions, in this case I want to add it. So I want to just copy this, but I just need to change this array remove to array union. I want to add my ID inside this collection. So now everything should be okay. Let me just make this method await, and also I will do this for this one. So this should be good. Let me just correct this one. And now I can actually use this subscribe channel method, and also I want to specify that this is a feature of void. And so let me see, where should I use actually this subscribe channel method? The first place that I'm going to use it is inside the video. So let me open this video and find this subscribe flat button. It should be here. Let me just find it real quick. So here is the first place that actually I want to use it, and actually here I want to subscribe user, and I will have a comment here to say subscribe channel. And also I just forgot to add a provider here, so let me just find the subscribe repository, and here I also want to add a provider here, so I'm going to just call it subscribe channel provider, and it's going to be a simple provider, and here I'm going to just return this subscribe. And also I need to require this, I need to make this required, and now I have to initialize this Firestore, which is going to be the Firebase Firestore dot instance. So now I have this. Let me just use this provider inside video. I'm going to go inside this video, and here I can actually use this. So I'm going to say ref.watch this provider, and I'm going to just subscribe the channel here. I need to initialize some values. The user ID here is going to be just let me just find it. First of all, I'm going to just put a comma here and also a semicolon. Okay, I have a video. That is one of the things I have, and also I have this any user data provider, which I get a user from this. So I have everything here, and the user ID is going to be just user.user ID. I should have this value.user ID, and this should be good. The next, I need the current user ID, and it's really simple. I can just get it using Firebase Firestore, actually Firebase auth. I need to create an instance of Firebase auth.instance.current user.uid, and the next one is going to be the list of subscriptions, and it's again easy. I can just say widget.video.subscriptions. Actually, again, I need the user, so I'm going to just say user.value.subscriptions. So this should be okay, and now I have actually all the values here, and let me just make this method asynchronous and await this, and now I should be able to actually subscribe all the channels. And one other place that I also want to add this method here is going to be just, I'm going to just copy this inside the search screen. Here is also one of the places that I can actually subscribe user inside this search channel tile. So I also should have a subscribe button here. As you can see, I have it, and here I'm going to just paste this in here. Okay, so I'm going to just convert this stateless widget into a consumer widget first, and I need to add the widget ref here. This should be good, and I'm going to just import this. I also need to import this one. Let me see here. First, let me import this Firebase auth, and now this should be good. The only thing I need here is going to be the value of user, because I don't have the value of user here. So let me see. Actually, I have this. Yeah, this is going to be the user. So I have this. I just need to remove this value. I don't need to have it. So now we are done here, and it should be working, and we should be able to subscribe channels. So that was it, and I hope you got the most out of this tutorial, and now you can try building similar projects on your own to examine all the stuff you've learned here. So bye and good luck.